champ is here. This is the champ. Oh my God.
I won it against the best player.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can beat that.
You won the hand.
Thank you.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallet has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event. Day 4 about to begin. 52 players returning to the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, playing down to 16 today, playing down to the final 2 tables. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. You know, James, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the national sport is tax dodgeball.
So we have 2 more days to go after this. Getting down to 2 tables today means we play down to the final table tomorrow, play down to the final 6 players, and then on Saturday we'll play down to a champion. The winner of EPT Monte-Carlo will receive €1 million and the main event trophy live on Saturday at the slightly later time of 1 PM Central European Summer Time. Hopefully over the course of today, tomorrow and Saturday we'll hear from you. Questions, comments, contributions. Use the live chat on YouTube and please stay across PokerStars content on the other social platforms as well. If you missed our live coverage yesterday, here's what happened on day 3. We started with 149 players, all guaranteed at least 8.5 grand.
Don't tell everybody. Okay.
Patrick Antonius arrived fashionably late. Soon wished he hadn't. He was rivered twice in the first 10 hands.
Goo!
Then he clashed with Jamil Wakil. Antonius made a hero call. Hero call gone wrong. Out in 127th place. We lost some other former champs. Antonio Buonanno, Noah Buchan, and Manigloza. They hit the rail as the field started to thin.
Open 5.
A different story for poker fanboy / champion Sebastian Mallet. He became a top 3 stack.
I need a 9 offsuit.
And on the last hand of the day, Matthew Davenport got it in with aces and eliminated Dimitri Joubert, giving the Brit the tournament chip lead. To confirmation, we are at 52 from a starting field of 1,195. Davenport, number 1 on the leaderboard. Sebastian Mallet, 3rd in chips. We're going to be kicking things off at the 6K, 12K blind level with a 12K big blind ante. Average stack, 686,000. So still playing deeper than 50 bigs, Joe.
The lily white luxury levels continue.
And of course we should highlight we're actually halfway through level 20. We played the first 45 minutes of this level last night. We'll play the second 45 minutes of that level today and then roll straight into level 21. This is the lineup on the main stage. We've got the chip leader, we've got Matthew Davenport, we've got that former champion Sebastian Mallet, and we have Jamil Wakil, a PCA finalist, a player who had an extraordinary run on the feature table yesterday. Went from 6 big blinds to near chip leader.
The sort of thing you dream about when you tell your friends, oh, I've got 6 big blinds, and they say you can spin it up. Turns out you can spin it up.
And a reminder of the top payouts in this tournament. Total prize pool of 5.79 million. Current payout is 17,150 euros. everyone at the final table, the final 8 guaranteed 6-figure scores with a 7-figure score up top. This year's main event champion taking home €1 million exactly. So big money jumps as we get to the business end of this tournament. Day 4 of 6 now getting underway. The clock restarting midway through level 20. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000 with a 12,000 big blind ante.
That is chunky.
Big blind of 12,000. And an ante of 12,000. Dealers, begin your deal, please. Players, enjoy your day, please.
We're going to enjoy our day, aren't we, Joe?
I guarantee it. Guarantee, not guaranteed. But I'm reasonably confident.
So first hand of the day. Action folded around to Charles Bosswan on the button.
The creme of the creme.
9-6 of strawberries.
You know, that shirt's not funny. Marshmallows only do that when they're distressed.
Looks like this is going to be raise and take it.
I love this from Richard. There's a compliment and then an insult right after. You two are the best commentators. Compliment. You were born for this. Insult.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What's up, Richard? Thank you.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
I suppose now I'm,
that's it.
yeah. Now
Just
I
say
know.
you have
I'm-
too many chips and go. Yes, you can move them more this way to give you more space and not using all of them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Matthew Davenport needs a lot of space for all those chips. Nearly 2 million of them, more than 160 big blinds at the current blind level. Andreas Gella is a player who's made a final table before.
Really?
He was at the FT of EPT San Remo in 2014 when Vicky Corrin won her second EPT title.
You'd think I'd remember that, but nope.
I mean, everyone remembers the final hand. I don't think anyone remembers anyone else who was at the table.
I remember the runner-up kind of looking like he was a incognito Phil Hellmuth.
Giacomo Fundero.
Fundero, that's right. And I remember almost going home with a really pretty girl till she puked in a garbage can. Was the final hand cracking aces?
Yeah. Aces against Queen Jack. Vicky flopped 2 pair. And that's where all the money went in. So she just had to fade the board pairing and being counterfeited.
The re-counterfeit?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why it's a brick.
Correct. Lucas Bouchard has spent a decent amount of time on the main stage over the course of the last 24 hours. Action here folded to Jamil Wakil, who will be on the button with King 7. So Wakil is an above average stack right now. Has close to 75 big blinds. John Delano says, hello, James, Joe, and Griffin. Griffin isn't here yet. He'll be joining for the start of level 21, John, but we will pass on your greetings to him.
I'm putting in a whole half level today before I'm out of here.
I'm all right.
Gella all in with ace-king. Mallet's just flattered in the small with 8s and now has to decide what to do against this very squeezy-looking re-raise.
Nobody's really squeezing with an air ball anymore, though, are they? When's the last time we saw that? When's the last time we saw somebody pull a move like this with a hand that 8s is doing super well against? When's It's never like ace-7. I guess it could be ace-5 sometimes, right? You always have to figure that out. It could be ace-5, ace-4 suited. Is Gella the type? Is he the type to do it with 7s, maybe? Mallet makes the call. Not in bad shape.
So we are off to the races on only the third hand of the day. Gella flipping against Mallet's. Overcards versus a pocket pair, and the overcards need to hit. Gella is the at-risk player.
Like Vegas Matt versus Mr. Handpay, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, no ace or king on the flop, but we do have 2 clubs, and this is almost a post-flop flip. Gella actually is the statistical favorite here. Hits the ace on the turn, and Mallet has 1 out.
1 out.
Just 1 card for Gella to fade. Another ace. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Gella will double up through Mallet. Going to give you a hashtag fun fact, Joe, about Gella's wristwear. He is rocking a Cartier Santos, widely acknowledged as the very first gentleman's wristwatch, designed by Louis Cartier in 1904 for his friend Alberto Santos Dumont, who was a blimp pilot in Paris, would try and do like airspeed trials in a balloon, and complained about the fact that he couldn't check the time with his pocket watch. So Louis Cartier designed him a timekeeping device that could be strapped on his wrist.
James, I recognize that this pilot may have been a little overweight, but calling him a blimp is rude. When you say the first gentleman's wristwatch, you mean it was the first time someone shrunk down a clock and slapped it on someone's wrist?
Watches were, at that point, very much a lady's accessory.
Oh.
Men would have pocket watches on chains, and women would wear very small watches on bracelets or like straps on their wrists.
So not only... So this guy was kind of brave, too, then, right? Probably at the time, to be like, to wear a lady's piece of accessory.
Apparently he was a dandy and was very, like, into kind of extravagant fashion.
I love him.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. A dandy. I want to be a dandy. I will say, James, that your fairly recent deep dive into the world of time telling
I didn't think you lost that
has
many.
added a new layer to the commentary.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Because what did it say you had 1 point?
Because there's so many watches in poker. Like, it's actually a really useful thing to have gotten into.
I know it's not your bag, so I do appreciate you indulging me.
No, I think it's really neat.
But yes, the poker watch crossover is significant. That Venn diagram has a significant
when they put it wrong the other way.
bit in the middle.
Yeah.
I feel like you have more.
For people that have a healthy disregard for money.
Yes. Matthew Davenport wins that hand, closing in on the 2 million mark. And there has been 1 elimination today. We are down to 51 already.
I'm going to give it a rest on the Davenport jokes for now, but if he's at the final table, all bets are off.
Sure.
I'm curious, because I know that you seem that there's a cultural barrier there as to what a Davenport is. He must know, with his name being Davenport, he must know surely about the desk, if not about the couches.
I have no idea.
He's got to know.
Folded to Mallet's, ace-10 in the cutoff. That's a raise to 26,000. Stoyan Arishkov in the big blind with ace-4. This guy has been trying very hard over the last 3 days to work his way up the rankings of Bulgarian poker players to crack Joe's top 5.
And I appreciate the effort, but I haven't seen it yet.
No, I know. What about
makes a gutty here?
If he makes that wheel or crucially pushes Mallet's off a better ace?
That'll get him in the top 8.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to eclipse such names as Simeon Naidenov and Slaven Popov, you really got to dazzle me.
Well, now Mallet's has a gut shot to go with the best hand, ace-10 high.
And he ain't going to push Mallet's off by checking.
Delayed C-bet from Mallet's of 21k into a pot of 70k.
Ongyang Dimov.
That's a good one.
And of course, my dark horse in there, Rumenanev. Yep, sorry. Sorry, Stoyan. Keep at it.
He's not going to give up anytime soon. Mallet's back up over 110 big blinds, second in chips at the table. AS asking if there's a list of the players who are still in. I mean, there's 2 places you can go to get this information. You got the live updates on Poker News. You also have the list of players in the PokerStars Live app. However, at this stage of the tournament, Poker News are reporting in real time. The app updates in real time. Bear in mind, we are on a 30-minute delay, so you are potentially going to encounter spoilers. Now, if you don't have a problem with that, knock yourself out. Just please don't bring those spoilers back to the chat.
Montalban. Sorry, I can only say it like that. Montalban.
His button raise is with Queen 5. Pochard with Queen 4 in the big blind. And he's going to let it go.
What a read.
Manel Montalban, third in chips the table, 915k. And we're going to step away from the main stage for just a moment and check on some of the faces in the field, players that you probably will recognize. A player who's been on the feature table a couple of times so far this tournament, Nacho Barbaro.
Nacho y Barbaro.
Alex Colonius.
Love this dude. Mexican 222.
And Malacca style, Juan Pardo.
So unassuming, such a killer.
Now, we talked a little bit about the PokerStars Live League, and in the high leaderboard, if we look at some of the notable names, Clemens Reuter currently tops the table. You'll notice that Juan Pardo is currently 36th. Now, just assume for a second that Juan Pardo goes all the way and wins the EPT Monte-Carlo main event.
Yeah.
That will be worth 611 points.
Oh, shoot.
Would put him into second place, contesting Clemens Reuter for the lead.
Clemens Reuter, huh? So what you're saying is this is worth a lot of points.
Absolutely. And that's why, even though after this event we'll have played a third of the year, really, it still could change dramatically with more PokerStars Opens to come in the summer months, with 3 more EPTs this year.
Okay.
And a reminder, of course, that you do have the 3 different buy-in tiers, right? That was high buy-ins. That was for tournaments 5K plus. You've got the low, the medium as well.
What if Clemens Reuter finished second, though? Is he still in this?
He is not.
Did he play?
I would assume so.
Man, you get stuck in probably, right? Like once you are top of the leaderboard, you're like, ah, crap, now I got to play every event the rest of the year.
So to clarify the low, medium, and high, the high leaderboard is anything with a buy-in of 5,000 plus. Medium is 1K through to 4,999. So really covering tournaments around the 1K, 2K, 3K price point. And then low is sub 1Ks. So people playing 250, 300s, 500s. And there are prizes in each tier. The top 3 in each leaderboard are going to win prizes. And the top 10 in each leaderboard, that's 30 players total, will be considered to be the next member of Team Pro. One player will be selected to rep PokerStars in 2026 and receive near enough 100K in buy-ins.
We do have to warn you that any Team Pro's first year, there's a lot of Team Pro hazing that goes on. Like you have to wash Spraggy's socks, trim Tonka's beard.
It's also really important that you very much define what makes you different than any other Team Pro. I think, sadly,
you got to find your thing.
All Joe and I have got going for us really is this gig.
Yep.
Because like Joe tried to be the best PLO player on the team with his second place finish in Japan. Along comes Barney Boatman and wins every PLO trophy going.
So sick.
I figured I'd be the guy on the team who has a girlfriend who is much better at him than poker. And then you got Spraggy. So we tried to carve our own niches, failed.
I was trying to think for this PokerStars League. So the first event we attended that was even part of the PokerStars Opens was Dublin, right?
No, it started in Campione.
That we attended personally.
Sorry, yes, yes.
So, and we did play an event, so it's we could have had points on the low. On the low.
Correct.
But neither of us cashed, so no points.
Correct. And something I can tell you, because I discovered this, it's open events only. So if it's a seniors event or a ladies event, doesn't count.
Mm-hmm. That's reasonable. So I'm just trying to think, could you and I go on some kind of like late surge and just, it would be cool to be on the leaderboard for a second, right? Like obviously there's no way we could compete. Let's just say we ran like gods. There's just no way we would be able to play enough events, but it would be cool for me to like just take the same way I took a snapshot when my old podcast beat Rogan that one time, and now it lives forever as Huff and Stapes, number 7, Joe Rogan, number 9. I would take a snapshot. I'm like, hey, look, it's me with Mikita Budjakovsky and Patrick Leonard. David Doherty.
Okay, so the good news is, Joe, you do get participation points.
Oh, do we have points?
So basically, if you play a low event, you get points. So I just checked the leaderboard. You can check it in the PokerStars live app. You can search for your name. On the low leaderboard, I have 5.3 points for playing one tournament at the Irish Open. I'm ranked 4,282nd in the league.
So we must be tied then, right? 4,282nd. It's probably Joseph Stapleton.
Oh, sorry.
They're sticklers for your God-given name. Here we go.
You're 4,290 with 5.3 points.
Arishkov firing 15K here. Gets the better hand to fold. Well done. All right, that's points for the Bulgarian Live League. Right there. Also, that mustache, solid.
I tell you what, this guy's working his way up. Not the PokerStars Live League, but Joe's ranking of Bulgarian poker players. Close to 30 big blinds for Stoyan Arishkov, with around 24 minutes left on the clock before the blinds go up. And we're heading out into the field once again. Boris Angelov, who was the runner-up in this tournament last year, is making another deep run in the top 51 12 months later. And talking of EPT runners-up, remember this guy? Georgios Karakousis came second in EPT London back in 2013.
Of course I do. Love Georgios.
Action at the outer tables. Ari Engel in a hand against King Lou.
I thought King Lou was... This is great news that King Lou's still in.
She's betting 25K on a 7-5 deuce flop with 2 spades.
Who says all women playing poker have to be queens? This is a king.
And Ari Engel folds, so King Lou is going to rake in that pot. Back to the main stage. Back to the action at our feature table. Little Rate says, as a Dutchman, it's been my lifelong dream and goal to be on Joe's Bulgarian all-time poker list.
Good luck, buddy.
We must conclude it will always remain
a
dream.
I'll tell you what, if you come to my comedy show in Amsterdam on May 17th, I'll consider it.
At the very least, he'll buy you a drink.
In-person applications will be considered.
Regardless of nationality. Jimmy Wakil still hovering around the 70 big blind mark. So the next blind level is 10,000, 15,000. That's what we'll go to in 22 minutes time. We'll roll straight into that blind level. We'll play that full 90-minute session before the first break of the day. Arishkov with 9-7 suited. Lets it go. Push out folds, as does La Bossoniere. Chip leader Matthew Davenport is playing the Spraggy, opening here with a 7 offsuit. Sebastian Mallet's King 10 in the small blind. Calls. Andreas Gella has King 3 of diamonds in the big blind. Calls as well. We are going 3-way to the flop. Oh! And it's 6 deuce deuce with 2 diamonds.
Go, Geller flush draw.
Gella has what, 60 bigs? Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Davenport checks behind. 9 of spades on the turn. Davenport becomes the favorite in the hand now. Ace high still ahead. Gella is going to lead this turn. And that bet of 32,000 is greeted by 2 folds. And Gella chips up to around 800k. Confirmation that he came 5th in San Remo in 2014. That was worth 130,000 euros. This is his 2nd EPT main event cash.
Wow. I guess, I mean, maybe he's played every single one since then. Hopefully not.
I get the impression he's probably an infrequent EPT player.
Then my wow stands. I kind of misunderstood and thought that he hadn't played since then and he had cashed again, but it's probably a few tournaments in between.
Arishkov raising to 24,000. Mallet with Jack 8 suited on the button. Lets it go. Jack 6 for Gella in the small blind. Nope. And Manuel Montalban has 10s in the big blind.
Ooh. And just calls. With Arishkov's 26 bigs, this could have easily gone in pre-flop had Montalban put in another bet. But as it stands, we are going to go to the flop first.
Nine, 7, 5. 10's looking pretty good.
Tens. Check to the razor, I guess, makes sense.
Yeah.
Somehow a clean turn for tens.
Very clean. Added insurance at the straight draw.
I think you gotta start going for value now. Interesting. Maybe a little afraid of jacks, queens, kings from under the gun. That's a straight.
It is indeed.
Not much to be afraid of now.
Last chance for value. Roughly half pot, 30k into 66k.
This player is very good, obviously. I think maybe another way you can play this is that when you bet turn, you can make a bigger bet here on the river when you make your straight and have started building a pot sooner. I'm trying to think of, what I like to do is think of reasons why you would check the turn there. You got paid by ace king high, it's pretty good. Maybe he doesn't get paid on the river if he plays it the other way.
Montalban adding 60k to his stack. Third in chips at the table, has just over $1 million right now.
Montalban.
With 51 remaining, a reminder, we've only had 1 elimination today. Average stack is 700k.
Ed, you don't have to let me know. I'll read it myself. This is from Walter. It says, please let the org know that yesterday's commentary guy that thinks he is the best comedian on the planet was unbearable and reason to why turn off the stream. That guy is so arrogant. I don't think I'm the best comedian in the world, like top 3, probably, but the best, I mean, you gotta leave room for like Chappelle.
Wakil with 6s here, raises to 25,000.
I love Jamil Wakil. I will say that we saw so much of him in our TV coverage that we've done over the last year that it became difficult to say new things about him.
Oh, Philip, the Razor suspects Walter might be talking about Griffin.
No, he's talking about me. I'm way more arrogant than Griffin is. Griffin's more annoying than I am, but I'm more arrogant.
While Wakil's been out flopped, Arishkov pairing his queen on the flop.
Wakil is going to go for the first bar. Going to take the chance that Arishkov would call really wide in the big blind and might not be able to call a bet here. It seems like this board hits a pretty wide range of hands, though. That they'll have to, that they can maybe fold to a second bar, though. Matt says I'm in his top 5 Bulgarian comedians.
Okay, Walter.
He's really miserable, isn't he?
Yeah. Just have 5 minutes to think about your life choices.
There you go.
And then come back later.
So there's the second bar, and it works. See, he had a plan. Juicy. I'm a little disappointed that Jamil Wakil should be smiling ear to ear, given what happened yesterday.
Securing his 7th main event cash. Was the 6th place finisher in the PCA. I want to say he lasted like 1 or 2 hands at most on the final day. Came in with like 7 big blinds to that final table. We've gone to the outer tables.
Check.
Looks like it's Juan Pardo in action.
Versus Roni Halimi. Board is queen, 7-5. Turn is 8. River's a 6 of clubs. So there's 4 clubs out there? 3 clubs. And action on Juan Pardo. Y'all can see the board there. Straight E flushy is 4 clubs, as I suspected. Sorry. Goes check, check. Pocket kings. No good. Yep, I'd be a little frustrated too, pal. 9 tray of clubs for Juan Pardo. And that's why you call all your suited hands in the big blind. And that's Malacca style right there. Back to the feature table. Team Victoire chiming in here on Walter's side. Not only do you get insta-banned for criticism, but you also get banned if you say a nice thing. I was banned on the first day for saying how good is Maria for talking the hands instead of irrelevant chat. You know, like a compliment like that, James. A very strong, not at all backhanded compliment. Here, why don't you and Walter go grab a coffee? Here, you banned. Maybe if Maria was the best comedian in the world, she wouldn't have to resort to only talking about the hands.
Doesn't even make the top 5 in Bulgaria. No, Luca, this is not the last day. We are playing down to the final 2 tables today, down to 16. Again, there's always caveats with that. We're due to play 5.5 full levels, and if we play those levels and don't get to 16, play will end there. Tomorrow we want to get down to the final 6. It's a soft target. If we have to end the day with 7 or 8, it's not a disaster. The one thing that is a firm, hard, definite target is that on Saturday, which is the final day of the tournament, which is the final table, we will play down to a winner. We will end that day with our champion. Jamil Wakil raising here with ace-king.
Nice one, Jamil. See, Gavin gets it. Why talk about the hands when you could be talking about what a great movie Dread is? Did that come up yesterday, or is that just random? Because Dread is awesome.
It didn't come up yesterday specifically, but it has come up many times before.
Where are we at on the Dread sequel? There is one happening, right? Finally?
I've not been following it. So what's happening here is that Matthew Davenport is being balanced off the table.
Oh, no.
Because Vidzagar has just been eliminated in 51st place, cashing for 17,150 euros. So to keep the tables balanced, we need to have Davenport move over.
Close, but Vidzagar. Tom says, been watching you guys for years, and honestly, I think the work you do is underappreciated. Thank you for everything you guys do. I would say that, look, me and James' shtick, it's not for everybody, and if you don't like it, you can listen to the alternative commentary track by pressing Alt F4. Or Control Q if you're on an Apple. What do they call it, Macintosh? I don't know.
A power book.
Command Q, sorry.
Gella's raised with Jack-10. Pouchard has flatted with Ace-Jack, and Le Bossiniere is now all in with Ace-King. Original razor folds, and I guess that Pouchard has to fold as well.
That's a lot.
And yeah, does fold the Ace-Jack. The shove gets through. Charles Le Bossiniere now playing close to 40 big blinds. Blinds will be going up in 6 minutes.
Looks like I got it. Sorry, Jonathan. Oh, goodness. I think the that little gag genuinely fooled some people, but I'd like to think that some people just play along, right? They just do it.
There was a notable drop in viewers immediately afterwards.
Really?
Yeah. I think it could have been up to like 20% of the audience just vanished. The disturbing thing is they were searching for an alternative comedy track, so that means 20% of the audience hates us.
Right.
Thank you, Edwin. Sounds like you get it.
La Bosswan back in action, opening with King 6. Mallet with Ace 9 in the big. Mallet has defended the flop. It's Queen Jack 5, which means Mallet is still ahead with Ace High. Viper HD says, how does this ante work? I thought it was ante per person. The total ante is 12K. How can that work with 7 players? So since 2018, 2019, most major live poker tournaments are played with what's called a big blind ante. So only the player in the big blind posts the ante on behalf of the entire table. So when you're in the big blind, you post the 12K and you post an ante totaling 12K. Because everyone takes it in turns to post the big blind plus the ante, it balances out. And it's a hell of a lot easier for the dealer to take it from one person than chasing all 8 players at the table. We all remember the days of, did you put your ante in? Did you put your ante in? I'm a few chips short. Who hasn't put their ante in?
And the one thing that everyone agrees on is that you have to have an ante. There's just not enough money in there in tournament hold'em without an ante.
It was, look, I thought it was a great innovation, and I know that for a while people experimented with, well, it should be the small blind posting the ante, it should be the button. The one thing that will always be in every single hand is a big blind, so you will always have someone posting the ante. You do occasionally get a dead button or a dead small blind, so again, just to keep that consistency, it makes sense for the big blind to post on behalf of the entire table.
Yeah, and I know that, like, figuratively, it's supposed to be every person's ante, and it's just one person putting it out there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like that.
No.
And it doesn't really play like that either, which I'm fine with.
It changes the dynamic, for sure. Especially when you get short-handed, especially when you get heads up. But it's just changed the game, and it's something that everyone's embraced. And, you know, I'm not criticizing someone for asking the question, but
no, of course.
It is, I feel that most people are aware of it now because it's been 7 years, near enough, since this innovation was introduced.
Oh my God, where do these people come from? Flot small. Blind structure is off, otherwise there would be no need for ante, first of all. Oh my God.
Wait. Are we sure this person is not a member of the TDA? Are we sure that it's not Matt Savage?
We're sure.
Oh. King 9 versus Ace 7, an Ace High flop. The Spraggy has worked out for Andreas Gella so far. Jamil Wakil has flopped second pair. $17,000 apiece going to the turn.
And this board's fairly dry, so when Jamil gets called, I think it can narrow Geller's range quite a bit. He's not going to be calling with too many deuces. He might call with some gut shots that would fold to a second barrel. But yeah, we kill slows down.
Well, ace is still good.
And I think both these players, I think Gella at this point might be able to make a thin value bet. Also could see him
80,000.
goes for 8/10 pot. Top pair, very confident that Jamil's got something with showdown value the way he's played this, something that might hero call. And Jamil did pay it off. Nice job there, getting a lot of value out of just top pair.
Blinds up. We're kicking off level 21 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Blinds are now 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. 50 players remaining, so we saw 2 eliminations during the first 45 minutes of the day. Average stack with 50 remaining is 714,000. And at this point, we can welcome Griffin Benja into the booth.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, did you enjoy your experience playing in the first ever live-streamed PokerStars EPT cash game?
I had a lovely time. I was so grateful that Felix just crashed and burned, losing that massive flip. And I was able to slide in. It was really fun. Really some great characters, big action, and a lot of laughs. I would do it all over again.
Nice. Now, we were pretty exhausted at the end of the day,
sure.
But did you guys carry on the games, carry on the celebrations maybe?
You know what? Unfortunately, my Leaf fandom required me to go up to my hotel room and watch the Maple Leafs in their playoff game that literally started right as we ended. So unfortunately, I was a bit of a buzzkill in that regard, so I'm not sure if they continued the good times.
Just very quickly, because I want to get back to the action at the table. Actually, let's look at this hand, and then I have a very important question to ask you based on what you were just talking about there. So we do have 2 players with an ace, and Arishkov has the advantage here with the better kicker.
Yeah, and this is the problem that, you know, sort of calling with these kind of hands, ace-3 suited can present against an early position range. Sometimes they're just going to have the better ace, and you might end up coolering yourself for at least one street.
Interesting lead here from Gella.
Yeah, quite unorthodox. Ordinarily, you would want the early position player to, you know, represent when they don't have an ace, especially because you shouldn't have a lot of aces when you call in the small blind. So they'll be continuation betting more frequently. And Arishkov is just going to come in with the raise, you know, only starting this hand with about 17, 18 big blinds. Maybe anticipates that Goller, if he is bluffing, probably won't bluff again. But if he has an ace or a flush draw, we'll probably just 4-bet all in, and look at that, gets max value right away. It doesn't allow a scare card to come in that might freeze the action. And yeah, Goller with that, lot of wearing it on his face here in about 3 different formations. Good face control. Certainly some cards that could make it interesting. A 7 or a deuce, a 4-5 or a 3. There's one of them.
Yeah, so opportunities do emerge on the turn with the board pairing.
Yeah, and also, you know, any card bigger than a 10. Jack through king. That does not come.
The 10 kicker plays, and that is going to be a full double up for Stoyan Arishkov, who's now going to be playing around 40 big blinds. Gella with a similar size stack now. And we are going to head to one of the outer tables. It's another hand between King Lou and Ari Engel. And looks like Lou is all in, called by Engel. Cards on their backs. King 10 of hearts for Ari Engel. Pocket 8s for King Lou.
Ari Engel, one of the most accomplished players on the circuit tour.
That's a 10 high flop. Advantage Engel. Snowman required.
Nom nom.
No 8 on the river, and that will see King Lou eliminated in 50th place. She cashes the 17,150 euros. And Ari Engel will now have a stack of 700k. So he's around average with 49 players remaining. So fewer than 50 players remaining now as the souvenir photos are taken. King Lou receives her payout. So here's my question, Griffin, and this came up recently when I was making a video rating Canadian beers. What is the plural of the word leaf?
Leaves.
So why are they the Toronto Maple Leafs and not the Toronto Maple Leaves?
It's never really made sense to me. There's no interesting lore. Probably because the team is broken in some way, and it's representative of how it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we haven't won a championship since 1967. Haven't gotten past the second round in my fandom in the last 20 years, 25 years. And now we're 2-0 in the second round. Don't jinx it. Don't call it a comeback.
I don't know whether you saw me rating Canadian beer out of 5 maple leaves.
No, I didn't see that. Where was this?
YouTube Short, Instagram.
Okay.
For someone who spends as much time scrolling social media as you, I'm surprised you missed a single video that anyone anywhere.
Yeah. Fair play.
5, 6, 7.
Speaking of Canadians, Jamil would kill.
Yeah.
Healthy 811k stack. Actually a player that's been dabbling a little bit in the bigger buy-ins as well, representing the up north country. Arishkov once again with a dominating ace. This time facing the button open of Montalban, and is going to play this as just a call. And it's going to allow Poshat to flick in the chip. I think if Arishkov was a bit shorter, would have played this as a 3-bet to play for stacks, but maybe wanting to be a bit cautious off, you know, the near 40 big blind stack. And I think that plays just fine. You keep those weaker aces and jacks in, which has been effectively accomplished here, but look at that. Poshat just flies into the lead with trip 8s. And this is going to be a problem for both of these players holding the ace, because I expect them both to continue on this flop. I would be very surprised if we don't see a raise here. I know you might be at home watching this and think, oh man, your opponents have nothing. Why not just trap? Problem is you wouldn't really overcall with a 4 a lot of the time here, or pocket 3s. You would often check raise your draws and then check raise your 8, but he is just going to call anyway. And now even potentially coolering himself with this 2 of diamonds if another diamond comes out. And you can see how much these two players now are, Arishkov and Montalban, really suspiciously eyeing the big blind here.
That's right, John Delano. We do have street flash potential on the turn.
Yeah, and a nice price being presented to Montalban, who may have decided to just take the free card here, aware of the potential 8 in Pochat's range. Instead, he faces a
You got a satellite.
pretty small bet of about
But he would have played either way.
28%,
Yeah,
and is going to river a 3.
Not good enough.
So is that your
Yeah, and it certainly feels like a brick, but it really isn't, in the sense that if Pochat did have something like a 6-5 of spades here and decided to play this as a call to the small bet and then lead on the turn, that has now made a straight. 6-5 of hearts, 6-5 of diamonds.
young? 7 score.
Yeah, maybe too young.
What's
If we
that?
want to think about the kind of bluffs Pochat might have, you know, the 6-7s and 5-7s, especially with backdoor flush draws on the flop. So not out of the realm of possibility we see
Yeah.
a bet called, but with those 6-5 making straights and all the combos of 8s that he can have. And that looks like a big boy bet.
Well, we've got 286,000 in the middle. Those are the 25K chips, so it's near enough full pot, 250,000.
Yeah, you're going to be very polarized here, right? You wouldn't really be betting a 4 for value. You're just going to have an 8 or a bluff. So let's make it big.
Yeah. Quick fold. And, well, the good news is we made it to the 3rd day of the broadcast before the conversation about tax started. I don't know why people are so obsessed about tax on poker winnings. Point 1, it depends where you live in the world. Taxes are enforced locally. You get paid gross at the venue. Winnings are paid in full on the EPT. It's the player's responsibility to sort out their own tax affairs. Now, obviously, players do move around the world, and yes, I'm sure one of the incentives for them is a tax-friendly regime. We know that there is a decent percentage of professional poker players living in the United Kingdom. Trust me, they didn't move there for the weather. It's because all money earned through gambling in the UK is exempt from taxation, so they are literally paying 0% tax. The Grafton for Gella raises with 10-9 suited. Sam Grafton told me it's a good hand. Bless Rory.
Last night, yeah.
Every hand he plays. Did I play that right? Did I do the right thing? Should I have done this? Should I have done that?
Oh, it's such a sweetheart.
No?
Yeah, there was an interesting hand last night where he had pocket 8s and asked me what he thought he should do. It's pretty interesting. With the way that Spraggy and Chris Eubanks was opening up their range so much, I suggested to him that maybe he needs to get in there. It's amazing how ranges change in cash games. You know, there's a raise and a 3-bet in an EPT. You're not getting involved with 8s, but it was wet and wild last night.
Bosswan calls. We get 7 of diamonds on the turn. Open-ended straight draw now for Gella.
Yeah, and I think that might convince Geller to come out swinging, really pressurize the 8x combos that will probably fold to a 6-figure bet here. As far as I can tell, that isn't particularly large at all, so probably not going to fold out an 8 with a bet like this. So I'm not entirely sure what the intent. Perhaps, you know, the Canadian would be calling with a king high on the flop and then be folding to any bet on the turn. This would be very effective against that part of the range.
Call.
We assume an ace is never folding. Then, you know, betting 42 is no different than If you bet 100, you're going to lose 100. You bet 42, you're going to lose 42. So Geller, I guess, just hoping to find the portion of the range that would fold. And if not, see what he does on the river. And Geller, I think, feeling the heat a little bit. Had upwards of 800,000. You know, lost that significant pot with the ace-3. And now staring down the barrel of doing something brave that I don't think will work against this very strong player. Tell you what might work, James.
Yep.
I'm all in.
Okay. Well, look, he's fired flop and turn.
If he wants to get away with it, he's going to have to make it big boy big. Yeah.
Still no guarantee that works.
I mean, the diamonds have come in.
Time bank card being played. Remember, 30 seconds per decision on the shot clock. If you need more time, you have to play a time bank card worth 30 seconds. Players received an additional 6 time bank cards today, which they can combine with any they bagged from yesterday.
As far as blockers are concerned, having a 10 in your hand with the ace-10 isn't ideal. Makes it less likely your opponent has a straight draw that is now missed. Something like a 10-9, so it's going to be a consideration. You know, you'd even prefer to have ace-3 to unblock things like jack-10, 10-9, jack-9.
Yeah, thought better of it. Check back the river. Pot goes to Charles Boissonniere.
Who else is in this field?
Well, I'll tell you who's not in this field, Griffin. We've just lost our 49th place finisher. Benoit Lamb has just been knocked out by Nacho Barbaro.
If I call you...
So Benoit Lamb cashing for 17,150 euros. Meanwhile, Nacho shipping up. Now playing a stack of 880k.
But if you call, I show up.
And with 48 remaining, we get a table break, and that means we're going to get a new player on the main stage. Juan Pardo is taking his seat at the feature table. Juan Pardo is being balanced to the feature table. Nice.
Very exciting. Yeah, that's... This table looks like it could use a little Monaco, you know? Two Canadians at this table. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
One of them is from your part of the world. When I say your part of the world, I mean where you live now. I know you're not originally from Montreal.
But I think Jamil Wakil might be from Toronto. I could be wrong. He has Toronto energy. I know that's for sure. And that's where I'm originally from.
So your current home and your spiritual home both represented on the main stage.
Yeah, La Boissonniere. Oh, man, this can't be limping against Juan Pardo.
Just open fold. Just fold.
Just the 8-3 and
just
like
fold.
I know you don't want to. I know you just want to like limp most of your range, and with limping a hand like this, I think it means that he's going to limp his entire range. But man, you know what it is? It's the blind level. It's 10k, 15k. You already have 10 out there. Flick in the 5. Hope to see a free flop. I would suggest maybe that he might fold a hand like this if it was a more pure blind level, like a 10-20.
I don't care if it's only another 5. Here, Mr. Pardo, have my 10,000.
Yeah.
Please don't hurt me.
Sometimes he makes trips too.
Yeah, exactly. Flop's good, turns better. AS says, can a player refuse to be moved to the feature table, or is it something that's decided and they have to change seats? Everyone who plays an EPT has effectively signed a waiver that they agree to cooperate with the live stream if they are seated at a table that is chosen as the feature table. If they are moved to the feature table, they are required to take their seat there and show their cards, etc., etc. Okay, so if they may not like it, but they have to go along with it.
Where's Q?
There's only one Pardo. He's right there.
$800.
The walking poker cliche raises the button.
And it's Jamil Wakil's big blind, 10-4. Let's it go.
You know, I was talking to Chris Eubanks yesterday, and one of the things he said is he doesn't like playing tournaments because there are guys in these hoods and hats and glasses. And I wanted to say to him, like, it's not that bad. It's not like that anymore. And, you know, just setting us back years with this look right now.
There were two things he said about tournaments which are just true. Number one is you do not get the same level of energy, conversation as you get at a cash game. That is generally speaking true. People are obviously more focused, taking it more seriously. And at an event like an EPT, we've got a mix of languages, you just don't always have conversation.
Yeah.
But the other thing is also just how long it takes, Griffin. If you're going to make a deep run in an EPT, you're talking about 10 to 12 hours a day, 5 days in a row. It's just a big commitment. And I think, again, that ability to, well, I'm going to play for 8 hours now and then I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a boxing guy. I don't even know if I've ever watched him box. Maybe I have, but I would imagine, you know, someone who's used to being in the action constantly and bobbing and weaving and wanting to take, you know, it's it was really, I felt reflected in the way that he played, just constantly wanting to be in the fight and find ways to win, and it was a real treat.
I think. Do I think he's splashy? Yes. Do I think he's very aggressive? Yes. But he made some very solid reads in situations where he knew he didn't have to bluff because he had showdown value. His ability to kind of adjust situationally seemed pretty astute. Another key observation I'd make is here is a guy who clearly plays ridiculously high, and a 10-25 game. To say he wasn't disrespecting it, but I don't think he could take those stakes seriously.
So Juan Pardo flatting the button here with the very strong King Queen of Hearts. Montalban c-betting on a board that should favor his range, especially with an ace and jack sort of in his hand. You know, unblocking a lot of those King X type hands like King Jack. Obviously Ace King you would have heard from pre-flop. So he's just hoping that, you know, Pardo has something like a Queen 10 of clubs and can just fold and we can move on. Instead gets the call, and now the guessing game.
Couple of questions about shot clock. Albert says, who resets the clock? The dealer? Correct. And to answer Mr. Matthews' question, if you are literally on your last time bank card, if you're literally in your last 30 seconds, the dealer will tell you this is it. And if that clock runs out and you still haven't made a decision, yes, your hand is folded.
Yeah, giving up seems the two countrymen, and a cheeky check back.
I mean, is
Pardo?
Juan Pardo just going to sit at this table and just get trips every single hand?
That'll be very, very bad for the rest of the field.
Pardo going for value on the river.
Difficult, I think, for Juan Pardo to be bluffing in this spot. Don't really anticipate that he plays diamonds in this way. And yeah, Montalban once again seems pretty wise to what's going on. We saw the ace-3 fold and now doesn't even consider the ace-high hero, even though the diamond's bricked out.
By the way, if you missed the PokerStars EPT cash game last night, suffice to say it is available as a VOD on Spraggy's YouTube channel. That was where we were streaming last night, so you can go back and watch the whole thing if you missed it. Ed, I don't think you're wrong. 10.25 was probably too low stakes for Eubank, but probably too high for some of the other players at the table. I know that scared money is a little bit of a cliche, but it was apparent in a couple of cases last night. But yeah, you can check it out if you missed it, and maybe we will do a cash game stream from a future EPT.
Yeah, it was like pulling teeth, getting Rory to put out that straddle. It was funny, actually. You guys didn't catch it, I don't think. But at one point, he put out his straddle, and we were all proud of him. We were all like, you know, and everyone came together and be like, yeah, good job. But the thing was when he'd gotten up, I had put out his straddle. And then I had made it this thing where we all said, so that there was nothing he could have done, you know? Like, was he going to take it back at that? And he's like, oh, it's the disrespect.
That does explain why he only straddled once.
Yeah.
So this is Juan Pardo opening from the cutoff with King Queen of Diamonds. Sebastian Mallet, 7-6 of clubs in the small.
Yeah, I quite like this flat, actually. I think, you know, a lot of the time we'll find ourselves with a hand we want to play from the small blind, late position open. Maybe we play it as a 3-bet, but, you know, when you're up against one of the best players in the world, who's going to perceive your flatting range from the small be way more weighted to broadways, it gives you nice board coverage to mix in something like a 7-6 suited that's not necessarily expected as much.
Well, it's Gella who's flop best here, pairing his 8.
And Juan, expecting that he should be the one with the most amount of aces, is going to fire at 25K. And I think Mallet's just going to be at the bottom of his interest level here with the gut shot. But because he's not that attached to this draw,
yeah,
I think he recognizes it plays much cleaner as just a check raise here. If he does get called, you know, I don't think he's just going to be barreling off. I think he's just hoping that Pardo has exactly the kind of hand like he has and can just fold to this check raise. This is a really, a nice, clean, advanced play. That would seem counterintuitive to sort of what you want to do is be making, you know, low equity check raises against the best player on the table, but it's kind of the nicest way to play the hand and a great example of what makes Sebastian a strong player.
One final comment on last night's cash game action. If you do like watching cash poker, if you like watching Griffin Benja play poker, don't forget that the new season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour is coming later this month. Season 2 premiering Saturday, May 24th, as we see another elimination from the main event here in Monte Carlo. Meng Shi Chan eliminated in 48th place, also cashing for just over 17,000 euros.
So awkward wearing the champion sweater. Sit open, table 5.
Should have saved it for the final day, man.
Back to the main stage. Still 1 hour left on the 10K, 15K blind level. 60 minutes of play until the first break of the day.
Arishkov getting a bit out of line with this open here at 8-handed, playing just over 30 bigs. Tough table. Already the dominating queen 10 suited for Wakil.
Ace, queen, 6.
Still a nice range advantage, though, for Arishkov. Is going to understand that Wakil will have some ace-x, queen-x type hands a decent percentage of the time. But we're not necessarily always expecting to win this pot on the flop. We are drawing to the nuts. It's nice that we have a diamond in hand. And yeah, Wakil has got one of those call one type hands that I think will fold to more bullets on the turn and less improving. Yeah, that's a brilliant card for Arishkov. You know, if the turn was even an ace, I think that Arishkov actually shuts down an ace or a queen or a 10. But really, any other card on the turn, if he decides to bet big, I don't think that Jamil Wakil can continue with queen 10, and that's why, you know, having the strongest range is so important in poker. And sometimes it's what makes it tricky about going a few pips below what maybe you shouldn't be playing, because Wakil is expecting Arishkov's range to be a bit tighter than just your rogue Jack 10 offs here, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to expect him to have more ace kings, ace jacks, ace queens, pocket queens. And yeah, has to let it go. So nice play from Arishkov, and I think it's a great example of, if you are gonna, you know, draw a little outside of the lines, make sure you have some moves in your you know, Pokedex.
Down to 46 players now. The objective of day 4 is to get to 16. Playing down to the final 2 tables. Chances are we won't play more than 5.5 levels today. But we will stop earlier than that if we get to 16 players, if we get to 2 tables. Guys, Sebastian Mallet is literally sat at the feature table and you're asking if he's still in the game. I mean, you just have to open your eyes.
He just check raised Juan Pardo. You can rewind. And just in case you weren't sure, Mallet is going to open up the cutoff here with Jack 9 off. Quick defend from Arishkov, fresh off that nice hand against Wakil.
Eight, 8-7. Arishkov ahead for now. Mallet's with the gut shot.
Curious to see how Mallet actually decides to play this. You would think with sort of a gut shot equity, it would feel more natural to bet, but you really hate when you get check raised here, which you're going to get a lot of from the big blind. I think a 7 here might call, lean more call, facing a bet. And yeah, that's also why Mallet bets quite small. Wants to give room to be able to call a check raise if it does come in. and just a bit easier to play once you bet, especially if you don't get check raised. You know, you check back here and the turn's a 4, and then Arishkov bets, and then you have all this equity, and then you look like you have ace high, king high. Now the question becomes, does Obreshkov? Yes, he does. I was going to say, maybe Obreshkov raises even the 7-6 for sort of a mergey value raise.
Yeah.
And this is so interesting because you might, you will get called by worse here sometimes when you check raising with the 7-6. Hands like a jack-9 or, ace queen of spades, if it decided to c-bet, isn't going to be folding to this check raise. And I don't think this walking Coca-Cola ad is particularly thrilled about facing the check raise that he expected might come. Perhaps considering making a tight fold, but oh, you know what? That is not a tight fold. That is a 3-bet to 150K. And James, now we are playing big boy poker.
So Eric, the stack issue you're referring to was spotted, but you have to remember that what we spot and feed back to the production team cannot be changed as far as what you see until 30 minutes. So they changed it half an hour ago. So we're about to see that update. But bear in mind there is a 30-minute delay on the live action. You're not going to see the benefit of that change till very shortly.
Yeah, these guys are in the GTO wizard grids in their heads, I think. The stream of laser from their Tron, their Tron vehicles. These guys are in the game, man. I'm telling you, this is some top flight stuff. Brilliant work from the EPT Barcelona. Give me the year.
2016.
2016 champion. Oh, God, it's almost 10 years ago. Can you believe it?
I know. Almost a decade ago.
Oh, gosh. We're getting old. I'm going to be 40 soon. Wait a minute. I just turned 4. Oh, my God. I'm already 40, James.
As we established the other day, Griffin, you will always be the world's biggest 8-year-old.
Stole the hand, huh?
Okay, so we'll get it changed in the system after this hand, but the actual manual count of Mallet's stack at the start of this hand is 855,000. So ignore what it says on screen. Mallet's is starting this hand with 855K.
I mean, it kind of makes the bobbing and weaving all the more impressive. I thought he had more weapons at his disposal, but the fact that he's, finding these check raises, putting in, what, almost a quarter of his stack with that 150 bet, also makes the line a bit more reasonable. Less room to sort of be peeling with these gut shots.
118.
So Mallet's opening out of a 50 big blind stack with ace jack. Arishkov 3-betting from the small blind with ace queen. Thanks to StatTrick for this hashtag fun fact about Stoyan Arishkov. Has around 1.5 million in live earnings, is not only a pro player, but is also a poker coach for several training sites.
Quite a tough spot here for Mallet, actually. Ace jack suited. A dynamic brewing between these two talents. Quite a strong late mid position hand. And yeah, I quite like this. Instead of shoving into that, either nutted or bluffy range. I think if this was ace jack off, Sebastian would most often fold and then sometimes shove. Ace jack suited with more playability, and a great example as to why. Not ideal. Your opponent has less stack to pot ratio than what's out there. 390 in the pot, 321 behind for Arishkov, but
Yeah, I like this line from Mallet. So far, he's just hasn't made a move wrong on this feature table today. Let's see if he can get there. Let's see how Arishkov wants to even play this. If you don't expect you're getting trapped very often, do you just put it all in? It's just going to bet 62,000 because that is what he would do with aces, kings, queens, jacks, even tens. But what's the plan if Mallet goes all in? Do we expect Mallet to have flatted pocket nines and look for a low flop? Likely not, right? Don't really expect Mallet to be calling pocket fives, pocket sixes here. So if we expect Mallet to pretty much only have flush draws when, if he puts them all in here, you might have to just call with ace queen high. You're not really worried about aces or kings traps here if Mallet would shove, because he would probably just call again. So there is the shove, and
Triangle time.
Yeah, really going to have a decision here.
One decision has to be to fold.
But not necessarily. I mean, you know, when we start talking about Mallet's range, you know, I don't think it's ideal when you have the queen of diamonds, because it makes it less likely your opponent has king, queen of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, maybe queen 10 of diamonds. But what does Mallet have here? You know, raising hijack, facing a small blind 3-bet on about 32 big blinds effective. Would he flat nines? I think he would probably just go all in. So Arishkov is seriously considering, you know, does my opponent call 10-9 of diamonds here? Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack 9 of diamonds. Maybe the last one? King 10 of diamonds, does he flat? King Jack of diamonds certainly does. I think he's really considering all the...
Mallet also has a lot of pairs here though, Griffin. 8s, 9s, 10s.
I just don't know if he plays it like 8s or 9s in this fashion. We're not seeing a lot of flatting of pocket 9s for a less than pot on the flop. We see it for like 30 big blinds effective. We see a lot of 4-bet all-ins to not give free flops to King Jack 3-bets and stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I know we see that Arishkov had ace queen and probably would have gone all in with it pre-flop, but
I mean, calling all in this spot, it's a big ask.
Yeah, it is a serious consideration for this, what sounds like a very, very accomplished, skilled player who, as you remarked, does a lot of training. This is a very big moment. I think Arishkov would be more inclined to call if he didn't have the queen of diamonds in hand, because it increases the amount of flush draws that Mallet could have.
Yeah, that's more behind than 259k. That is more than 300k behind.
Okay, so that certainly changes things. That looks like a defeated fold. Yeah, I mean, also when you're as good a player as Arishkov, the way you can give away your edge. I mean, even if he does have a flush draw, you can just lose, right? So it's not like if you call and he has the flush draw, you're a genius and you just win every time. I mean, you still have to hold, and you're not always going to be. Excuse me. A little sneeze there. Yeah, I mean, when it's King Jack of diamonds, you're not doing that great, right? I mean, that would have been best case scenario, is Jack of diamonds, and he's going to regret when he sees the two hands, or, you know, specifically Sebastian's hand, but yeah, it's just a tough spot. And Mallet continues his rise.
Okay, so we've got Mallet's stack now updated in the graphics system. So he has 1.1 million now, 75 big blinds. He's the table chip leader. But now we know that Arishkov's stack is out. This is great.
I gotta admit, James, I've always wanted to fire someone. So if there's, feel me to do the take the reins on this.
Montalban here with King, Queen suited. Flatting Jamil Wakil's raise.
Listen, getting Sebastian's stack wrong, everyone makes mistakes, buddy, you know? But once we saw that Arishkov's stack was off about 60K, you know, we're gonna have to let you go.
Oh.
Bosswan calling as well out of the big blind. 3-way to the flop. And Jack 10 deuce all diamonds. A pair of 10s for Le Boissonniere. The diamond draw for Wakil. The open-ended straight draw for Montalban.
Everyone's got a little piece.
I like a piece. Say no more.
Actually, Jamil with the significant percentage edge. Somehow. Diamonds are forever.
That is Broadway for Montalban. Bet of 70,000 after it went check, check, check on the flop. And just Jamil Wakil to get through, who was the original raiser. Does still have a pair and a diamond draw. We last saw Manuel Montalban at the final table of the PokerStars Open in Campione. 4th place finisher there for nearly 125K. Qualified for this EPT via a €250 satellite on Stars. And is now playing a stack of more than 800K. So we're halfway through level 21, 45 minutes to run until the break. Don't forget, Scoop 2025 is just a few days away. Starts on Sunday, runs till June 2nd. $60 million guaranteed across the series. Buy-ins ranging from $5.50 to $15,000. The main events starts Sunday, May 25th, and we'll have cards up coverage of the No Limit Hold'em main event, the high buy-in No Limit Hold'em main event, May 26th through 28th. Don't forget the Scoop League returns for a second year. This year's team captains, Sebastian Huber, Ben Spragg, Finton Hand, Parker Talbot, and Kelvin Kerber. Find out who they've drafted and how you can get involved in the Scoop League on the PokerStars blog. So blind still 10K, 15K until we hit the first break of the day. Mallet's opening with 10s, Montalban with kings. We were talking earlier on, Griffin, about the PokerStars Live League, and we were looking specifically at the high buy-in leaderboard. Of course, Montalban, with that 4th place finish in the Open in Campione, will have earned a decent number of points at the medium level, the medium buy-in tier, and is now earning points in the high buy-in tier. It's not inconceivable that we could have players who at the end of the year are in prize-winning positions in more than one buy-in tier.
Mallet's very disciplined with these 10s at this stack depth. Over 50 big blinds effective against Montalban. Just gonna hope to see a 10. That's just how we'll start things. How about a 10?
Nope, king's still ahead.
Probably good for Mallet here. The 1 over board. You pay 1 street. You probably fold to 2. Get away with just a flesh wound. Also nice that the first barrel is often, well, pretty much always the smallest. Montalban is just thrilled to see this call. So many Queen X and lower pairs expected in the range here. Oh, yeah, it's just... hey, Barry, you're not due for another card, Barry.
That's not Barry. Barry is an ace on the river, you
That's
dummy.
what I'm saying. He's come too early.
This is an ace on the desk.
That's on the... It's just, no, he's wrong. Damn it, Barry. He just wants to sing, Barry does. No more value for you, Molten Man. Sounded like I said Molten Man. Be a cool supervillain. Made of lava. Does Mallet ever turn his hand into a bluff to try to screw up queens? Probably not. Or kings, rather. Or jacks. That would be an advanced play. Just make it like 185 here. And you're just like... totally don't know how you could be winning with kings unless your opponent's turning 8s through 10s into a bluff. I mean, Mallet knows it's the only way he can win the hand. He knows it's really going to work against jacks. And will probably work against kings. If we see him bluff here, I'm going to be glowing. Mallet. Oh my god, he's reaching for something. Is he reaching for chips? Is he gonna bet?
He has bet.
Did he bet 510?
I think it is an overbet. No, 110.
Ah.
It's a third pot.
I mean, either bet is kind of scary.
Yeah.
I worry that Montalban might just think this part of the range of this size would be sort of like a blocker bet with a queen. I mean, how many aces is Mallet really supposed to have here versus all of those pairs that might be turned into bluffs? And then all the queens that you're beating. Ace queen, certainly possible. Blocked by the 2 cards being out there. And he folds it. What a genius. Yeah, ace jack suited will float the flop to that small sizing. Ace king you block, and then ace queen. So not a lot of combos. So I'm a bit surprised by the fold, but the sizing of the bet didn't look bluffy. Cool play.
Sebastian Mallet's with 1.3 million. Meanwhile, action at the outer tables. It's Leon Zieta versus Nacho Barbaro. A bet of 250k on a king 6-3 flop.
Oh, this guy over here on the left, huh? You remember him? From day 2?
Still wearing his sunglasses over his actual glasses.
Yeah. Likes to take a lot of time.
Shows top pair, top kicker after Nacho folded.
One only. My card.
He's having the time of his life. I'll give him that. He was a bit obnoxious in a way the other day with the tanking with bad hands when we all knew he was going to fold, but hey, listen. He's enjoying the spotlight, James. We like a man that's having good vibes, big smiles. Just don't waste our bloody time.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, since we last saw him, the shot clock has been introduced, and that limits the amount of time that players can posture.
Yeah, we love neutering our time bankers, our slow players, as we get into the deep stages of this thing.
I'm very interested to see, and I know that Toby's team has been collating the data from the other events that have been running here, is this change for final tables. The idea that as soon as we're down to 9 players, as soon as we're down to a single table, we move to hands per level rather than timed levels. So for the EPT main event, once we're at 9 players, it will be 30 hands per level, regardless of however many players remain. And the early data, the early anecdotal evidence that Toby has provided is it's keeping play moving at a decent pace because there's absolutely zero incentive to stall anymore.
Okay, so when you're saying early, are you talking about proper play tests?
Well, it's been in every tournament that's run here has adopted this. It's now a standard rule across the EPT.
Okay. I thought we were just going in like
no. It's not just the main event.
For the main event.
Nope. It was introduced in Monte Carlo. The plan is to have it at every future PokerStars live stop, but obviously it'll be the first time we've seen it on stream in the main event.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've been running it in every tournament, and so far it seems to have worked.
How exciting.
Players seem to be liking it.
We are revolutionaries. I'm excited for Joe to take all the credit 4 years from now, and no one will bother questioning it. Look at this. Big pieces for both Wakil and Mallet in the blinds here. Expect Mallet to try to extract some value from exactly the kind of hands that Wakil happens to have. And a stiff bet, 30K into 45, about 75%.
Grumpy Bunny says it makes no real difference with shot clock in play. Trust me, it does.
It makes no real difference.
So one thing, I'll give you a classic example.
Honey.
I'm going to give you a classic example as we watch this hand between Mallet and Wakil play out. We have seen players using their time bank cards to, over a trivial decision, to force their opponent to take a bigger big blind. They can see there's 3 minutes left on the clock, and if they just play a few time bank cards, they know that when their opponent has to post the big blind in the ante on the next hand, it will be higher. That is not a thing if you're playing hands per level rather than on a clock.
Interesting turn card here after the check call on the flop to the big size from Wakil. You know, you expect your opponent's going to have some 4Xs here, 3Xs, but when another 4 comes out, kind of makes it less likely that they have it, right? There's only 2 others in the deck. So I think Mallet is going to bet again for protection against, you know, the 5X, 7X type hands. And also just get value from a hand like 3-5 that'll call twice, a hand like 7-6 that'll call again. Perhaps Ace-5, you know, Ace-7 might just call again, right? With that perceived live ace, the live straight draw. So Mallet knows exactly where he's at here and understanding the risks of betting this and, you know, being up against a 4 sometimes. And Wakil way up in his range here with the 7-6 is going to call again. And Sebastian just playing bladed right now on this feature table here in the second level. Just needs to dodge a 5 or a 7. Does so. There's actually not that many bricks that Mallet could have really gone for a third street of value. 8 doesn't really change things that much because I don't think 8-7 necessarily calls on the turn, or an 8-5. So maybe you do want to get cheeky and go for a little more value. You can read it on Mallet's face that he recognizes it's pretty thin. You'd rather almost see a jack or a queen or a 10. Is going to check, but did take pause because of the potential of value from a hand like 7-6. But does Wakil even call that on the river?
decent chance. But you can't push every edge, and Mallet still takes down a nice pot.
"30 minutes left on this level. 45 players remaining in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. To the outer tables, where it's Ari Engel against Rafael Navas. Engel has checked the river. The board, Jack 10, 6, 5, 3. A shove from Navas.
Why isn't Engel wearing all his rings? Doesn't have enough fingers.
Ari Engel folds the river. That's a pretty big pot being pushed in the direction of Rafael Navas, who's now going to have a stack of 1.3 million. And Ari Engel is now on the short side, hovering around the 20 big blind mark. 280K we have him on.
Yeah, not much. Navas playing really big boy poker yesterday. Splashing around, had that really, really interesting hand with that ace-5 off, putting 5 bets in pre-flop on the feature table. James, because I really value your knowledge and your big brain. Do you know how many circuit rings Ari Engel has? If you don't, what would you guess? What would you guess?
I don't think you were exaggerating when you said he probably doesn't have enough fingers.
No, he definitely has more than 10. I think... Do you want to make a guess before I tell you what I think?
No.
You don't want to make a guess. I think it's in the range. I think mid-stakes legend Maurice Hawkins just tied him, I think.
Wow.
With around 18. Both just sterling reputations and success in the poker community.
But what I find fascinating about Ari Engel is how he is everywhere. He is playing pretty much every single event in the US and every single event in Europe.
Yeah, there are clone theories. Also, sort of parallel timelines where they're able to dimensionally just more some at a time. You know, there are theories about Ari Engel.
We saw him in Dublin at the Irish Open. We see him here in Monte Carlo. I remember he rocked up at Thunder Valley last year for the Run Good series because they had some mixed games.
Nobody loves it more. Nobody loves it more than Ari Engel, and anyone who knows knows. If you know, you know. Anyone in the chat tell us how many he has? Oh, God, are we going to have to do our own research? This is ridiculous. I know Statrix for playing Candy
Griffin,
Crush again.
Being given a perfect excuse to be on your phone, something I know you enjoy.
How many rings for Ari Engel? 19, more than anyone else. How many rings for Maurice Hawkins? Yeah, he has 19 as well. Reese Hawkins wins record-tying 19th ring amid continued controversy. What is it?
Pardo opening here with the sailboats. Called by Gella in the small blind with Queen 6 of diamonds, and called by Montalban in the big blind with Jack 10 off.
No Geller. Bad Geller.
Yeah.
That's the face of a man that just kind of wants to get lucky to get back to where he was. Oh, yes. I hit the queen. I hit the queen. Oh, my God.
Oh, two of them.
This is such a good flat pre-flop.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
All I'm thinking about actually is how much more steamed Geller would be had he made the disciplined fold and then saw this flop.
Pardo's continuation bet, 26,000, called by Gella. Montalban folds, heads up to the turn.
Cuatro. For Pardo.
Nope. It's a 3. So Gella now a 95% favorite.
Don't expect to see another bet from Pardo here. But he has surprised me before. Just never going to be able to fold out better. Against this particular opponent, I don't think he's going anywhere with 5x or 6s through 8s maybe.
Yeah.
So let's keep those worse hands in, those floats that might have come on the flop. And evaluate based on river action.
Gella bets 78,000 into 157,000.
I don't think this is posturing from Juan Pardo. I think he will is leaning fold, but recognizes that maybe Geller, for lack of a better word, a bit steamed. Things haven't really been going his way.
Yeah.
Small sizing on the flop. Does he call with Jack 10 suited of hearts, diamonds, spades? Probably, right? What other unpaired combos does he call with on the flop and then finds a bluff on the river? I mean, he's basically representing that he has a queen. And Pardo might not believe that. What kind of ace-x hands can Geller have here that he might float the flop and turn into a bluff on the river? Maybe something like an ace-4, but you have 2 of those. Maybe an ace-deuce of spades. Might bluff here on the river. So there are some hands. But the king is... Oh, yeah, that looks like calling chip.
Yeah, Pardo heroes with 4s, gets shown the queen, and Andreas Gella picks up a nice pot. May have been a loose call pre, but he is rewarded, adding 179k to his stack.
Yeah, and a slight misstep there for Malacca style, but I hope I was able to sort of illustrate the thought process and, you know, why sometimes we need to flick in the call there. Very difficult for your opponent to have a queen when there are 2 out there. But he'll be fine.
Well, we are going to go to the outer tables where Alex Colonius is all in against a Porvat Goel. Ace-Jack versus King-Jack, so it's a domination situation in Colonius's favor. So far, so good.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a double up for Alex Colonius. He's pretty short though, so he's now going to have about 200k, so about 440 we're putting him on. And still at 45 players in the main event. So we're closing in on the final 5 tables. Now, one thing that does happen when we get down to 40 players is every time a table breaks, it breaks at random. So we no longer have a breaking order, high to low. And that does mean there is always that risk that the feature table might break. And that then instigates a pause in play while we get a new lineup on the main stage and more players mic'd.
Toby Stone just loves to throw us curveballs, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just his little...
I would like to play a game.
Random breaking order now.
Ooh, shiny stairs. Ooh, shiny floor. Shiny everything. What are we, in Monte Carlo or something? It's a rich place. Well, shiny cars. Yeah, you get it.
20 minutes on the clock
20
before
minutes
the first break.
Till James can get out of here.
It's like, have you finished with this train of thought? It's not going anywhere, so I just abandon it if I were you. But nope, you decided to keep going.
Sometimes you just got to drive the bit like you stole it, you know?
Quit while you're ahead is definitely an expression that you should learn. Or rather, quit when you're slightly behind so that you don't get buried even more.
Yeah.
So Pardo back in action, opening with King Jack. Pouchard in the big blind with Ace 10.
Reminds me of that Dochi song. Pusha! I feel like that would be one of those new age things that you would get into. It's Dochi.
With your obsession with shiny things, Ziem Nikim's theory is that you've been playing Mummy. I'm not sure Griffin has. I have, and it's cost me several $100s, so I will not be coming back, Mummy, and bringing more shiny things. You can go and take a leap at the moon.
Wow, that was the best you could come up with.
It was the polite version. The polite version. What I wanted to say was something very different.
So, Pusha, very under-repped here in the big blind. This strong ace-10. Pardo going to do the thing that he should be doing, which is repping this board, especially when drawing to the nuts. This could get tricky for both players. I think Pardo's going to have a lot of reason to keep betting, to really pressurize that capped range of Pusha. You know, your queen X's, your ace rags. Pardo raising under the gun +1 is going to have all the ace kings, all the ace queens, the pocket queens, the pocket aces. So even though we can see Pusha has ace-10, very strong, a hand we don't expect to fold.
Yeah.
Pardo's not going to want to just check back here and lose its showdown to queen-9 off, right? So that's why we can expect a very significant bet. And I will say a trend we've been seeing from Pardo is some turnover betting. Let's see if that's what he's elected to go with here. Almost 100K to about 135. But you can see how that's kind of intentionally designed to create a small overbet shove on the river if he deems necessary. Everything by design with Malacca style.
You're going to like this one, Griffin. This comes from the desk of StatTrick. So Lucas Pouchard has scored his first ever EPT main event cash in this event. He only has 100K in live earnings. I know 100K is a lot of money as he improves to trip aces with this ace on the river. But in the grand scheme of things, 100K is not a huge resume for a poker player. He was involved in a really weird pot yesterday. He forgot to give his cards back to the dealer at the end of a hand. The next hand started and he suddenly realized he had 4 cards.
Right.
When it was his turn to act. Floor was called. It was judged, well, too much previous action has occurred, so the hand has to continue, but he was forced to fold. He couldn't play a 4-card hand.
Oh, that would have been great if we allowed him to play a 4-card hand. What a great scandal that would have been. That sounds so fun. Just a really like rogue ruling, being like, no, listen, he hasn't folded his hand yet. So this card may have saved Juan Pardo some money. I mean, it's interesting because Juan Pardo recognizes that once he gets called on the turn here, it's likely his opponent is holding an ace. And yeah, that looks like the defeated facial tick of a man who recognizes that he's not going to be able to win this pot and hasn't been a great
sort of 45 minutes or so from Juan Pardo, but I don't really necessarily think he's put a step wrong. Maybe the fours call. You know, look, sometimes you bluff catch and the guy's got it, you know? But right there, where the ace coming, saves him a potential third barrel. I don't believe push-out was going anywhere. But I guess we'll never know. It had it not come an ace. Outer tables. Eliminations.
This is Ronnie Halimi, KO'd in 45th place. Another player cashing for 17,150 euros. So we're down to Dirty Harry. 44 remain.
Why 44? Is that the Magnum or something?
Come on, Griffin. You're a pop culture reference person. You should know the 44 Magnum is the most powerful handgun in the world and could blow your head clean off.
Yeah, but you know what? I haven't watched.
See, this is the problem.
This Westerns
is you watch
Bond
so
movies.
much shite,
I don't know what
and you
shite.
haven't seen so many classics.
Listen, you might think I'm watching shite, but I bet you've never seen walled-in Twilight of the Warrior. Because I've watched it twice in the last month, and that movie kicks ass. Where are my walled-in fans? Great plane movie, by the way. It's on all the planes.
Great.
Flight back, get on it.
Amazing. Arishkov all in. John, you know I love you, but that is a misquote. The line is, you have to ask yourself a question, do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk?
Oh, is this a Mandela effect thing? Like everyone thinking it's Luke, I am your father?
Possibly.
But what's the real quote?
I am your father.
No. Well, yes, but no, I am your father. Can't believe he killed the younglings. Really think about it. Pretty dark.
I know, that kid was pretty annoying.
Yeah, the kid they used made it a lot easier.
Master Anakin.
Master Anakin, what's going on? Can I have some more lightsaber training? Sure you can, kid.
Jacks for Jamil Wakil. He's open to 30k. Hold around to Juan Pardo in the big blind.
Bit of a weird one here with King 9. Probably a bit too good to fold, though. You know, some King X unsuited hands. I think Pardo might just give it to him. King 9, the just connected enough, just live enough. You're just hoping that you flop a king high board and your opponent has something like jacks, you know?
Oof. Malacca style, a 9-1 favorite.
Time Hunt says Griffin's got to be 12 right. I am 12 3/4, first of all. As we kill bets 25K. Kill. Not going to be totally thrown off by this flat. Sometimes it's just going to be something like a 6x, 5x, maybe a straight draw. I don't know if he's going to bet, make sort of a blocker bet on the turn when it's a 10. Maybe if it was like a deuce or something, he would flick out 40, 50K, just so he can set the price and check back the river. He might still do that, especially because of how good Pardo is at sort of balancing his range. And yeah, he is just going to check, and Pardo might, depending on as long as the river's not like an ace, yeah, might just come out really stiff here. Pardo pretty much feeling like this king is the nuts now. Any better king would have likely bet again on the turn. Actually, almost 100% of the time, I would think. Pocket tens would have bet again to get value from a king. So you're sitting there with the effective nuts.
Yeah.
Some straight draws have missed. Can bet pretty aggressively here. And with him, that means anywhere between 90 and 200K. So many weapons in the tool bank.
The overbet from Juan Pardo, 215 into 135.
I said 200, but man, he still found a way to notch me. And it's sick because I think we can all imagine that he would do the same thing with 9-7 of spades, right? Some sort of straight draw with a backdoor flush draw, knowing your opponent doesn't have a king. Here, take this. Here's 1.7x pot. Do you want to call with your 2 jacks? Because I have all the king combos. I have king, queen, king, jack, king 10, king 9, every suited king. Or do you think that I'm bluffing you here with my 7-8 off or my 9-7 suited? Maybe my 4-7 suited. Oh, that's a straight, actually. Let's go with 4-3 suited.
Wakil lets it go. Juan Pardo up to 719,000, just shy of 50 big blinds. Average stack 811K with 44 players remaining. Less than 9 minutes to run on this level. Then we're going to hit the break, and during the break, Griffin, we will be changing feature table. We'll have a new lineup coming to the main stage. So the table that we are going to have for the second session of the day is this table. Last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov, Rafael Navis, Matthias Mühlhausen, Ari Engel, and chip leader Matthew Davenport, who started the day at the feature table, then got moved to this table, will be coming back to the main stage after the break. So this table will become our second feature table of the day after the first break of the day.
I love this for us. That's a good table. And I will be sticking around with the great Joe Stapleton. I've been making sure to keep the...
we want people to keep watching, Griffin. Please don't tell everyone that you're going to be here for the next session to play.
Just been keeping the comedy bar low so that you guys can all be blown away by what a professional looks like in about 30 minutes' time. Okay. So, Mallet facing the 3-bet from Goller.
Totally 620.
Okay. Totally 620, which means 40 big blinds, and Mallet will be continuing this hand as a call, more than likely. Certainly in different positions, we can see 80 big blind all-in pots between something like 9s and ace-king, but that's more in the context of button small blind and the like. Mallet, I think, is going to expect this to be pretty strong and just want to play post-flop. And you know what?
Wow.
Just actually respects the 3-bet so much. A bit surprised by that. I think it's a slight overcorrection, but if you really think about it, it's built in this thing where he just doesn't think that Goller has ace-10 off there and is making a move, or ace-5 suited. He thinks he has ace-king plus.
Okay.
And ace-king plus contains all the pairs that are dominating him, and he's like, this is not a spot I feel like I have an edge in. Set mining is like a fool's errand a lot of the time. I think it's a bit tight. Like I said, I think it's a bit of an overcorrection, but I see where he's coming from.
Just a few more hands to play at this blind level. So when is the next money jump? We're at 44 players now, so the current payout is still 17,150 euros. It doesn't go up till we get to 39. Once we hit 39 players, everyone will have locked up close to 20K, 19,800 euros.
700? 800.
Pardo raising the button with suited Spraggy. Mallet's with diamonds as well. 10 deuce is going to call.
Ten deuce against the best player in the world, or pocket nines against some random dude. Poker's funny that way.
Well, just the one diamond on the flop. Pardo still ahead with ace high. And a continuation bet from Pardo is met with a fold from Mallet. Blind still 10,000, 15,000 for another 4 minutes. King 6 of strawberries for La Boissonnière. Boisson is a drink, right?
Poisson is a fish.
No, boisson is a drink, right? So is Boissonnière a drinker? Does his name translate as the drinker?
Yes.
I don't know why I'm asking you. I thought that you might have some insight.
Flush draw.
Indeed.
For the drinker. My father was the drinker. Fiend.
20,000 the bet. 20,000 was the bet.
Well, he's won that pot as we see another elimination from one of the outer tables. Amerigo Santoro, our 44th place finisher. And as a consequence of his elimination, tables have been balanced, and Nacho Barbaro has been moved to table 2. And to confirm,
the next, yeah, wow.
Table 2 is the new feature table. So now, in addition to Boris Angelov, Matthew Davenport, Ari Engel, and Matthias Mühlhausen, we've got Nacho Barbaro coming to the main stage as well. That on new feature table on the other side of the break, which is now just a couple of minutes away.
Every now and then, guys. Every now and then you complain about not liking the final feature table, and then somehow it all comes together.
I hate to break this to you, Griffin, but they will always find something to complain about. The internet is never happy.
But Kill only playing 22 big blinds here. 21.5. King 10 suited here, tricky. I think it's justifiable to make a very tight fold here, but just as well, super okay to elect to peel. Just, you know, running the dangers of facing a very, very strong opponent who has a stronger range. You're playing a bit short stacked. We saw the last time that these two players faced off in these exact positions, and would Kill had to fold the best hand on the turn. So Arishkov, just a very tough opponent. But when it's suited, man, it's hard to let it go. And Wakil has jumped out into the lead on the king-high board. Quite similar to their last clash, as I alluded to. In that scenario, Arishkov had Jack-10 off. The flop became Ace-Queen-X, 2 diamonds. And he bet again on the 8 to turn, and Wakil folded the Queen-10. This time, however, Wakil is sitting there with top pair and going to be much more motivated, I think, to hold on. This will be our last hand of the level. Let's hope it's a juicy one. Brick City. You come down here to my town, to Brick City, and you fire twice. You think you can get away with it? Oh, Breshkov, come on, man. You're
Hey,
dealing
Joe.
with Jamil Wakil over here.
I can't wait for this to become your problem.
They give me back-to-back levels. It's great. I get extra loopy on the second one, Joe. I mean, come on, he did fire twice. It kind of, it's good.
Well, this, suffice to say, will be the last hand of the level. We have ticked into the break.
Yeah, Wakil near the top of his range here with a king. It would have been very difficult to continue with a queen, but with a king, definitely is going to. And let's find out if Arishkov is just going to go for it on the river.
I mean, neither player has pot behind.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming right down. Another brick. Another 3 of spades, remarkably. These decks are getting unpredictable. Arishkov is going to be wary of the fact that, a decent portion of his King X calls pre are going to be King Queen. Sort of the King Queen, King Jack suited, King 10 suited are all the combos, and yeah, he does find the check, and Wakil shows the winner. Let's go to break.
Yeah, and during that break, the feature table will be changed. A reminder of the new lineup you'll be seeing on the other side of this 15-minute break. Last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov. Matthew Davenport, who one stage was chip leader, may still be the biggest stack. Ari Engel, Matthias Mühlhausen, and Nacho Barbaro. All those players coming to the main stage after the break. This is how the session ended for the players we've been watching for the last 2 and a bit hours. Stoyan Arishkov is now in the danger zone with just 9 big blinds. The level ends when we go to break, you goober. Sebastian Mallet, the table chip leader with 66 big blinds.
Danger zone!
Better late than never. We're back in 15 minutes with more action from the PokerStars EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Action on Tony Gregg. He folds from under the gun. Mike Watson also passes. Mercier's out. For us, Jaka raises from the cutoff with A7. Aces for Heineke. Another massive hand. He's had queens, kings, and now aces.
And picking up aces against the loosest guy at the table. What a dream.
There's a 3-bet from the button to 32,000. Blom and Gruesome are out.
The norm would be for Faraz to fold now, but does that look like the haircut of a man who does the norm?
For us, 4-bets to 82,000.
4-bet bluff. And the only surprising thing Heineke could do here is fold.
He calls.
Hoping Faraz might punt his stack like it's 4th and 50.
Wow, Faraz flops a pair and the nut flush draw.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Faraz continues for 85,000.
Heinecker might be relatively new to the tournament scene, but he is no slouch. He's going to recognize how dangerous his flop is, and I think he's going to be raising here a lot.
Those strawberry and custard chips are worth 25k each. It's a raise to 175,000.
A delicious raise.
All in.
Faraz shoves.
It's all going in.
And Heinecker calls.
Huge flip. So gross.
Faraz has 11 outs with 2 cards to come.
Above average flop.
I'd say so. Especially against aces.
And Faraz hits a 7 on the turn.
Well, a spade would have had Heinecker drawing dead, so I guess the good news is he has out.
Doesn't hit it. Faraz Jaka improves to a flush and doubles up.
You guys don't believe in Nacho.
Sick part is Faraz probably did believe him. He's just that crazy.
Blind still 3,000, 6,000. Victor Blom has ace-jack under the gun. He raises to 12k. Pocket kings for Mike Watson.
We would almost always see a 3-bet here. Sorry, Victor.
Well, there is a re-raise from the Mad Dog to 32,000. Talking of mad, what is Faraz thinking of doing with 10 deuce?
Victor, how much did you start with? I just can't see your chips.
A little over 300.
Faraz Jaka gets out of line more often than that annoying person at the grocery store.
Faraz will 4-bet to 81,000. That'll prompt a fold from Victor. Chances are Mike Watson is not going to lay down kings.
James, for once, you and I agree on something.
Watson 5-bets, 162k.
And this is Mike Watson saying, "Excuse me, but can you please stay in the line? What am I, supposed to push your card forward? I don't care if you forgot something. You should have thought of it the other 3 times you got out of line."
Is Faraz seriously contemplating a 6-bet here?
Maybe a little for show.
He folds.
Nice pre-flop pop for the Mad Dog. Look at him. Foaming at the mouth.
And Faraz Jaka down to 792,000. Back to the main feature table where the action's been folded to Jason Mercier on the button. He's got pocket sixes. He raises. 8-10 suited for Faraz in the small blind.
Little one-gapper. A raise here would be about as shocking as the end of the movie Braveheart. You know it's going to happen, but you still think it might not.
Faraz does 3-bet to 31,000. Ace-4 suited for Nicholas Heinecker. He folds.
Well, at least Faraz isn't as out of line this time. And Heinecker just folded 2 hearts.
Jason calls. We're off to the flop.
Yeah, you can't fold that to Faraz.
Wow. A set for Mercier. A straight draw and a flush draw for Jaka.
Well, see you at the river.
Jaka continues for 39,000.
And if Jason raises here, which he could very well do, it is all going in.
Mercier does raise, makes it 93,000.
Now, a shove here from Faraz would be too big, but make no mistake, neither of these guys is folding. I don't know how you stay composed making a bet like this at these stakes.
Faraz re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 205,000.
How much you started with? I think right on 800.
Jason's going to pile it in here. Sometimes he'll be behind, yeah, but so much more often Faraz is going to have a big draw just like this.
On.
There's the shove. And there's the call from Jaka.
I don't think Faraz is expecting Jason to be this strong.
This is a clash of 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament. There's 1.6 million in the middle, and it's going Mercier's way unless Faraz can hit a heart to make a flush or a queen or a 7 to make a straight. And he needs to hit on the river. Down to just 26% equity. And on the verge of elimination. It's a blank.
Yeah, bud. Anybody.
Faraz is out.
Good luck to them, man.
Faraz's style is just ridiculously crazy. His poker game is also pretty wild.
He was the 3rd biggest stack, but now he's out of his first ever super high roller.
Red.
Yep.
Red 3, red ace. Scary.
Peter under the gun.
Time to sweat with Johannes Straman and play a hand from his perspective. Our friend Peter Trapley has opened here to 125,000.
Be careful.
It's folded around to Johannes on the button.
Don't think we have to be too careful. Not with AA.
I would not be able to resist. Slow playing aces against Peter Trapley, just for the irony.
He's going to make the call of 120.
Yes! Come on, Johannes.
75,000 chip raised to Dag in the big blind.
You old son of a gun.
He'll pass. So Peter and Johannes will go heads up to the flop.
Straman getting Trapley.
9 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Peter's first.
You know what I love here? Looks like we're going to face a continuation bet. I just love a little bleep bloop, a little click back. Little 360 in the pot. How much is this bet?
245.
245. Perfect. Just a little min raise, like you can't fold. Like sometimes you get them to fold, whatever, but they're going to give up a lot of the time with those hands anyway. Just give them such a good price. Party Ninja says perfect unless he's holding 5-9, but yeah, you're going broke anyway.
Call.
Just a call from Straman on the button.
Which one of these two is Trapley?
Let's see the turn card. Queen of diamonds.
Yeah, that's not a great card for Straman.
Oh,
and now he's checking. Trapley's trapping. Straman checks behind.
We don't know that. I like the check behind.
Deuce of spades.
I know we don't know that, but I'm convincing myself this guy either has ace-queen or king-queen.
I mean, we were certainly hoping for that on the flop. Oh, boy. Little shaky hand there.
This is one of those horrible spots where you kind of have to call, but you know you're going to see a queen when he flips his cards over.
I'm folding.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because he's called Trapley?
Yeah. I think just that little bit of nerves. Obviously, Johannes is not going to see that as well as we can on camera, right? The shaky hand there. This is a big hand. Queen minimum. Not ruling out 9s, 5s.
How much is he bet?
665.
This is sick. $645?
65.
I'm getting away from aces here.
So ugly. The bet is just so big. No.
I love this kid.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can get off this. Call.
Straman calls. And Trapley
For a set of 5.
will show 5s. Not a set of 5s, but a full house. Oh, look at that cheeky little smirk. He's thinking, did you like the way I checked the turn? That's why they call me Trapley.
He flashed to the audience. He didn't show
I mean, why does he bet so big? I mean,
I think I saw one card, but I didn't see the whole hand.
King?
that's so sick. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't raise the flop. Otherwise,
5's full of queens.
I would have been no broke. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to fold on the river. I mean, sick.
You're nice. I mean, I'll tell you later.
Although I did manage to make the right guess there that aces were a fold on the river. If I played it the way I wanted to, I would have gone broke much sooner in the hand.
I'm all in.
He announces raise, all in.
Straman left short, all in for his last 500k with ace-9 of diamonds.
Round to Peter now.
Ace-king for Trapley.
Is it 500?
500 straight. The all-in is for 500,000 even.
AK says, ha, that's why you should always know your opponent's surname.
3 million total.
Not trapping this time.
Re-raising to isolate.
Okay.
Gets folds from the blinds. Here we go. Straman all in and behind. Dominated.
Ace-9 suited in diamonds.
I call it 9-4.
Bring the ace-king above the spade for me. Johannes is the...
Don't you dare smirk again, Peter Trapley.
Flop is...
Shut your stinking trap.
5 with 1 diamond on it. 7 of spades.
Only 1 diamond on the flop.
That's okay, baby. We don't need diamonds. We just need a 9-mind.
It's the 10 of spades. Johannes is looking for only a 9 now in order to double through. River card.
9 required, no 9 on the river, and Johannes Straman is eliminated in 14th place. Cash is for 77,000 euros.
It's a Trapley.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a 10k ante. Peter DeCorva folds. We mentioned that Alam Shah is one of the shorter stacks at this 8-handed final table.
Alam.
Pass. Daniel pass.
Oh, somebody went out and bought an $800 shirt.
Pocket 9s for Matt Woodward. Queens for Mickelson.
And this guy went on to be in Casino Royale?
This is his cousin.
And dark re-raise.
And this is 3 years after Casino Royale.
625.
Either this event is not as old as you thought it was, or Casino Royale is a lot longer ago than you thought it was.
Both?
Trapley with ace-king on the button.
All in. All in.
Re-raise all.
All in for 4.5 million. Gets rid of Tulchinski in the small blind, gets rid of Q in the big blind.
Nice fold.
Understandable fold, but what does Mickelson do with queens?
Snap call? Well, it's not good enough. He's not as good as 6-8.
How much more is it?
I mean, these are two of the big stacks. This would seem like a completely unnecessary flip, taking into consideration the payout jumps.
825,000 more.
Fine. I feel like with queens, you're not flipping. I know that they're flipping.
Call.
Oh, he calls. Yes. And now we've got a $9.5 million chip pot and a ridiculous race.
Really?
Like the fantastic Mr. Fox versus where the wild things are. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
This flip should not be happening, but it is.
Flop counts. Deuce of hearts.
No ace, no king on the flop. Queens are holding. Trapley is the at-risk player here. He needs to hit to survive.
Ace or a king. Here's the turn card. 10 of diamonds. No change, queen.
No additional outs for Trapley. Ace or king on the river needed. It's a 6. Queens hold. Mickelson wins the race. Trapley's out in 8th. Cashes for 170k. Everyone else is just laddered up by 80,000 euros. And Dagmart Mickelson now has a ludicrous chip lead with 7 players remaining.
What a disgusting flip.
I thought you were so full of crap.
We call it the sickest, classicest of races.
Calling or rewrite?
How did that happen?
Well, hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo 2025 main event, day 4, 1.5 levels down, trying to get down to the final 2 tables today. 1,195 total entries. These are the top 5 stacks of the 42 remaining players. Leon Zaeder, he ate. You could say, right, Griffin Benger?
Yeah, absolutely. We watched him play a bit yesterday, and it's really had an incredible rise to the top of the leaderboard.
Griffin Benger, and I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. Some people call me Stapes. 7 players at our feature table. Top of this pack is Rafael Navas, 82 big blinds. Although, interestingly enough, the player tied with him for second place has more chips. 1.645 million, 1.655 million. I assume it's a big blind kind of thing. Someone must be in the big blind right now.
This is a stacked feature table here. We saw Rafael play a bit yesterday. Very, very strong, very aggressive. Davenport as well. Ari Engel, one of the most accomplished circuit players in the world. Nacho Barbaro, Boris Angelov, second place finisher at EPT. World Series of Poker main event finalists. I mean, this is just stacked. Then we got 2 badass M names. Mulhausen, Martrosian.
Oh, Matthias Mulhausen, super entertaining player. These are the prizes they are playing for eventually. Not going to reach those today. The current payout, $17,150. That's just for 2 more spots. Wait, 3 more spots. 42nd, 41st, and 40th will all take $17,150. Make it to 39th place, and guess what? You make more money.
Around 20 grand.
That amount of money is 19,800 euros. Playing for €1 million eventually. That's the prize as advertised for Saturday. Hoping to play down to 16 today, from 16 down to 6 tomorrow, and from 6 to 1 on Saturday.
You know, Joe, I feel like I've missed many of your.
I have one.
Monaco's. Not saying Monaco's expensive. You got one for me? You think I can queue you up for one?
Did you hear today's already?
I didn't.
I don't want to say Monaco is expensive, But the
Very funny. I
national
saw the
sport
sweater, I was
is
in love
tax
immediately.
dodgeball.
It's a funny movie. Yeah.
Okay, I like that one. That's good.
Friendly face. Yep.
Man, producer Chris reminded me of a classic earlier today, and I can't remember what it was.
Yes, yeah, phone and watch it.
I remember one of my favorites of yours being in the last year or two. It really got me.
I was like, this is not like this.
I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the
Hi,
neighborhood
how are you?
watch is a Rolex.
I'm alive. You should stop now. You should happy.
There's
People
Ari
around
Engel,
us don't happy.
as discussed.
So crypto up.
I said
Maybe the
this-
greatest grinder in the world.
He's so prolific as a grinder that I think there might be multiples of him.
Oh, we were joking about that actually last level.
Yeah.
That it's some sort of either a clone or he
Teleports.
some sort of was able
I'm a
to,
man with options.
you know,
Ari, what's up?
brush with some parallel universes, get a couple guys over here, a couple angles.
These guys
Like a multiplicity type of situation.
Yeah.
They just get
They take
dumber and goofier. All still good at poker, though.
But, okay,
That's
so
Vahe
we have
Martrosian.
Okay.
Got about 30 bigs.
But how
And
want
you
me to
know
get
this
my
fella,
cards
his
like
name is Nacho.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, guys.
The wizard.
Which box are you using? We need to move a little bit.
I'm not allowed to use because of the camera.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All the cameras are on you, buddy.
Buddy, of course. Why wouldn't they?
Norm Collins asks, is
Fuck,
there anywhere
my
on
sunglasses?
YouTube I can watch Stapleton playing cards? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Might take some digging.
Not that hard. I just don't want people to tune out from this, really.
Yeah. Don't pull the attention away.
I crushed on No Gamble, No Future twice in the last 6 months.
Turns out you had plenty of gamble and a bright future.
Well, I had both things. I didn't have much gamble. I ran hotter than the sun on both
Oh,
appearances.
that's good. Speaking of the sun, beautiful day
Good luck, guys.
on Monaco.
Good
We
luck,
always
guys.
come out here on this time of year, and it's just,
before feature table,
it's just
you
lovely.
wish us
Good
all
luck, guys.
awful luck, and now we get on and you say good luck.
I know.
That lovable
I gotta be
goofball.
very careful with what I say.
Yes, you are being filmed again.
I understood that.
I gotta be
reference.
different. It's a new Nacho now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
I call.
No more talking.
Yep. Starting now. Ace-10 of clubs for Ari Engel. You know, I tried to pitch him a nickname. He wasn't a huge fan of it. I tried the Engel shooter.
That's good, yes.
He didn't want to, he wasn't that into it.
Yeah, Nacho only on 34 big blinds, so doesn't have a huge lead. We actually have a rule here in Monaco.
It's my third leg.
You know,
You gotta
no fully loaded
you
Nacho.
can't have just the fully loaded.
No,
nacho.
you can't have a fully loaded Nacho. You can, you know.
Worried.
You have to distribute the meat and cheese
Could be a
equally.
mess.
Yeah.
It's a woman.
King Jack
Trust me.
6. Gut shot for Engel.
No, I was worried, not intrigued.
Davenport checks the nothing.
Thought we would be impressed, but no.
No.
We're from Netherlands, buddy. We're very open.
I like how they were started. Fun. I was playing in a table like half of the people.
Here comes a bet from the Engel shooter. He's like, please.
Gonna catch on.
He's like, please stop. Please stop calling me that. I don't want that to stick. Davenport folds. Sacramento. Joe, did Griff share his profits with you from last night's cash game since you had to work overtime? No, and it would be highly unethical for me to share in the profits of any player that appeared on a live stream that I was doing commentary on. Put it away. Look, let me see. Let me hold it at least. Ooh, what I got here? 100, 200, 300. Oh, there's more. Oh, baby. I should have started with the big chips. Oh, what is that, a 25?
I can tell you how much it
Pocket
exactly
change.
is because I'm OCD. I tipped the rest.
2,000.
I probably over-tipped just so I could have exactly.
What do you got, like 30, 300 here? Or
No,
something?
no. Exactly 3,000.
Exactly
yeah.
3K.
Yeah.
Good work.
Yeah, the people that won like 10 to 15K tipped $300 and I tipped 230 because even though I only won 3 because it's like, I can't have this loose money.
If I had been at the table when you told Chris Eubank Jr. that you had something in common because he was an athlete and you were an E-athlete, I would have eviscerated
what are you
you.
doing here?
I would have made you. You might have been
but you know what?
suicidal after I.
You have to understand. Okay, as much as that you found it, I'm sure, very, very
Every now
cringe.
and
It got
again,
him
I get,
talking about
I get
his
to play
gaming and
against
stuff.
good
Like,
players,
It did. You got so lucky
once a year.
that he actually likes playing Marvel Rivals.
Obviously, yeah.
just saying, might be a Doctor Who fan.
And somehow he picked. Actually, James and I was like, okay, what's the over under on
Yeah,
how
no,
many
I'm
episodes?
referencing that. Yes. That's
zero.
what I'm referencing.
Poker goes out of top.
That was the line.
Well, that's not who I'm playing.
Yeah, I know.
Novice can open things up from the cutoff.
They
with
have the
Quan John.
I mean, they're okay. They're okay.
yeah.
Take it down.
I mean, I love them. I just love being there.
The structures are amazing. I know that. Like it goes, you know.
Yeah.
You don't
No,
like-
it's one of my favorite places to play because
In the studio?
yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
But this, I mean, good value, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Like a lot of rake.
It's low rake though, so
It's very low rake
yeah.
if you register on time.
Yeah.
If you do
for
many
reg-
bullets like me,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
not the PLOs are better than the holder.
The Pilos.
De Pilos. Ari weighing his options here on 19 big blinds.
Oh.
Wisely lets it go. 8-handed. 7-handed. Yeah, just tricky. You know, tricky. You'd rather just have ace-6 suited. At least you have a blocker. More playability.
ICM, a major factor now as well.
Yeah.
You know, you go out now, you cost yourself another couple of grand.
I mean, you hate to see it folded to the button, you know, because it's such a clean play from the later positions. Even some open shoves on 19 blinds. I would love to have seen how Ari used his pocket fives at that stack size level.
How much you playing on?
When, like you said, ICM is a consideration.
500?
And we're early in the level, right? So blinds don't go up for 85 more minutes.
That's something I've never actually even thought about being early in the level, but you're absolutely right.
I didn't think of it till right now either.
Really?
Heads
That's
up
pretty
to
cool.
the flop. Yeah. Top and bottom pair for Nacho.
Yeah, loose limp for Martrosian. Maybe one of those hands you might consider just open folding. But as we've seen from these, you know, top tournament players, they don't like giving anything away blind on blind. They just want to hope to limp in. Technically, you have the stronger range once it's checked back.
I kind of feel like
your advantage.
Martrosian was limping a lot of hands, but I don't want to misattribute that. Someone was limping like on day 2 or day 3. I feel like it was him limping under the gun, limping late.
Haslin was doing it?
Haslin was definitely doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't super into his strategy. 10 on the turn is a pair for Martrosian.
Yeah, and we'll provide, I think, a free card some of the time here. Nacho going to be keenly aware that there are some 9s in Martrosian's range just as much as there are 10s. And if you're not going to get value from a 10, maybe you just want to check and reevaluate on the river. Maybe catch some diamonds that might bluff.
Free card indeed, and that free card is another 10.
I cannot wait for Nacho's reaction in this hand. Let's go. I just stood up.
Oh my goodness.
I just stood up.
Well, let's make sure we lay out for it.
So obviously, a lot of things have gotten there where this Queen 8 has shrunken up. But because those diamonds have missed now, I don't think that Nacho is going to fold all that often. Could make a big fold, though. If you expect your opponent has a lot of 9s and 10Xs, those are now straights and trips.
Martrosian bets 65,000. That's, let me do a little human calculator here. That's 65% pot.
Yeah, I mean, you're only beating diamond misses now. There's no other hand that's betting for value that you're beating. You know, a jack wouldn't be firing 65% pot here, right? Great fold from Nacho.
Nice lay
World class.
down from Nacho E. Barbaro.
Yeah, that's just that's someone that is prepared to take the hit when it's just doesn't go his way. I would still like to hear him talk about it, though. Give us something, Nacho.
I make good fold, bro.
I had you so dead on the flop, by the way. It's, you don't even know how strong I was on the flop. And, You got so lucky, bro. At that. 30 flips in a row.
I run so bad, bro.
I run so bad, bro. It's crazy.
Jake Lol 6 on YouTube says easy fold after good fold, what a fold, and what a fold.
There is Boris Angelov.
Runner up here last year?
Could be the Bulgarian variant of Ariangel. Boris Angelov.
Oh, we've got two angles. No, I shouldn't say that. Makes it 40,000 with King Jack and is going to have to face the other angle. Angel, angle, angle, angel.
Space-time continuum seems to be fine, so these are just two different people.
5 seconds again?
And he's going to let it
You
go.
don't let us know with 5 seconds
Yes.
here? You do? Did you there?
Sorry?
I don't think you did there.
When?
No. That's why I asked you.
No, he's like doing the sound when it's 10 seconds. And after I tell you 5 seconds.
Okay. You will let us know with 5. Okay, cool. Because I can't see it. Okay,
yes, I
yeah.
always say 5 seconds.
Thank you.
And in the last time bank, I will
Stop
say
shouting at
10
her.
seconds and I will count down on 5.
Appreciate it.
Really? Because I didn't hear anything.
I mean, I can look from a different seat, but not from this one.
You're not moving, Ari. It's not how it works.
Yeah, I could just have that seat over there.
Yeah, these noobs.
It doesn't change his position.
Yeah.
How many you won?
19.
19? Only 19.
Only,
Are you the number one?
yeah. Tied
With whom?
with Maurice.
Maurice Hawkins.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Good guy, solid guy, Maurice.
Yeah.
Ace Queen suited for Martrosian. Anyway, we're going to focus on the positive side of that, which is that Ariangel has 19 World Series of Poker circuit rings.
When was the last time you played a tournament with less than a small enough buy-in?
I don't think I played one actually. A board circuit event. I mean, I don't even remember what was the time.
Shouldn't have brought out these chips. Now I want to shuffle them.
Yeah, put them away.
Yeah.
You don't want me to hold them? I can hold them for you.
Yeah, you hold them for me. Thanks, Poppy.
Whoops, I'm not doing a good job, am I?
You're okay.
19 is a lot. Wow.
But those ones are actually hard to win.
Yeah.
Oh, now they're all mixed up with my chips in my pocket. It'll be hard to know which is
Okay,
which.
I know exactly how much it is. There is our previous feature table that looks pretty much unchanged.
Sebastian Mallet's facing a big river bet from Charles La Bosswan. Wow, I really butchered that. And Mallet's makes the call and mucks.
Wow, that does look like a significant chunk there on the river. That looks to be about 350K.
2 pair for La Boissonniere.
Yeah, and I did kind of get a little sneak at Sebastian's hand.
Did you?
It looked to be like ace 10 maybe, a black ace 10. So a bluff catcher, top pair.
Well, that takes Mallet's down to 630,000, but Charles is up to 1.2 million.
Go Canada.
Back to the feature table. Action on Nacho. Griffin.
Barbaro.
I was looking for the woof, 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 but that's okay.
Simple jack for angle. Never go play that hand. Ooh.
10 por Navas.
Tain. Reaching for the big chips. How is Nacho going to react? King 9 is kind of an interesting hand. King 9 suited in this situation, I mean, I think we want to lean fold. Yeah.
He's leaning, and he is folding.
Yeah, I just think that there is some consideration sometimes because there's only one better king that is going to be 3-betting there. You know, king 10, king jack, king queen, those are all probably playing as calls. So if you want to get a little frisky, it's not the worst candidate, king 9 suited.
Interesting. Never thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of guys with that one big, one low, like king 4 there will make a big 3-bet or whatever. King 9 suited some playability, but listen, Nacho's going to be pretty playing pretty standard, I think, on 29 bigs. So against a very strong player.
And now you got saved by it?
I got saved.
Wow.
I had 9.
Yeah, sick.
It looks like...
How great is this, the way
Okay, we've got the scramble going.
He's my favorite dealer in Triton.
Really sharp.
He's my favorite dealer in Triton, bro. She's everybody's favorite, though.
Who's your favorite commentator, though?
They don't bring any circuit dealers here. So unfair.
Yeah, because you got them in your back pocket, Ari. Imagine being such a superstar of circuits.
Oh yeah, the clock is stopped. And it's because...
New player?
Outer table action.
I think I forget.
40 players right now. Excuse me, 42 players.
That's what we do on the circuit. I don't know what
So,
you guys do in the majors. But
It means that there's going to be, if there are some eliminations, and it looks like there might be, a Purva Goel all in pre-flop versus Leon Zaiter. 4s versus 3s.
Thank you. Good luck.
And Zaiter eliminates Goel.
Open table 1.
Now just plain go.
And said to him, "Thank you, good luck," when he fist bumped him on his way out.
Good luck in life, you know?
Yeah,
good luck in life.
That's one way to see it.
Griffin does not approve of that fist bump. Oh yeah, double glasses.
Yeah, no, this is the time maker guy.
Zaiter once again. 8.
Open table 1. They misunderstood each other.
Oh, yeah.
So that
he made me take a picture, like go.
Did bring us down to 40, which is why the clock's been paused. So, wow! While we were looking at that, Sebastian Mallet was also eliminated by Juan Pardo. 9's cracking aces, so that's what got us down to 40.
That table, Valeriano's table.
So it's going to take a minute while we break to the final 5 tables.
Is there a page number?
I'm really bummed. I would love to see Sebastian Mallet's like a then and now victory. Like he wins when he's wet behind the ears.
Feels so
And
naked.
now he's like a fully grown man.
He was playing great the last 2 lows we had on the stream, actually.
Yeah.
I think that would be super cool.
I hate it.
Je m'appelle Miguel. That's French for my name is Michael.
Igualmente, amigo.
320, perfect.
It's a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $20?
Go see a Star War. R.I.P.
Jessica Walter, no longer with us. So a look at the room at large here as this table breaks. Everyone getting their marching orders, trying to figure out how long it'll take them to dodge the big blind.
Some days,
we
like
are
if
on
you,
our
if
way
you play
back
online,
to the feature.
and then like you can get 1,000 all day doing, you know, because you just never.
Yeah, no.
But if it's like in Vegas, they're like
Looking to fill that 8 seat. Good time to remind everyone that the big game on tour is back for season 2. Coming at you in just a few weeks. So this Saturday, we've got the final table EPT Monte-Carlo. The following Saturday, I'm headlining in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And the Saturday after that, Big Game Season 2 premieres on YouTube and also on the 17th, in addition to my headline in Amsterdam.
I was curious that you mentioned your headlining before the actual thing that's being advertised on screen.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you could do both. There's no reason. It's on YouTube. You can watch it from anywhere, just not during my show. The Loose Cannon Audition Show, May 17th. So you'll be able to get a sneak peek at which loose cannons will be appearing at the 3 tables that we recorded.
Which is also like a comedy show of yours, I'm sure.
In what way?
No quips? You making out on the auditions? You don't, little funny, aren't you on the panel?
I am on the panel. In respect that I'm in both things, yes, they're very similar.
There you go.
And more European Poker Tour, more of Griffin Benger from the commentary booth. 3 more stops in 2025. Barcelona, Malta, Prague. You can check out the full schedule in the PokerStars Live app, which, by the way, is an incredible tool for lots of resources for all things PokerStars live events, including the live league. There's a lot of information if you're interested in following the live league. Really cool stuff going on in the PokerStars live app. I'm pretty excited about Malta, to go back to Malta.
Yeah.
Griffin, I know you lived there for a minute. I'm going to do a little vacation afterward.
Where are we going?
In Malta. I'm going to stay in Malta.
Oh.
My best friend
I know. What are we doing?
My at-home best friend.
Oh, okay.
You know, of the last 20 years, he has only come on a stop with me once. And he said, I'd be willing to go to Malta. And I was like, well, we haven't been to Malta in a while. Then the next day they announced EPT Malta. So he's coming out. I think it's going to be his 45th birthday. And of course, you can hear all about our adventures. All the stuff that we don't talk about on the air here, we talk about on Poker in the Ears. That's the official PokerStars podcast. Myself, James Hardigan. Lots of guest appearances from Caitlin Komeski coming up. I think Caitlin is going to co-host with us until we take our summer break while everyone heads to Las Vegas. You can listen to it on all the major podcatching apps. If you want to catch some pods, you can check it out on the major podcatching apps. Have you done any podcatching lately?
I haven't been listening to I haven't been catching as many pods.
You haven't caught so many pods?
No.
You got to catch them all is the thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little intimidated by it. I know that once I start, I'm going to want to collect them all in my OCD brain. And, just haven't been catching lately.
Which one is it?
Looks like that seat has been filled. And the player we got was Stoyan Arishkov out of Bulgaria.
Yeah, who we was heavily featured in the first 2 levels, actually. We learned a lot about Arishkov, played a lot of interesting hands. Seems to be quite a skilled individual. And apparently coach on some training sites and stuff. So one of those smart asses. One of those show-offs.
Speaking of smartasses, Rolla on YouTube says, Joe Stapleton banned me from the stream over nothing. Dude is a basic bitch.
Damn.
First of all,
cuts deep.
Not sure how he was banned from the stream if he was able to send that message. Second of all, my guess is it wasn't over nothing.
Don't fall for it, by the way. They're trying to get you to ban them.
Seems like no, he's already gone. Ed got him.
Oh.
Ed got him. Martrosian with 2 5s here. Ari, no longer the shortest stack at the table. Stoyan actually slightly fewer chips. Choo-choo! Move him in. All in from the angle shooter.
I choose this hand.
And Martrosian kicks him in. Oh, no, he had. Sorry, that was Davenport. Martrosian giving it a think.
This is a great example of why playing pocket pairs in early position on 20 to 35 big blinds can be a bit tricky. You're kind of flying a bit blind when you get 3-bet, whether it's from a strong hand or from a bluffing hand. In this case, it's going to lean way more strong because Engel only started the hand with 16 blinds. But now you're just sitting there in a spot that maybe you would have raised, called, cut off to button or something and gone for it, gone for the flip. Now you're worried, well, Engel's going to be shoving 8s plus all those other pairs, and then have all these hands that I'm flipping against for 16 big blinds. And that's just not enough to go on. Too risky, I think.
Too risky indeed. Now he kicks him in. Sorry, I was a little ahead there. Our angle up to 21 big blinds now, leaving Stoyan Arishkov as the only player with a below 20 big blind stack.
Officially in the caution zone. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Wonder if that'll have legs.
3 of them.
Thanks.
It's pretty belabored. It's very Griffin coded.
Yeah. If I do it with James, I'll do the booping so that he learns the.
When are you going to realize that you can't you can't alley-oop to yourself? You try all the time.
No, but you kind of can if you use the backboard.
That's kind of what, but that's why so many of your bits are disasters, because you throw it up in the air and you give everyone like 1 second and you're like, I got this. Pocket fives again, this time for Mateusz Mulhausen.
Lazy fucks.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit easier to play.
Maybe they
Can find opportunities to 4-bet shove for the 26 big blinds.
So weird to don't play.
And
Even
yeah,
go,
Navis with the king 6
sometimes I wake up,
is
I'm
going to have a
tired,
candidate
or I
to
wake up late, I just go for 20 minutes.
to do exactly that.
I run.
And this is
20 minutes.
this is the dream scenario. This is why
You get
you
your
open
body
these 5s in
flowing.
this spot. Because if
Like,
you have aggressive
it's
opponents with a
completely
lot of
different, my
chips
day.
that might
I
3-bet
feel
fold.
so much happier.
Especially if you do it in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning. When
Now
I
it's just
don't
a matter
go
of
and
following
I
through.
I'm like,
Stick to the script, dog.
Yeah, especially sitting all day.
You know he'll attack you.
Like, I mean,
You know he's going to look down at any
awake.
suited king and 3-bet you.
I don't feel awake at all. I mean, maybe because I'm so used to.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I do it 100% every day. Maybe I skip here one day.
Has Mulhausen genuinely not decided what he's doing?
At this point, I think that is the case. I think it would be quite a big mistake not to shove. Yeah, good man.
There it goes.
You need to protect these opens against these aggressive 3-betters. Otherwise, you shouldn't even bother making them. I mean, this is just the nature of the game. Yeah, sometimes he just snaps off 2 jacks and you bust, but way more likely he got all those combos of hands that he wants to 3-bet, like a king 6 of diamonds, right?
Here, I love it. Sheriff. Hey,
I know it's hard to do, Joe. I know you don't want to do it. You got to 4-bet in those 5s sometimes.
Wow. Oh, sit one.
I think it's hard.
SJ, go now.
Happy to have you.
Let's see what these guys are saying first.
I know, bro.
A boring one.
Yeah, PokerStars, they pay me a lot.
Good chat.
They told me they're gonna give me a lot of money after the tournament. I don't know.
Oh, that is not true, by the way.
We haven't agreed, but it's a big amount.
This goofball.
We're still paying this guy?
So to your point about the 5s there, Griffin, I don't really have that move in my arsenal. However, I don't think
Maybe
I'm...
it's the competition, I don't know.
You understand the principle when you see it in action in these higher stakes.
I certainly do. I don't think the people in the tournaments I'm playing
I
are
forgot
going
it.
to make that move with king 6 of diamonds.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be playing a lot more straightforward. So when that 3-bet happens, it's going to be jacks a lot more often than it's going to be
I'm
a
like
hand that will
Negrano,
fold
but
to
in a
their
worse
shove.
Fair play. That totally tracks. Yeah.
Used to work out every day.
Nachito.
Nachito playing the game.
Nah, I mean, I think
Is he still playing the game?
I think
I
so.
mean, he's fun too, but
Classic Nacho.
I can be very, very funny, or I can. It depends the day.
Deuces,
Some days I'm extremely
bit
funny,
shallower.
some days I'm medium.
Would play as a clean shove, but this stack
always
depth,
funny.
30 big blinds, just going to
Some
want to
days
call.
I'm really funny. It depends.
It's sort of 20 and under. We're going to just shove here and take it down. As you can see, it would be very effective against the king 5.
Sometimes one.
Yeah. It's hard to keep it up.
Yeah. For other people, it's hard.
Yeah. With my accent, bro, I'm way more funny if you would understand like the 20% you don't get of my jokes.
That's really good. Okay.
Yeah, those are really good ones.
It's funny.
No, because like so many people, I just try to say something that is very funny, but they just don't get it because I say it with an accent. Happens a lot. But then when they get it, they laugh. But at the moment, they don't.
So they're using subtitles now on the stream for you?
Oh yeah, Dutch ones.
It's probably for the best if we don't know everything he's saying.
For your Dutch fans, yeah?
Yeah, I'm from Holland. I have a lot of Dutch friends.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You met them in Amsterdam?
I loved Amsterdam. I stayed 2 months there at Noah's house.
Oh, nice.
But that was like 20 years ago or something.
Noah was a great guy, yeah.
Yeah. What was the name? The one that next to Paradise? Number what?
What, sorry?
The house he had with Marcel next to Paradise. Oh. There on Lights Plane, like next to the club.
I don't know.
You see Nachito, shut the fuck up.
Angle off. Gonna fire river with king high. Martrosian does have the best of it with the worst of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this was checked down. I believe there was a bet on the flop if we came here with a pot of 160K. So I think this was C-bet, check, bet. A jack would make sense here. A queen, you know, might be betting twice, but could find some checks on the turn.
Now, if you make a call like this, not only do you win the pop, but you just sort of like explode into beast mode also. You just are like, I'm the greatest player in the world!
Only one way to find out, Joe.
Yeah. Like just your confidence meter just goes up into purple. Double tap the triggers. Use your finisher.
Angle off. Nice hand.
They have this big house next to that was a club called Paradise.
I have no idea, but I know they have it, but I don't know how it's called.
It was
Boris angle off.
Like 1 minute away from the casino.
Up to 59 big blinds, nearly 1.2 million chips, which is about 20%, 25% above average of 892,000.
Like long time ago.
40 players remain here. EPT Monte-Carlo 2025.
You were not even born.
Probably not. Probably not. Maybe in the making. Who knows?
We were in the making.
I know what that means. Arishkov. Queen Jack under the gun. Ari says, no, thank you. Mateus?
Looks interested.
Mateus?
Lose Mateus.
Noah on YouTube asks, when did Mallets get out? He was eliminated on day 4. Thank you for your question. Over to Matthew Davenport, who's got the clangers.
Oh, and finally enough. This Davenport guy played that massive hand yesterday with the Jack 10 suited against
aces.
No, Jack 10 suited against Ace 5 off, 5 bets pre-flop. It was really against Navas, who's also on the table. Now they're the 2 chip leaders of the table.
Oh wow.
Oh, and man, he has made a really fun 3-bet size here, giving Arishkov the price to C3. Impossible not to take, I think, but Arishkov's, you know, alarm bells are going to be going ding dong.
So it's 40,000 to win. Do you add it up? Do you make it 210 to win, or is it 170?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
You don't know either.
Look at that discipline fold. Recognizing the strength of that click and just folding. That's top shelf stuff, really.
I want to.
He knew his students were watching.
Playing the game, huh?
Matthew Davenport up to 81 bigs. Dead even with Rafael Navas at this table.
Thought about making 1 point.
Want to address this comment from
Probably not a good idea.
Thomas.
Against the aces.
The vibe of this tournament sucks compared to Dublin. So boring.
I wonder what's different about it.
Yeah. Now I will say that the vibe is different.
Okay.
I wouldn't say sucks. I wouldn't say boring.
No, I'm lying.
But you're watching a tournament that has 5 times the buy-in. And so things are going to play a little differently here. They're going to be a little bit more serious.
And
They're
about
going to be a lot
14
more,
times the alcohol level.
14 times less the alcohol level,
Yeah.
yes. Because it's 5 times the buy-in.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about a lot of these PokerStars events, is that you can find the thing that's your speed. You want to play the Guinness-soaked streets of the Irish Open, you can do it. And if you want to play the gold-plated streets of EPT Monte-Carlo, you can do that as well. Nacho e Barbaro all in with an ace. Gets it through.
Man, why nobody opened?
I actually had a dream last night about Patrick Antonius.
You did?
Yeah.
Is it suitable to tell us about?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I was heads up against him at EPT
Why are you
Monte-Carlo.
rubbing your shorts right now?
I was heads up with him in EPT Monte-Carlo.
Really?
And I beat him. And he'd been very stern the entire time, and finally he got up and he said,
What a scam.
Let me shake his hand, like in Mighty Ducks.
scam. Wow.
Yeah. And then we shook hands.
And then he adopted you.
And he adopted
And
me,
then you were his son.
Yeah. Remember that in Mighty Ducks?
I sure don't.
Oh, man.
No.
So good. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen the Mighty Ducks since I was a
Yeah, it was
a
Mighty
child.
Ducks 2, and the sort of the star of the Iceland, the evil Iceland team, gets robbed in the shootout for the Mighty Ducks to win, and then the coach is
Robbed
just
at a
like,
shootout. How violent is this movie? These are little kids.
The evil coach wanted them all to like get off the ice, and then the leader of the team, just this thick Iceland accent, says, "No,
okay,
let us shake their hands." And it's like this uplifting music, you know. People know. People know.
Those classic villains from Reykjavik.
Look, they're all talking about it in the chat.
Rafa, atizando. C'est bon, monsieur.
Raise a ticket for Navas.
Monsieur. Oh, not yet. The hand is over. I can come, don't worry. Tu peux avoir la même chose. Un Perrier et un ice americano mais
Chip counts.
froid avec beaucoup de glaçons.
Navas back on top by a small margin. Stoyan Arishkov still the shortest stack. 11 bigs, 18 for Ari Engel. Nacho's a bit of a Renaissance man. Did you hear him speaking French there?
I did notice that.
I should.
Chainsaw on YouTube says a very good friend of mine was the goalie for the Ducks movie.
Non, je tranquille.
The girl or
Non,
the
parce que si la caméra,
or
sinon,
Goldberg?
je peux
Richard, speaking French, so I can hear your jokes in French. Speak very well.
I know Goldberg quite famously, the
I'm
actor,
a good bluffer.
had some substance abuse issues, but I think
it was a
he's
joke,
been
actually.
doing
I told
better
you,
in
now
recent
I'm on the
years.
cameras, I tip you, otherwise
And
no.
if you knew the girl, she was really cute when I was a kid. She was a cute goalie.
It was a
Good
good
save.
one.
Navas under the gun, king
I
10 of
was-
spades.
I'm a USA guy. MAGA. Make America great again.
He is not joking, by the way. Ace Queen for Nacho. Barbaro.
Do you feel like I stepped on you there, or we created
Yeah.
something? Really?
Yeah. No,
I thought we kind of.
It's, you know.
It's your thing. Okay.
It doesn't have to be, you know, you stepping on it every time.
I did it every time.
The last two.
Okay. Nacho electing to go with the 3-bet, playing just under 30 big blinds.
Now, this is your thing. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, is analyzing the poker.
Yeah, actually, you know what, though? It's kind of your thing. You're supposed to be calling the action, and then I give the color.
Right, exactly. But at least, you know, we can keep you poker focused.
3-bet from Nacho Barbaro. Havas actually has a interesting spot here. King 10 suited is a bit tricky, out of position here, playing kind of short. I think you can justify making a tight fold, but you have a lot of chips. There's some playability in the suited formation of King 10. When you have King Jack off, King Queen off, I think we would have seen a fold from Navas. So actually probably one of the worst hands we would see him continue with.
9, 7, deuce, 1 spade. Ace Queen still has the best of it.
Yeah, range advantage going to be to Nacho here. Some nice turn cards for Navas, but going to be tough to continue facing a bet. And I wouldn't expect a check back from Nacho because it just becomes more difficult to play against a strong opponent.
80,000. And Navas is reaching for chips.
What a boss.
And that is a raise. 175,000. 500,000 plus in this pot. As we go to the turn, 7 of diamonds. Nacho did, in fact, make the call. 2 bosses here.
This is sick. Barbaro only 300K back. Very difficult to pull the trigger if you're Navas now. You're just worrying you're up against aces or kings or queens. And yeah, look at that. Giving up with the check.
Checks it.
I don't know if there's even... It's strange, like, what do you do here with half pot left? Is there merit to shoving? You're never going to get called by worse, but you're also going to just protect against your opponent getting there on the river. You want that 600K that's out there. So maybe you just bet like 80K. No, instead, Nacho going to check and then finds absolute gin on the river. If you weren't going to fold now, if you weren't going to fold then, you're certainly not going to fold now.
This could go really, really wrong for Navas.
Nah, he's not doing that. No. No, 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 no.
Are you sure?
Oh, I don't understand.
Navas ships it on to Nacho.
This is...
Nacho, the effective stack.
A bit surprising.
So that pot's a little bloated. That's not the amount Nacho can win.
I mean, it just seems like not a great bluff to make, and I think that's where the hesitation comes from Nacho. I do not believe he ever folds here. But because he needs a second, because it just seems so...
It's a bad spot to
off
bluff.
the wall, yeah. I would eat my laces if he folds this.
Those delicious strawberry licorice laces
These
you're
are
wearing.
new. These are new shoes, so I really don't mind.
Nacho, don't fold here, man. Please.
I mean, Nacho would be folding, leaving himself 15 big blinds behind.
Don't be ridiculous, dude. Come on. What do you think he has? He just has pocket nines? He would never check raise the flop with pocket nines. You think he has some 7? Like, no. Please don't do this to me. He can't possibly be folding.
He can't have ace-7 of spades. Can't have ace-7 of diamonds.
I feel like I'm gonna call and you're gonna show me ace-9.
Can't have ace-7 of clubs.
This is not sick. I'm sorry. I mean, if Navas knew what Barbaro had, he would not be shoving. No.
Ace-9?
Oh, no, he called.
Oh, I heard fold.
Oh, I heard fold too.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Nacho.
Playing the game.
Playing the game again.
Nachito. Playing the game.
All right. What do we call him? What do you call him, Stapes?
He tells me I'm a street player. Look what he did, and I'm the street player. I think he's a street player.
How's his opponent laughing?
Whenever I call there, they always have ace-9.
Until they don't.
Until they don't.
And that
I know him too well. That's why I have to call.
Was a heck of a call from Nacho.
I mean, he would have played the same way. Ace-9. I mean, he never has 9s.
Barbaro. 23 million in total live earnings.
It's okay. I got a double up. It's fine.
First on Argentina's all-time money list. Best cash for us was at 1.5 million. Arguably should have been more. He was in good spirits the next day, though.
Mistake, you know, on TV. I thought, what are the creative ones? Jack 10, King 10, all those, and you had King Jack with backdoors. I'm a fucking genius, not just a pretty face. Fucking genius. Nachito, you're a fucking genius.
Some would say some of the things you said on Mike recently weren't exactly the smartest statements to make, but Nachito, you are playing the game.
I'm also a pretty face.
Oh, and I'm good looking. Look how amused Ari is, huh? He loves it.
He's too smart. He say nobody will bluff on the ace.
Mateus Mulhouse is like, I'm supposed to be the guy who's confident at this table.
Almost worked.
Almost worked. Yeah, bro. I go to play the 25K.
You gave the nice purple for your old, just in case he has it. You know, you can say
Yeah, I can say on the camera. I felt like he had it, but I cannot fold. Too fucking smart, this kid. Imagine if I actually do have like I'm trapping him. I don't even know what I do.
This went.
Probably
check on the flop. I did like this comment from Milan who says, they all started doing this on live streams, acting like they might fold just in case they run into some monster hand, and then they can brag like they wanted to fold. Nobody would ever fold there. Interesting theory. Both these players catch a queen on the river.
You know what that means.
If there is a showdown.
Which there will be.
Mulhausen puts out a small river bet and is an easy breezy call for Navas. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say, Griff? Everyone loves a chop pot.
No. Bluffeando a tu amigo en televisión. ¿Cómo has flotado ahí?
Tierra del Fuego.
Qué pedazo de degenerado. A fucking degenerate you are.
And we are at an outer table. Full board out. Yungavicius and Karakusius on the river. 10, 9, 4, 3, 3. 3 clubs. Looks like the 3 clubs might have been on the flop. And Karakusius has bet 225 on this river into Kęstutis Yungavicius. Karakusius is called. Shows ace-jack for a bluff. 8's good for Yungavicius. And that puts him up to 1.7 million. What a pot there.
Nice call.
Heck of a call. And Georgios Karakusius, who knew he had it in him? That guy. Yeah, right, that guy indeed.
Very profitable indeed. Very nice. I like.
No emotions. Statue.
Well, hello there.
Just want to address this comment from, oh, hold on, we got Trip Deuces, which is a full house now. Andrew says, why don't you hammer Nacho regarding his RTA cheating crapola instead of being fanboys? It's really hard to say what was going on there, you know, and I'd rather not
Say for the coffee.
villainize someone for something that I can't prove.
Private.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Nachito, playing the game.
And I'd rather base my commentary on what I can see in front of me, which is
we
that
don't go from
Nacho
circuit events, so we take buses.
is a bit of a character.
Of course.
Yeah.
I never took a private plane to go to Triton. This is
Okay.
the first time,
First time.
by the way.
Look, all of our favorite TV characters are
brag
flawed.
about it on
That's right.
And he's on TV that you're watching right now. And maybe he's been a bit
2,500
careless. Maybe he
Not
was
too bad,
cheating.
it's 500.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Probably the former,
Pretty
if you
long
ask
flight,
me.
otherwise you
But
have to
again,
do scale and stuff.
Yeah, a bunch
and then
of
you gotta go
stuff,
to the...
I'm no judge, I'm no jury.
Do you have to go to Nice still, or is it?
Yeah,
And
to
I'm no longer an executioner.
Bet of 60,000
I
called
don't
by
know where it departs
Angelov.
from. It might depart from here.
Yeah,
from
I thinking
Monaco.
King High
Okay,
is going to be
that's
good at
Nah, there
his
is
percentage of the time here, and now
There's no
rivering
way,
that
yeah.
king
There's no-
is big
impossible.
trouble.
Okay. Oh yeah. With
They
the
will,
mountains.
they will
For the
build
Bulgarian.
like some stuff on that airport area. They don't even know where
That
to
looks
build
like an
anymore.
overbet to
So,
me.
Like they build it everywhere.
Yeah.
Sliding one off. That's
helicopters
another. Oh,
coming.
that's a lot of chips.
No,
That
we
is
go,
going to be a
yeah,
bet.
We go by plane, yeah. They have a helicopter, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the closest
I
airport?
think 275. Yep. Got him good. See that?
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but we're now at 39 players left. Lucas Poshat out in 40th. Eliminated by Jamil Wakil. Ace Queen holding against King Queen, all in pre-flop. Wakil's up to 1.2 million. As Angelov has river to costly top pair. Similar situation to Nacho rivering top pair.
No.
This time, Navas has the trips, has the full house.
No, much different.
Much different.
Yeah. In that hand against Nacho, Navas shouldn't really have had any sevens in his range. Shouldn't even have really had pocket nines. This scenario, however, while the ranges are much wider, it feels like a bit of an erratic bluff to limp in pre, it go check check. Bet the turn, and then just like, does Navas really just have 7-5 off with a diamond in his hand and decide to play a line like this? The great thing about Rafael Navas is, I mean, he's capable of it, right? That's the thing, and that's where Angelov has made his hand really on the river by rivering a king. But if the river was a queen of diamonds, would he be thinking about this? Probably not. But it doesn't really change anything having this king. You called with king high on the turn because you thought you'd be good. Now you have a pair of kings. It doesn't really change anything except fill flushes. So that's just
game.
It's a very nice fold.
There we go.
Angelov very in touch with what's going on.
If If they bluff the last one, this one was never a bluff.
He's not wrong in this case.
Just light tricks.
Thank you.
If he bluffed the last one, this one was never a bluff.
Thank you.
I like how Nacho is somehow taking credit for this fold.
Let's see if I'm right or not.
What do you think I have?
I have no idea, but this one you had value.
I guess he didn't have pocket twos.
I also think
There's an outer room.
Spring Championship of Online Poker is upon us. Just days away at this point. This tournament ends on Saturday. Sunday begins Scoop. Final tables streamed on Twitch throughout the course of the multi-week series. We're doing the main event, May 26th, 27th, 28th. I know Griffin's with us for that. Are you with Nick Walsh any of the rest of the time?
Yeah, I'm going to be with Nick Walsh on Monday, May 12th. And I believe the following week as well a little bit. So I'll be poking around with my man Nick.
Fucking fold.
This level is just past the halfway mark.
How much to start with?
230.
230. Thank you.
And Arishkov is going to open with a pretty gnarly ace.
Yeah, I think pushing his luck a little bit here with this open, just really trying to find a way to acquire chips. But very little playability, a very stacked table. If you're going to play this hand, this is the way you should play it. You shouldn't be open shoving for these 11.5 big blinds. But yeah, I don't really like this one.
Mulhausen puts out 40,000.
We've seen this from Arishkov, though, that he's prepared at least pre-flop to maybe go a little bit wider because of his abilities post-flop. We saw a great hand earlier today with the Jack-10 off after raising under the gun. But just not a lot of room here, and you know, some hands are going to be flatting you that dominate you. Not a bad flop, though. It's a decent amount of queens in Mulhausen's range flatting here, but with this 2-diamond texture, you know, you would love to just fire a bet here and get King Jack of spades to fold, or Ace 10 of hearts. But again, there's 130K in the pot now. You only have 190 left. How much can you bet? I think 40,000 is pretty much exactly what we're looking for, leaving us with 7.5 blinds. It's actually 30,000. Also makes sense. Ace 10 with a suit that has no interaction. Probably the best hand we get to fold, but doesn't always fold. Right? If we just think Arishkov could have King Jack off.
Wow.
He actually...
Mulhausen does the opposite of fold.
Oh my God. This
Just
is
clicks
so
it too.
advanced. I love it. It's so good. I mean, it just jails all the bluffs without giving opportunity in future streets. This is just so nice. It just looks so much like you have a queen or a diamond draw. You're prepared to go play for stacks. I mean, imagine Arishkov goes all in. Arishkov is putting in more chips. Arishkov is called.
This is awesome.
He doesn't believe that a queen even would necessarily raise. Going to be more weighted in his head to those King Jack type combos. Has now turned the gut shot. I mean, Arishkov looks strong here, leaving himself with about half pot left.
I can smell it. Where are you from?
This is really, really advanced stuff here. This is not recommended. I don't think Arishkov is always calling because he thinks he's good, but I think he just has a really good read on the situation, just like Mulhausen had. I mean, how do you just pull the trigger and shove here and get snapped by kings? You just don't, right? So he checks back. King on the river, and the door's wide open for Obreshkov now. But, Joe, I mean, we talked about what we thought the bluff range might look like, right, for Mulhausen?
Yeah, we talked about it, sure.
And that might be some king-jack suited type hands that would now make top pair. I mean, I know it's kind of just like, let's just let it all happen, but... And I still think Obreshkov needs to shove here. So good.
Obreshkov does move all in for very little. And gets Mulhausen to look at that.
Show the
that
six.
sigh of relief.
Playing the game.
Playing the game.
A6. Everybody's playing the game today.
Ooh, he did show.
That's brilliant stuff.
He did show. Wild. Wild stuff. Or as Griffin called it, advanced stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure the chat is loving it. I'm sure his students are watching right now and thinking, that's my guy. That's my dude right there.
It's okay. I can meet.
Leo says, lol, lol, lol. Demi says, wow. Noodle says, ha, 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 what a hilarious hand. Criso says, nice hand, Stoyan. Raphael says, very nice. Charles says, awesome. Anka says, great hand.
And I say, hey, kids, meet your new dad.
Oh, wow, okay. Got serious? Pocket sevens for Nacho. Barbaro. Obreshkov, king, queen. Riding high. Off that bluff. Going to play the rush. And 3-bet to 90,000. Ari's got to fold the fours.
Yeah, I like this here. Big blockers from Obreshkov. Nacho going to have a lot of hands that he's just going to be raised folding under the gun. It feels a bit too loose to shove for 20 big blinds. 18, 19 big blinds, which Obreshkov has, running the risk of running into the top of Nacho's range as well as the range of strong hands behind. Nacho is being given a price here that I think he should consider flicking in the sevens. The way he's talking makes me think he might just make a snug fold, but yeah, no, he does end up putting in the 90K. Were this 100 or more, I think Nacho would either shove or fold, maybe lean fold, but with that price, 40 in, 50 more to play. Let's just see a flop. Let's play some, let's play the game.
Nachito playing the game.
Nachito wants to play the game.
King,
and he gets out
Jack,
flopped.
8 is in fact out flopped in a big way. Nacho checks. Obreshkov. Contemplating a C-bet.
55,000.
Making sweat.
100,000. Sized up.
Doesn't get called either way.
Sized up. Hey.
It was worse than yours.
And we've got some sad news for our Greek fans.
No more tzatziki?
You're actually not far off. Georgios Karakousis, after getting caught bluffing, silently fades into the night shortly thereafter, out in 39th place for 19,800. We are in that new payout for the next 6 spots.
You did it.
And Yungavicius is the one who did finish the job with queens against ace-queen.
I did my folding.
And Yungavicius is now at $2.5 million, the tournament chip leader.
You have to go for it.
Adventurous.
Ari Engel with QQ. Makes it 40,000. Navas with ace-10 off is going to 3-bet from the hijack. Interesting. Ari doesn't have a ton of raise folds, but I guess he's going to have some. And this 3-bet is to only 100,000. So I assume he's doing it with the intention of getting away pretty easily if Ari does have more 3-bet ships.
Yeah.
Or raise ships, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the way Arishkov was utilizing even the ace-6, the single blocker, to try to get a raise through on 10 big blinds. Ari, someone who, if he looks on a king-jack, who's going to be opening here and folding to the 3-bet. So I really, I don't mind this 3-bet from Navas. Feels too strong to just let go. And, you know, Engel really needs to have a pretty bladed hand to 4-bet all in.
I miss the blades.
Everybody's playing the game these days. No, not you guys.
Not you guys. Some of us are playing the game.
I was not talking about you. You see, that was not very funny. I know. When I know, I know. When you know, you know.
When he knows, he knows. No queens this time for Ari. Mateus, ace-9. Raise it.
Davenport. Apple Johnson should be continuing here, whether it's in the form of a flat or a 3-bet. Those look like raisin chips. Nice size too, 105. You know, a bit pricier than, say, the 90 we saw from Arishkov.
It's over.
Just nice and clean, takes it down.
Yeah, I have my stuff in Vegas, but I'm never there. I don't live in Vegas.
The way these stacks have kind of evened out with the
They play that.
arguably erratic play from Rafael Navas in particular. All the stacks have been brought down to under 1.1 million, and Davenport, who's barely played a hand on this feature table,
You're a fashion icon.
significant table chip leader with 1.7 mil.
Thank you.
Most of us are just wearing tracksuits and hoodies.
Good somebody noticed after all the money I spent.
Puma shoes and everything.
Yeah. I have a sponsorship deal with Amiri.
Yeah.
Yeah. I pay them $50K a year and I can wear whatever the fuck I want during the whole year.
50K, 3 pairs of shoes and 2 hoodies and maybe 2
50K,
shirts.
yeah, they let me wear everything I want.
Folded to Nacho on the button. You
Are you
let go
playing
8-6 off.
Yep.
Okay. Yourself?
About the same.
Huge hand, blind on blind for 23 effective, which is basically at the same stack. Arishkov going to come in with a limp. An effective trap here, hoping that Engel has sort of a low equity hand he might raise, and then Arishkov can limp shove. Engel sees the 3 deuce as perhaps a bit too much playable connectivity. You know, were this maybe 9 deuce off, would be more inclined to make it 70 grand. And has outflopped Arishkov with that bottom pair. Curious to see if Arishkov starts with a bet or a check. I think maybe plays easier as a check, as you don't want to sort of just start putting money in against a jack or an 8 when you think ace 10 is going to be good most of the time here. All right, checks back bottom pair and gets unlucky on the turn.
Arishkov catches up.
Can I say the thing?
Go ahead.
Domination rotation.
Sure, but it wasn't a domination to begin with.
Well, he was. But oh yeah, that's not how it works, right? Because he was winning on the.
I was very curious when you said, "Can I say the thing?" I was like, "What thing?" But I'll see where this goes.
Did you like where it went?
No, no,
no, I didn't.
Do you know how bad you have to be at this for me to not yes and you as my co-host, but so often I just have to leave you twisting in the wind? Like if James screws up or does something I don't like, I'm just like, oh, let me ride it out here with my co-host. Griffin just took on his pouting body language now. Okay, Griffin, say the thing. You get a free pass, whatever you want right now, because I feel bad.
Want?
Yeah, because I feel bad.
Take it on the turn.
Okay.
It's got legs, right?
Yeah, it could. One of them is, one of the things is just pure repetition. You just force something to become a thing.
Yes.
I want to know, how much of this Griffin do they get at Triton? How much of this are you just?
Well, I won't be back for Montenegro, so maybe a bit too much.
Can I tell you what I think ended up getting me fired from?
I know what got you fired from Triton.
Well, there was another thing too, because Paul Fua, apparently it's pronounced like
Paul Pua.
Pua.
Yeah.
So I started going Pua.
Really?
Pua. Like from Scent of a Woman, and
Yeah,
I don't know if that went over great either.
Yeah.
Poker Bros says, if Ari were to do something non-ethical while playing, would you say he was angle shooting? This is why you can't join the broadcast late.
Yeah. I already gave him that nickname.
A little bit.
I'm going to let you have that because I can see you were genuinely sad.
Those clothes are so fucking expensive.
Ari limping in the 10-4 clubs.
And you have to, because you already started. And now going back is not possible.
No, it's not possible. No, I'm not buying that much Amiri anymore. I like it a lot, but I buy other things. I improved. I went high.
Not good enough to continue as a call here is the 10-4 of clubs. So just two options for Ari, which is fold or do some goofy limp raise, but not a lot of room to do so.
Don't save it, to wear your new clothes. You get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Like live life.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's why I buy them.
Play the game.
I'm gonna start selling them because I have so much, bro. It's crazy. I'm gonna make so much money
Willow's
now for selling them.
making me hungry for some honey with that bee's nest on his head.
No. You can sell them in USA.
I want to hear about Nacho
and I
selling
have,
his
like,
used
so
clothes.
You can't sell them?
Bro, I'm too lazy. You think I'm gonna start selling my clothes, but I'm gonna pay somebody to do it for me.
Yeah.
So many new stuff, like so expensive. So many things shrink because it's crazy. I have like brand new hoodies that shrink, that are like perfect state.
Oh, that's terrible, yeah.
It's in 1K, 2K hoodies, 2,500 hoodies. Like,
yeah.
That's the worst.
That's the worst, yeah.
Just hang him up, bro. Do you hang up your shirts and sweaters? Yeah.
So now the sister of my friend is gonna come and tag everything, and she's gonna sell it. Maybe I make like 5 to 10K selling my clothes. Why not? A lot of money. 0.5 Bitcoin, 0.1 Bitcoin. Right?
Yeah.
Then you do like this. You buy in, I sell them for 5K. You go all in, EPT, you buy in, you win it, you make 1 million.
Put
so
it in
easy.
Bitcoin, accumulate.
So this is a great.
And then you put it in Bitcoin, a million.
It's nice to hear these guys
And
chat,
then
but this is a pretty
10x,
interesting
the
hand
Bitcoin
that
10x.
I really think connects to the previous hand. We
you're
saw the
right.
different strategies where
Yeah.
pretty much the same hands, right? Ace 10 off with a small limp in, hoping for a raise from angle. Didn't raise with the 3 deuce, but now Navas, who has way more chips and can put more pressure on Mulhosen, who will have more limps on the bigger stack size, attacks
All of
it.
like red or black.
But Mulhausen's going to come out of the closet here and either limp raise or limp shove. Yeah. Nice hand.
Mulhausen up to 30 big blinds.
Amigo, ¿qué pasa? 40 minutes, no hand.
Zou zuur zijn als we nu eruit gingen, want ik was
Both the final table?
Ja, ik was al in.
No gamble, no
Huh?
Who was the first person that said no gamble, no future?
Couldn't tell you. Certainly not what I'm taking credit for.
20?
20. I speak better Dutch than you.
He
Wow.
speaks better than you.
Wow.
I'm very bad.
Is there
But I understand
any
some
plan that you
of
can speak
Well, the sixth
publicly
was
about when
pretty
it comes
easy,
to
I
your
think.
fantastic graphic novel?
That gave it
There's
away.
anything in the works, follow
very
up,
bad in that.
any spin-off, any different adaptation, anything you can speak on?
We're about to enter our second printing. So if you've got the original, that's the only time that cover will ever be printed with the comic. We're going to put a new cover on it. Second printing on the way. And it's in development in a couple of different places to maybe turn it into something other than a comic book. But, you know, these things are a long shot, you know. They're one-outers. But they're plugging away. Thank you for asking, Griffin. I don't have any plans to write a sequel just yet. It was a lot of work to write the first one, and if there was, if the things that it's being developed into went somewhere, then it might be worth writing a sequel. But
Yeah. And can people still like just buy it right now if they want?
that's what I mean. Yeah. So we're almost out of the first print run of it. So
Okay.
Twisted,
and where, if people wanted to buy it, where would they go?
He's trying to make it up to me by letting me plug my comic. twistedcomics.co.uk is the place where you can buy it.
I wasn't actually. That was all genuine, authentic.
Thanks, pal.
Plug-in, man.
Thank you very much.
Nacho Cheese under the gun, wearing a $2,500 hoodie. Under the gun one, pardon me. There's Arishkov. Oh yeah. He thought he liked ace-6 off with 10 big blinds. Wait till you see what he does with ace-4 suited on 24. Ari's out.
They played to final. They will do it to 16.
Maltrosian out. Navas out.
Small blind, Angelov.
Then
Also going to be out.
16.
It's all up to table chip leader, top 5 stack. These remaining 37 players. Davenport with the very playable and very live Jack-8 of diamonds.
That's 4.
Maybe we can get everyone to agree to 10-minute levels. I'm in.
I'm in.
No.
Heads up to this flop.
I'm saying when we reach the final 16.
6 tray, deuce, 1 diamond, 1 spade.
I never made
Nice
it.
flop for
Yeah.
Arishkov.
Yeah.
But one that
Too many people.
might normally
just kinda
favor
thrown in.
Davenport. I think this is just going to be a nice, easy, small wager from Arishkov, leaving some space to, if you face any check raises. Also, yeah, does make it 30K. A check raise here from Davenport would be a bit roguish with this particular combo. Maybe be more inclined to do it maybe with like a 7 in your hand so that you can turn some straight draws. Jack-8 would be a bit too loose. And of course, calling would be a bit too loose too. But hey, he's got a lot of chips, so why not flex your muscles? You might even say, Joe, they are playing the game.
Playing the game.
Playing the game.
105,000 is the raise from Davenport. Look, I'm not going to lie. Davenport's the kind of guy that I take a look at him would
That's
just,
the other
just
thing.
gloss over him
Yeah,
and
I
just
mean-
be like, and he's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday in that hand against Navas, where, you know, we saw him calling that
4-bet.
Arishkov.
That 5-bet, pardon me, with the Jack-10 suited. And now here he is just finding this check raise.
Arishkov finding a call to the check raise.
I mean, doesn't have huge... Oh,
and
that's nice. for him,
turns
yeah.
top pair. Not the gin card.
But the tonic, at least.
The tonic, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're halfway there.
Action is on Davenport, the last aggressor, who checks. Pump the brakes. Action on Arishkov, who gives the subtle check, the one finger on the elbow.
Yeah, no real reason to bet here. If you are behind, you're likely way behind. But if you're ahead, probably means your opponent was stone bluffing and you want to give him one more opportunity. That 8 is interesting because it actually gives Davenport a decent amount of showdown value. And no real reason to turn your hand into a bluff. Reaching for chips, maybe just wants to throw out like 40, 50K so he doesn't get bluffed by a flop float.
And that 65K gets quickly called by top pair.
Playing the game on the flop, huh? Everyone's playing the game here.
Everyone is playing the game.
The fucking I love it. Everyone playing the game. I say that you guys don't play the game, but you're playing the fucking game. Wow.
Nice find. I like it. Nice
wow.
Very creative.
Well, unfortunately, I can think of one player who is no longer playing the game.
Very nice.
Julian Mariani out in 38th place. 19,800 euros. And guess who got him? Kęstutis Yungavicius.
Oh, my first guess.
Who is now up to 2.9 million in chips.
2.9? I don't know if
I
you're
don't
allowed to
fucking
do
know.
that.
I asked ChatGPT. 40.
I mean, that's kind of funny that Nacho asked
Yeah.
ChatGPT.
Yeah.
That's a little ironic.
My friends and I actually had an idea. I don't know if I should bring it up because it's such a good idea. I'm sure you're familiar with Tom Hanks' son, Chet Hanks.
Of course.
Likes the Rastafarian.
Huge Chet Hanks fan.
So we had this idea to create Chet GPT. All your questions it responds to in Rastafarian.
That's well. I mean, why don't we just say, as if Chet Hanks is?
It's Chet Hanks doing it. Yeah,
that's very funny.
Has legs.
Open here from Nacho. Barbaro.
Yeah, and you can see how Mulhosen just flatting the 10s here. Obviously a very, very strong hand. But in these positions, you're not thrilled about getting in 30 big blinds necessarily against the under-the-gun open. So stay under-repped. Allow 2 hands to get in there, but 2 hands that you're dominating.
This flop is a 3-person party.
Well, it's a bad start. That's a good
6-4 deuce. I think I saw 1 heart. Over pair for Mulhausen.
Yeah, and look, this flat 2 has now allowed Martrosian to call in the big and have a hand that he might be inclined to continue to proceeding action, maybe even in the form of a check raise, which will get you some nice chips. So, well played so far from the 10s.
Nacho playing the game, continues for 50,000.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. You got the backdoor hearts. You're only up against 1 strong range. If you turn a 9 or a king, you're almost always going to be good.
Emphasis on almost in this case, as we can see.
Yeah.
Mulhausen with sort of the top of his flat range.
Now, when you say you're only up against one strong range, you mean the hijack, right?
Yeah.
But with this sort of board texture,
Very well
the
put, yeah.
big blind can also be a bit of a, it's much wider, but it's certainly possible, as we can see here. So 2 callers, still 3 ways.
A 9 would be very interesting to me.
An ace is what we get instead. Not particularly, I mean, I guess for Nacho's range is interesting.
Yeah, it feels like the only opportunity he has to win the pot. How much does he care about it? How much is he worried about? Martrosian could even just have like ace-3, ace-5 with a backdoor flush draw. Mulhausen could be floating the flop with ace-queen, ace-jack high. I don't really love it as a barrel. Like sometimes you're going to fold out pocket 8s from Mulhausen, but it's such a thin part of the range. The ace actually improves, both of his opponents, I think, some of the time here. More so, of course, the hijack than the big blind per se. Question is, does Mulhausen ever just want to throw out a little protection here if he expects Nacho to have 2-barreled an ace? Does he want to give a free card to probably 1 to 2 overs of Nachos, and then hands that he's likely ahead of from Martrosian? Yeah, and it's going to find us. He's just a little small, just a little 60K, Might even get a value sometimes from worse hands like 9s or 8s. Now, can Nacho finally find 175K? Then we're going to be really playing the game.
Well, if it's playing the game, I believe Nacho can do it.
Yeah.
Just not this time.
No.
Mateusz Mulhausen playing the game.
Nice hand. Nice hand, bro.
Picks up 210K. That puts Mateusz at around 41 big blinds. You know who's got a lot of big blinds? Griffin.
Tell me.
Kęstutis Yungavicius. And would you like to see just how many?
The young studier.
Look at that. They're coloring him up. He has too many chips. He's just won another pot, has over 3.2 million. That is a lot of big blinds. Like 160?
Yep.
And he's got some fresh stacks of watermelon chips there after coloring up all those racks of blues. Ooh, Boris Angelov with the angled aces, the A-frames, the 18. Hannibal and B.A. Baracus. Makes it 45,000. And Nacho.
Nacho hand, Barbaro.
Nacho action. Slap on the wrist to himself. Not sure what that's about. But we don't kink shame here.
Oh, definitely not.
What do we know about Boris Angelov?
They have to keep.
We know that he finished second here last year. We know that he's got over 4 million in live earnings, 4 EPT main event cashes, and a deep run in a WSOP 10K.
Really?
10K? So we're going now?
Yeah, the 10K.
The WCB 10K?
10K.
Because of
Okay.
No, of course. Nobody says a word like that table. Like it's crazy.
Think you're one and done with the main?
No, nothing.
You done
but
it?
they don't
You
speak
got your little
English.
experience?
Like, a couple they do, but
If I could somehow
lying,
free
bro.
roll
Like,
it again, sure.
How'd
These
you
things
free
is a
roll?
joke.
I want a seat in a charity
your friend
event.
would be very
that's right.
entertaining on TV. You just need to get him upset about something.
Which one?
Mexican.
Oh, Mexican, yeah. Alexander.
Alexander, yeah.
He was very
Alexander
upset.
Colonius.
Yeah.
They were fighting for nothing.
Mexican 222.
That's the insane part.
But it would be good for the stream. I don't know if they'd like it, but it'd be very entertaining.
He doesn't say much, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main event was so stressful. I was free rolling it, and it was like one of the most stressful days of my life. I was just so frustrated. I did say that I was at the table with Bart Hansen, and Bart told me later that day that it was he'd played the main event for like 20 years, and it was the toughest day one table he's ever seen.
Anything.
That he's ever been at.
I may have paid him $50 to say that.
Too late for the disclaimer. Yeah, too late. Yeah, already it's done.
Queen 8-5, 2 diamonds. Lots for Davenport to like here.
Yeah, Breshkov's going to be a tough guy to get rid of in big blind defense. Davenport with a bit of a tricky one, and that's why he likes to check back. You would hate to get check raise. So many different combos that Breshkov might go with to do that. Even something like 10-7, 10 of diamonds, I think sometimes finds some cheeky check raises on the flop. Nice little brick on the turn.
Really important people who want to ring.
I don't think Breshkov's going to come out firing.
How much is a free roll?
Got $27 equity a person.
How much?
About $27 a person.
No,
yeah, it's like, I mean, it depends how many people show up. Maybe 1K, 1,500, something like that.
Might go for a little protection here.
Maybe 2K.
Against hands that have 2 overs, like a 10-7.
How much is for first?
Unlikely you're going to be getting check raised too often.
It's $1 million total prize pool.
So I like this little
5, 6, 7,
this little sprinkle.
There's like 12, 13.
Little sprinkle from the Brit.
But tons of people won't, you know.
No, I understand, but how much percentage pays first prize?
I don't know.
What's first price? 500?
No.
The table's pretty chatty, right, Griff?
The whole prize pool.
Okay.
So yeah,
we're keeping it.
100 and something.
We're keeping it after the break.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Not too bad for a free roll.
No. Definitely cannot complain about a free roll. Unless you're Alan Kessler.
You complain about everything. Imagine him here, like when I go in the
What
morning.
did they answer him on Twitter? Like, final table payouts are none of your concern.
Yeah. That was really good.
So savage.
Yeah.
I think he would get a heart attack if he goes. Every morning I go there and I order an ice americano. It's 20 euros. He might die on the lobby floor. He might die. He might have a stroke. It's pretty insane that it's 20 euros for a...
Yeah, that is pretty insane.
I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but a nice coffee is 20 euros. Where's he going for that? Oh, you know what? There's a little coffee shop on the outside of the Monte Carlo Bay. I bet that's where it costs 20 euros. Davenport has raised Jack 10. Nacho E. Barbaro makes 110,000 with ace queen. Pocket 10s for Arishkov. And with this dynamic, I don't know how you resist shipping it.
Yeah, I don't think Arishkov is thrilled by this scenario. We haven't seen a lot of light 3-betting from Barbaro, especially, against the chip leader of the table. But 10s is a real strong hand, and yeah, just the energy that I'm seeing from him right here is, yeah, realizing he has to do it, but not loving it. And I'll tell you what, for 700K, I think Nacho's going to be 3-bet folding this ace queen.
700.
There it is. It has been ship-a-rood. Nacho releases ace-queen. Nice pickup there for Arishkov, who's now up over 44 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, a brilliant level and performance from Arishkov. Remember, was very, very short, as little as 10, 11 big blinds.
Yeah. They call me the Mexican from Bulgaria.
It's true.
Bienvenidos.
Because of the mustache. We don't have that many in Bulgaria.
Yeah, 2 Bulgarians on this
But
table,
yeah,
huh?
I had a good hand. Obviously, I risked 4 days of playing poker. Yeah, I had a very good hand.
I believe it.
Got a
One of the
tweet
worst
here.
I'll go with, but it was a very good hand still.
A rare tweet from the Slay Dog. Says, watching Ari Angle doing some good bits on the EPT Live feature table, but where the F is Stapes?
Angelov.
I don't know what stream you could be listening to, Luke. But I'm here.
Ace King of Diamonds. Boris Angelov. We got Angelov, Obreshkov.
Here comes a classic Ari Angle bit. And, classic. Muhausen doesn't F around with Jack 7.
Yeah, just 4 minutes left on this level. We are going to be staying with these hooligans. The dying embers of this level.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so when Grafton said dying embers,
he was making a reference to...
He was referencing.
Yeah, because I told him about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must have made you feel real good for him.
Yeah, his last act as ambassador.
It's like he pardoned you as he was leaving office.
Exactly, yes.
He pardoned your humor.
Yeah.
Please, everyone, forgive Griffin, for he knows not what he does.
Yes.
Before he ascends.
It felt like that.
To Triton heaven now. King Jack for Davenport. Oh, Slay Dog's watching the wrong stream. He would even hear me reading that tweet. I mean, not the wrong stream. He's on the other one, watching with Tonka and Finton.
Oh.
Nobody told the Slay Dog that we're
Yeah.
only on YouTube.
Wow, that sounds very confusing.
Whoops. Matthew Davenport back on top at this featured table. And on the bottom, unfortunately, is Pierre Chevalier. Out in 37. That was a very French face. I can say that, my mother's.
I heard he got caught bluffing with Pierre.
Minute 45 left on the level. 36 players left in this event.
Ari would love to just steal one before the break here. Blinds will be going up to 25K, at which point he will be sort of in that 15 big blind range. But if you can take one down here in what should be the last or second to last hand of the day, that would be really, pardon me, hand of the level. That'd be pretty beneficial. Get him up to 20 blinds. Angelov, though, is a very, very tough opponent, and you're trying to come for his food. He's going to at least consider 3-betting you, but let's go the king deuce.
Hey, James. So Rory just texted me. He said, your commentary is very kind, sir, and I appreciate it. Is he being sarcastic?
Definitely not.
Okay. Because I feel like I could have easily goofed on him a whole bunch last night, and I didn't.
No, he's not. It's not. Yeah. That's not his style.
Okay.
He's a very genuine cat.
What?
That's true. He's a big sweetie pie.
Yeah.
They did at 8 a.m.
No, Ari hasn't.
As a matter of fact, the first time I ever met him,
I went. You went
Where was
today?
it?
3 days in a row.
No
He was
way.
talking about how
let's
he
go.
really wanted
But
the,
I mean,
the breakfast
light
buffet,
one,
whatever
but,
the hotel was, but he wasn't. I was like, come and be
I
my
went on the
guest.
treadmill for,
We had breakfast
20
together.
minutes.
First time we met.
You know you can't just add someone to your breakfast. You have to.
Oh, I know. I was
You pay for
unethical.
it.
Yeah. No, he came in.
He's really the hotel's guest at that point.
40.
Ace King suited for Nacho y Barbaro. Makes it 40,000. Arishkov gets the call with Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack off for Angle, and Angle is off to break.
I mean, it was like an Oliver Twist situation, you know. I was like,
Yeah, no, Rory's notoriously poor.
Let's see who had a better workout in the morning.
Let's do it.
Go.
Oh, we gonna do a push-up contest? Log rolling? $10-5-5.
advantage Arishkov. But Nacho's still technically ahead, despite what the math says. I can guarantee you Barbaro is going to be playing real
cagey.
Yeah, chill against Arishkov, the very, very dangerous Bulgarian. I mean, this guy's been fighting tooth and nail, just dragging players across concrete.
Yikes! That
With
is
these
graphic.
spots. It's actually a Vince Vaughn movie reference. You ever seen that one? It's a good one.
Which one?
Dragged across concrete.
It's called Dragged Across Concrete?
Yeah.
I think it had a different title in the States, maybe. It's where he fights a bunch of people.
Yeah, but he had a couple like that. He had one with Mel Gibson, and then he had.
Are we coming back to the feature? Okay. Okay. Okay, sure.
Oh no, this was the one with Mel Gibson. Yeah, that's right. Where they play like cops or
Yeah, I
dirty
don't really
cops
do
or-
Mel Gibson movies anymore.
Yeah.
Or Vince Vaughn, really, for that matter. King on the turn. Top pair for Barbaro. And a flush for Arishkov. A very strong flush. And an open-ended straight/royal draw.
Yeah, this is street flash potential, but more than that, literally the best card in the deck for Arishkov. Completing that king for Nacho. Just trouble. Blood in the water. And Arishkov, he's hungry.
Leo says, bye-bye Nacho. Not sure how realistic that is.
No, I don't expect to see Nacho be eliminated in this pot, but definitely going to be losing another 65,000. I mean, he is someone that is pretty in tune with things.
Yeah, great instincts for sure.
Great instincts. He really trusts his
He
gut
plays the game.
because he is delusionally confident.
He's playing
Which
the
is
game.
a great quality to have, actually, in poker.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I can tell you from personal experience. So let's see if he can find a way to wiggle out of this trap. His foot is in it right now.
Let's see how brutal the river is.
Yeah.
Not a great river for Nacho. Top two pair now.
I mean, and you're against such a capable player, right, Joe? Someone that can just, go for some off-the-wall bluff. But your hand is just pure bluff catch here. You can't even beat Queen Jack of Hearts, right, at this stage. Some sort of Queen Jack combo that certainly could have started betting the turn. How much does Arishkov want to bet? It'd be really sick, Joe.
What?
Is to check shove against any bet here. Because you have all the tens full, all the kings full, all the aces full.
Well, let's see what happens.
Snap called?
I think it was a snap call indeed. Huge pot. Gets shipped to Arishkov.
Wow.
And Nacho did not go broke, but did some real damage to himself.
Out of respect, I won't say. Ah, okay.
Some TV, bro.
So let's give Arishkov some credit for sizing that bet.
I mean, he did snap call it. Maybe
Maybe it
could have got a bit more, yeah.
Who knows? These players are headed to break, but they're coming back after. Gonna stick with this featured table. Matthew Davenport, the chip leader, Arishkov, as a result of that last hand, now second in chips, right in front of the other Bulgarian player at the table. Angelov is in third. 3 players approaching the danger zone. Barbaro, Engel, and Martrosian.
Not falling for it. Approaching. Oh, come on.
Okay, guys. We're taking a break. We're putting Griffin in the penalty box. More from EPT Monte-Carlo after this.
Blinds are now 20,000, 40,000, and we're going to sweat with the chip leader, Majoroka. Ace-5 suited in the hijack. He raises. Jack Salter on the button. This looks like a re-raise. A 3-bet to 195,000. Multimernik has just joined the feature table. He folds the small blind. Martin Sealis gives up the big blind. It's back on Roka.
Now, being out of position puts a whole new paint job on things. We should really either be 4-betting or folding this.
Roka calls.
Okay. Ace-5 doesn't flop very well. Okay, again.
Roka has top pair and a wheel draw.
Well, we flopped well. Basically, what this means is that we got to call, flop, and turn, and then reevaluate on the river.
Roka is playing in flow. He's checked to the pre-flop aggressor.
Check behind would be nice, but for a third time, okay.
Salter set to continue. 135,000.
Pretty much nothing we can do here but call. Folding would be ridiculous, and raising would be dumber than the premise to a Rob Schneider movie. The animal, the hot chick.
There's the call from Roka. 750,000 in the middle. The turn card is the 10 of hearts.
Well, there's not much beating us now that wasn't before.
Roka checks for a second time.
Please make this a small bet.
Looks like Salter will bet again. 190,000.
You know how you can be on the phone with your friend and the call drops and then your friend doesn't call back, but you weren't done with the conversation, so you're forced to call? That's us right now. We're forced to call.
Yellow chips worth 25,000 each. The blue chips are worth 5,000. So Roka calls. The river card, the Jack of Hearts. So Roka doesn't improve, just top pair with a weak kicker.
Great.
He checks for a third time. Salter checks behind.
Yes, no decision on the river.
Roka tables ace-5. Salter tables.
Plays.
Ace-6. Roka's outkicked.
That is not a cool thing to say. Jack's a cool dude, but when he tries to act cool,
Knew I should bet that river.
You probably shouldn't have bet flop or turn.
We're going to flip reverse things and play a hand against Majoroka. We're going to sweat with Jack Salter.
Man, I hope he doesn't play this hand like he played the last one. I'm about to get real frustrated.
So Roka's raised the button. It's Salter's big blind.
Against a button raise, this is a call.
He does call. So he's out of position without the betting lead.
I hate this hand and I hate being out of position. I want to go back to Roka. I want to live at Dad's house.
Jack 9 deuce on the flop. Salter checks.
Check.
Now there's an argument to folding to a bet, but calling is probably what most everyone would do.
Here comes the bet. 105,000.
Take one off, maybe improve, maybe our opponent shuts down, maybe everyone agrees on an 11-way chop. Does anybody want a chop?
Silence means no. Salter calls.
Cool.
Cool shot of the dealer. There's your new profile pic, brah.
A 10 on the turn. Salter now has an up and down straight draw.
All right, all right, all right.
He checks for a second time. And Roka checks behind. A queen on the river. A straight for Salter.
Oh man, I totally didn't even realize that our straight draw is kind of bunked though. We hate this straight. It's the dummy end.
Salter checks.
If Roca bets, we're going to be in a more awkward spot than having to take the middle urinal.
430,000 in the middle.
And the stalls are full.
Roca bets 385k.
I think this is almost always a king. CSI, river bet.
Good hand. Bluff hand. Don't know.
Save it for the interrogation room, Horatio. Jack's gonna think this is nuts or air, but I think this is always nuts.
Sorry everyone, really don't know what to do. Probably not gonna raise, but apart from that.
Thank the maker.
I mean, you look like a bluffer, so it's pretty hard to fold.
Jack's trying to get a read, but I think the bet says it all, and it's saying, I have a king.
But then I look like a hero. Why would you bluff me? I'm not gonna fold. Why would you bluff me? You could just bluff someone else.
Well, Jack, you are the only person in the hand. Also, he's not bluffing. I promise you.
I'm really sorry.
Are you? I'll be trying so hard not to laugh.
Alright, man. Nice hand. Well, nice bet, sorry.
Salter folds, and sure enough, Roca had a king.
Yes. Wait, we were right. Sorry, I checked out for a minute.
Jack Salter still reasonably pained. He's really not sure if he made a good laydown there.
Wonder how many pieces of Russian players Alexander Kravchenko has had over the years.
Are you asking what percentage of their action he's had?
Yeah, just the sheer number of people. Like, I wonder if any player from Russia played any of these events that Kravchenko didn't have some small piece of.
No worries.
So folded to Daniel Zink on the button. Raises to 235k. Matt Woodward folds the small blind. Dag Martin Mickelson is in the big blind with ace king.
So, should we just give him the trophy now, or?
And Buck re-raised.
This is pretty ridiculous.
700,000.
I'm all in. Call.
All in, call.
All in and a call, and Zink is dominated.
All in. His hand is
Not great, Bob.
Cards. And ace king is the hand for Davenport.
This is where Zink really needs to bank.
Getting good every single hand.
All in is
I have
now
ace king every hand.
Daniel Zink with ace, check cards. And here comes
Let's hope that's the worst thing that happens to you during this hand.
Top comes deuce of diamonds.
King high flop, 2 diamonds, not hearts.
Exciting.
Now then you need
This is so sick that you just hit the king and no hearts.
Queen of diamonds, yeah, that's more fun.
Well, he called for the jack of diamonds. He gets the jack of diamonds.
Kings for Doug, and here's the river card. It's an 8.
No jack on the river, and Daniel Zink will be dispatched in 7th place. Cash is for 250,000 euros. At least he laddered because of that ridiculous coup at the start of the final table.
Oh, here we go.
James, now that we're short-handed,
Yeah.
Is any of this starting to come back to you?
Oh yeah. No, I remember this final table very clearly. That's why I don't want to say too much, because I don't want to be too preemptive, and I don't want to foreshadow what actually happens. I'm also intrigued how they're able to cover it in the short time available in a highlight show, and I fear that some of the story may get condensed too much in one of those montages.
So can we get the director's cut commentary after the show is over if there's things that we missed,
sure,
or sort of feeling that we didn't quite catch?
King of hearts, Jack of spades, queen of clubs.
Well, this is Tulchinski v. Woodward. Queen 8 versus ace 3, and Tulchinski's flop best, pairing his queen.
And this was you and Nick?
Yes, Nick and I would have done the live stream, and trying to remember who would have done the TV show with Colin Murray. It might have been Benjamin Kang.
Okay.
Cool. And Michael calls, 300,000.
Tulchinski is just fearless now. He's just like, you know what? I made that fold. That's it. No more.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, here we go.
Check. Michael check.
Some subtle tells there when he reaches for chips and then checks. I think he's trying to dissuade a bet when he does that.
Check. Michael checks.
Woodward with the best hand. Looks like he's going to go for a finish value bet.
And Matthew bets it out.
Is Tulchinski going to raise? I mean, it's pretty hard for a queen to be good here.
Yeah.
And Michael pass. Matthew.
Nice hand.
Riley, where's my seat?
Lay down.
Promising the seating something?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Nice hand. King queen.
Hello.
I know, it was a nice shot.
I get the players wearing sunglasses, even though I don't really like it. I'm not sure about the audience.
So folded to Mickelson in the small.
360,000.
Abusing that big stack, raising to 360,000 with Queen 4.
I mean, you're raising the big blind of King Jack suited fold guy. Excuse me, Ace King suited fold guy.
And has he folded a hand since? No. Is he going to fold this Jack 10? No.
Cool.
Nor should he.
Michael calls. 2 players. Top is 10 of hearts, 10 of
Queen 10 10 top pair versus trips.
He checks.
Is this going to be the start of the decline of Dagmar Mickelson?
360,000.
Tulchinski leads at this.
How do I feel about the lead?
360,000.
Man, I really like raising the lead there.
3 of hearts.
I just think when they lead and you raise, they just never put you on a 10.
And check, river card. 8
Check, check.
Mickelson. I feel like this is a check call spot, but I guess if you do that, you run the risk of your opponent polarizing, and then you have some kind of insane decision with top pair. So
yeah,
maybe you can put out like a small to medium blocker type bet here, and when you get raised, maybe you don't get raised, right?
Yeah, and because the camera, just one quick thing, because the camera placement, I forgot, I thought that Mickelson was the button here. Of course, it's small blind versus big blind. So we talked about Tulchinski leading the flop. It was checked to him, so he took over the betting. Here he calls Mickelson's river bet and wins a significant pot, but it hasn't done too much damage to Mickelson's stack.
Not a lot of damage, but the first loss we've seen him suffer.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. Day 4 continues. We are coming back from break with 36 players. We're trying to get another 20 eliminated before the end of today. We want to get down to the final 16, get down to the final 2 tables. Maybe just one of those days where we play 5.5 levels and then bag and tag. These are the chip leaders coming into the next session of play. Yungavicius up to 3.1 million. The biggest stack by some margin. Enrico Coppola second in chips with 2.2 million. And we are keeping the same lineup on the main stage, the same feature table. Former chip leader Matthew Davenport, the biggest stack of these 8 players. Last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov. Ari Engel from the USA, Matthias Mulhausen from the Netherlands. Nacho Barbaro, who is now a sub-20 big blind stack. The blind's going to 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, one thing I've observed as we go to the 10-25 blind level, average stack just shy of 1 million. We are now playing sub-50 big blind average. Has got a little bit shallower, so maybe we'll pick up the pace during this level. Maybe we'll get a few more eliminations.
Yeah, it was observed briefly that we're not quite on pace according to the widget, and I think that this will do a lot towards resolving that. We can see on this table alone, 3 stacks, sub-20 big blinds effective, and with the blinds going up, of course, that's going to do the job. That's the name of the game, tournament poker, and the cost of business has just increased.
So returning to the action at the feature table. This will be the start of level 23. Confirmation that the blinds are 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. Still playing 90-minute levels at this stage. There'll be 90-minute levels until we get down to a final table, down to the final 9. That will happen tomorrow. And at that point, we will shift from timed levels to fixed levels that are 30 hands in duration. Be interesting to see how this plays out, this new rule that's been brought in for this EPT festival, how it fares, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate that. Our team is always looking for ways to improve and streamline these experiences. Obviously, European Poker Tour floor staff, best in the world, best in class. And at this stage,
You're not even from the same country.
we resume.
Arthur is Russian. Vahe is your name? Vahe. 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 Armenian. Erevan?
Where are you from?
I'm from Bulgaria. You're the best Armenian, yeah?
Norbert asking if Sebastian Mallet is still in. He is not. Mallet was eliminated during the last session.
Who is what? The other best Armenian. Another one who is really good, you think?
I don't know.
The clock is running once again. First hand of the new level underway.
So as James just said, 10K, 25K, 25K big blind ante. Nacho is going to kick us off with King Jack suited. James just mentioned, started the hand sub 20 big blinds effective. So on the shallower side. And at this point, a lot of these small pocket pairs, James, not worth the call, not worth the curiosity. We see the deuces go in the bin there.
So it's round to Vahe Martrosian in the big blind with King 10, a dominated king.
Also a short stack, James. So 14 big blinds after putting in the big blind and big blind ante, so 16 big blinds to start the hand. I'm not surprised to see a defend.
Well, King Jack is still ahead. Straight draws for both players.
And I think this is just quite a natural continuation bet. Nacho will have many, many, many more strong hands than his opponent given the way the hand was played. Martrosian is going to give this one a fold, understandably so. I don't think it's the kind of time when we're going to go fishing for gut shots, James. Might be a good name for a band, though. Fishing for gut shots.
Fishing for gut shots.
It's like bowling for soup. Fishing for gut shots.
Action on Ari Angle, he passes. Round to Navas, he folds the 10-9. Last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov, King 10 in the cutoff. One of two Bulgarian players at the feature table. Angelov raising to 50,000.
Angelov around 43 big blinds-ish to start the hand. Nacho has a pretty trashy one. Is it just me or Nacho's glass is slightly askew?
They're askew, but in a kind of cool way. King 6-5 on the flop, top pair for Angelov. Some backdoor potential for Nacho.
Jack 7 definitely on the wider side with the big blind ante in play, and that wider open from the cutoff I think definitely is not unreasonable, but it's just so tricky to make it work at this late stage in the tournament, James. Nacho, a player with a lot of experience though, so let's see how it plays here. I think probably a bet and a fold, but chat, help me out here. Are they slightly wonky? Yeah, like kind of tilted in one direction. And just the fold.
Everyone getting that classic mid-afternoon or late afternoon slump. Day 4 of 6 of this tournament. It does not conclude until Saturday. And we have ace-queen here for Ari Engel.
Where's Ari at? Ari got about 20 big blinds to start the hand.
Well, he has decided to limp with ace-queen here, Nick. We have a Gibbons from Ari.
Interesting.
You play 500?
A little less.
Stoyan Arishkov in the big blind. checks his option, and we will see a flop. Ace, King, 9. Top pair for Ari Engel. Bottom pair for Stoyan Arishkov. Leonard Jones says, don't like the ace-queen off limp. Noted, Leonard. Thank you.
Noted. Yeah, and at this point, just going to be a bet. You know, we're going to be really concerned about limps under the gun here. I'd be interested to see what this whole range looks like, right? From Ari, if he does have a limping range here, I'd love to understand the sort of psychology behind it. Not to say I think it's necessarily bad. A little bit out of the box, but can see how that might work. Ari is a player with lots of experience.
Yeah, we established a record equaling, along with Maurice Hawkins, number of World Series of Poker circuit rings. And
goodbye, everyone.
Ari is being balanced off the feature table. He was due to post the big blind next, so he's being moved to one of the outer tables. And this is why we have had a couple of eliminations. Valeriano Toledano, 36th place finisher, cashing for 19,800 euros. Plus, we've also lost our 35th place finisher, Jean Christiani, also cashing for just shy of 20k, taking us down to 34 in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. So now we're seven-handed on the main stage, and Martrosian has raised to 300,000. He's done the virtual all-in thing here, Nick, leaving himself 30k behind, so one big blind behind. Very much committed to this pot with ace-jack.
Absolutely. Story checks out.
Oh! Arishkov with aces calls. No, it's not all in.
He didn't see it. He didn't see the card.
Floor will be called and a ruling will be made. And clearly, Arishkov thought Martrosian was all in. Could easily have just re-raised to put him all in.
You play with advantage.
I have to play with the open cards.
What he thinks he has.
Maybe in the same situation. First.
Oh, he plays with showed cards?
Yeah.
The call is 300, okay?
So he has called.
I mean,
Arishkov still has 30k behind. And I think the floor ruling will be that Arishkov has to play with his hand face up.
I have option only check.
So, who was the small blind for 4
Not that it matters, James, but ugh, so annoying. This spot.
He has 25,000 behind, and he showed his cards, and after he put it back. So,
I have to play with open cards.
You don't have to play, we all saw them. But
I didn't see. He has one big blind.
Yeah, we don't expose your cards on first, but you have a disadvantage because the cards have been seen. But we continue to play, and I will tell you after.
Can I bet the flop, or I should check?
Whatever you can.
Okay.
I'm being in the same situation in this tournament, and you, so I can only check.
I did not see this. I did not say this 100%. You have all options.
How he's not going to have an option?
And now we open this card.
Can I open the card? I did already, so.
You can play with everybody else, but I will talk to you after the hand. You have all options.
Okay, so Arishkov's hand is exposed. The hand now plays out as normal.
We need a flop.
Martrosian with just one big blind
I thought
behind.
he's all in, that's why. All in.
All in.
Yeah, I mean, it's good if you show blind. That would be really nice.
Yeah, and with one big blind behind, Knowing your opponent's cards. Oh, James. This is just nightmare territory on this flop as well. Very few ways out, just the sort of running jacks, backdoor straight draw. I can't imagine we're allowed to fold, but staring into the face of the Grim Reaper and saying, sure, why not? I guess we run it anyway. Doesn't feel like a good situation. Doesn't feel like a good feeling.
Ace queen is jack.
Does fold. Oh, wow. That's an unusual one, James. We don't see that often.
7-10.
I will give you now official warning for exposing cards before the action was finished. I think it's a genuine mistake because you didn't see it. That's why you don't receive an immediate penalty. But when you do that the next time, I will give you a penalty for
Thank you.
exposing a hand.
You get a penalty.
Sure. Sounds fair.
Easy round, right ruling.
Yeah.
Because you basically changed the dynamics by exposing the cards.
I had queen 10 suited. So it was some of your outs.
What are your thoughts here, James? I mean, he's got infinite price, even with the back doors.
If you spin this up, it's gonna be legendary.
Yeah, I think what's more interesting there is the ruling.
Luck. Good luck.
Which I think is very fair. It's very clear. I know you can never prove intent, but I think it's very clear that that was a mistake.
Yeah, I'll count it now.
And a warning was issued, but no actual penalty.
He needs to call on the flop.
Yeah.
25 for
I think I have 4 days queen, I call it jack.
He needs like 4%.
Wow. He doesn't have 4%. Very close though.
So Martrosian still has 30k. Is still alive.
Diamond is enough, but I guess not.
I mean, he has the diamond, he obviously calls. If he has diamonds, he obviously calls.
I mean, he's got some way to go until the pay jump as well, right? We're paying 19.8 until we get down to 31. I don't think you're going to survive with a single big blind. We need 3 eliminations. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's improbable.
You know what's interesting here, James, is because we are playing live poker at a EPT, it is the big blind ante, right?
Correct.
And actually, that is a different dynamic than if this was online, where we just pay standard antes, right? Everyone chips in a percentage of a big blind. So under these circumstances, he still has a couple positions before he's going to get eaten up by the blinds. Honestly, I have no idea. This is such an unusual spot. I mean, when I say unusual, I mean like one in a few thousand more. I don't know. It's not something that we need to know about. We don't need to know what we do when our opponent accidentally exposes their cards and we have one big blind behind. It's just not going to happen often enough. But my heart kind of tells me that we just run it regardless because we have such a good price. But with ICM, it's, I don't know. It's a bummer flop. I understand you feel pretty hopeless. Hoping for running jacks or backdoor straight draw is not a good situation to find yourself in.
Excuse me. Can I have chamomile tea?
So limp, blind v blind. Boris has the kind of hand that can be raised. Me and Griffin were talking about this yesterday. Versus that limp blind v blind when you have absolute position on the remaining player in the pot behind you. Our ISO range from a GTO perspective is going to be very polarized. It's going to be a bunch of trash, and it's going to be really strong hands, because when we raise medium strength hands, we sometimes lose value when we get limp raised. And then we put ourselves in difficult situations where we have a lot of equity and good visibility, James, as well. So here, just the limp call with the 5-4 suited, very natural, pretty textbook so far.
There are 3s here for Angelov. There are 4s for Navas. And
you know, next picture?
all important wheel draw as well.
Yeah, for you it's important. No?
Angelov has
31.
connected on the
What?
ace high dry texture. I think a continuation bet is pretty normal.
It could be.
Goes for 1/4 pot on the flop.
The patients are so flat.
Check raise.
Check and raise.
I've been really impressed with Navas throughout this tournament. Super, super aggro, very composed. He's got his game plan. We did see him dust a pretty big pot to Davenport yesterday. I say dust, I think it was still a really well played hand. It just kind of didn't work out on that occasion. And with the check raise unsuccessful, we go to the turn, 7 of hearts. Now, hearts in favor of Navas, as well as the best hand, I should add. Checks it over. Oh, wow. That is a very unfortunate run out for Navas.
I mean, had everything going for him on the turn, had the best hand, had the draws, both of them, and then Angelov hits the 3 on the river.
This is pretty gruesome. Although I don't imagine Navas is going to lose a huge stack here. Given the action, James, you imagine Angelov having plenty of ace combos. It's not like 5-4 is the nuts. But having been check raised, I think Angelov needs to go big now. I think the idea is we're going to try and get as much as possible from, you know, an ace combo that might check raise flop. Ace 4 would be an interesting one to have here, but does ace 4 really check raise flop and then not barrel turn? That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a size up, something approaching 495. But given the action, do we want to size down again? I'm not sure. I think when your opponent check raises flop, James, and then checks turn and then checks river, you're not going to have as many of those big, strong hands that you're going to target with the big bet. So actually, on balance, I think maybe we size down. Boris Angelov, qualified to find the correct bet. Teach us, sir. Teach us. Okay, never mind. Went big.
So, polarizing.
Yep.
Shoves on Navas. It's all into call. Effectively 715k into 495k.
Yeah, it looks like Boris is in team polarize. Now, 4-5, you can imagine a definite consideration here. Although I think perhaps a little bit too risky at this stage in the tournaments.
And be in the same situation as where the flow is those you can only check.
That doesn't make any
Now that's in the tank here.
Exactly. The start of the tournament.
That makes no sense.
The thing is, James, if you want to get really technical, this is probably a really bad hand. It's a bad 4 to bluff catch with because we're blocking the straight draws and the flush draws.
Yeah.
And under those circumstances, when we're thinking about, you know, the kinds of 4s that we want to hero call with here, having cards that your opponent can have that would have missed a draw is not beneficial because we want our opponents to be turning, you know, a random 5 into a bluff, or you know, random 5 with backdoor hearts into a bluff.
Navas has now played 3 time bank cards.
Don't forget, guys, this wasn't ISO'd pot as well. This was limp raise pre-flop. So Angelov could literally just be sitting here with aces. You know, Angelov could also be doing this with, you know, ace-king. With the action that we saw, James, it seems pretty unreasonable that Navas would have a 2-pair played in this fashion. Therefore, good players will pick up on that and go for max, especially when the board pairs like this. You know, potentially getting check raised by an ace combo on the flop. Now, obviously, out kicking with those bigger combinations. This is for the whole stack, though, guys.
Yeah, and I'd be very surprised to see Navas call all in here.
You know, would Angelov play king, queen of hearts like this? That's a good question, right? Check raising, raises pre, c-bets the flop, calls the check raise.
Yeah.
I think that's believable. King, queen of hearts seems very reasonable at this level because players will check raise this flop with any deuce or any 5. You know, with just a gut shot on either side or whatever. But then would they turn it into a bluff? If they were confident that king high was beating those hands, they probably wouldn't bluff. Good fold from Navas. Really unfortunate run out though, James.
Yeah, I think he is.
Boris Angelov now playing a 55 big blind stack.
Yeah, ISO 3. Jack 3.
Nice hand, huh? Jack 3. Maybe.
Did he call the hand?
Do you wear the PokerStars because you're from a satellite or Davidson? Maybe.
You qualified online?
Meanwhile, we have lost Ari Engel. We have our 34th place finisher there. Ari cashing for 19,800 euros. Ari was eliminated by Enrico Coppola. And Enrico is the new chip leader, new tournament boss with a stack of 3.6 million. And we do have a player on the main stage who has less, or just over 1 big blind, I should say. Vahe Martrosian, who is under the gun on this hand, and Martrosian is all in for 30k. If we get back to the action at the feature table, Martrosian has moved all in for his last 30k.
A bit more.
He would have been forced all in on the next hand, Nick. So he's decided to take a stand here. Ace-7 suited.
Yep.
He has run into the Ace-8 of Arishkov, who has raised. Well, this is interesting. We're showing it as a call from Martrosian. Has he genuinely left 5k behind?
It would seem so.
Oh, he has.
We're still some ways away from the bubble, right, James?
31 is the money jump, so he'd need 2 players to go broke ahead of him.
I mean, look, any opportunity to find a ladder is a good one, I guess, James, but it's getting a bit excessive now, in my opinion.
I guess there is a trade.
Use them all, bro.
There we go. Now he's all in.
You make a combo.
Arishkov folds the Ace-8. So side pot picked up by Matthias Milhusen, and Martrosian at risk with Ace-7 against 10s.
Not dead yet. A comeback from the 1 big blind would be pretty cool, James.
I had a 10.
That's good.
That's good.
Very
Imagine 2-10 come.
Very good for you.
There is an ace on the desk.
James, why is there always an ace on the desk?
Now, Martrosian just needs to fade a 10 on the river.
I had an ace.
Succeeds.
Easy game. Does this mean Martrosian could pull off a Flexinelli?
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's like that poker expression that Joe Stapleton invented back in 2017. All it takes is a chip and a chair. And now, Martrosian is playing 5 big blinds, although 2 of those are going to be posted on the very next hand. He posts the big blind ante and the big blind.
And actually, I beat
And
You're out.
the spin up is on, James.
What do you have?
Huh?
Oh. So you had a 10?
No. I didn't want to say I had an ace because of him. I had ace 8.
Oh, okay. You made 2 pairs.
Yeah.
2017, great year for poker.
Very good chance that Martrosian finds himself all in again on this hand.
Yeah.
Action's been folded to Navas in the cutoff. King 10. He raises.
Now, James, if I'm in the big blind here with that stack against such an aggressive opponent, I probably don't even look and I just give him a spin. If the small blind gets involved, though, sorry, if the button or the small blind, excuse me, we're looking at Angelov first on the button. King 6 suited is a very reasonable 3-betting hand. We know that Navas is extremely aggressive, therefore the range could be wider than your average player. And so we might want to make this 160. Goes for 175.
Does indeed. So now we have Martrosian.
Oh!
What a hand to pick up in the big blind when you're this short.
The spin-up king!
All in.
All right, I am team Martrosian. I don't care what anyone says. The spin-up is on. Oh, this is dreamy. 2 kings out of the deck, too.
All because Arishkov accidentally exposed those aces.
Can you imagine? What a story.
Otherwise, he sticks the rest in with ace-jack and probably loses.
Can you imagine that story? They're gonna make blockbuster films about the time the guy accidentally exposed aces and then came back from one big blind.
This is the third one. That's a difficult one.
Yeah.
The third. It's always the third one.
The third one separates the man from the boys.
If you're really rooting for him, that's good karma.
Well, it's going to be hard to lose this one.
What a life.
We need some sweat, otherwise it's boring.
9.
No sweat.
Of clubs.
Muertos.
Martrosian staging a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
He's now going to have more than 10 big blinds.
Oh, man.
One, buddy. That's
this
the
is
one.
what dreams are made of. Never give up, never surrender.
Now the ladder is looking like a more realistic prospect.
He has more than me, no?
Not quite.
Story of my life.
Martrosian with 12 bigs. Nacho has 16 bigs.
Oh, man, dreamy stuff. Well done, dude.
Well, impressive.
Well, we're going to step away from the main stage and check on one of the outer tables where Hussein Kokistani is all in on the river. Leon Zaita is the other player in the hand, and the all-in has just been counted, 800,000. The board, Queen 10-6-5-3 with 3 hearts. Zaita calls. Kokistani tables the winning hand.
800,
Great reaction there from Kokistani as he doubles up. He had the flush, he had the heart flush. It was 2 pair for Leon Zaita, who made the call. (10-8) versus 10-9 suited. Well, this is an obvious domination here, Nick, especially when one of these hands is the Grafton.
Absolutely. 9-10 of diamonds never loses. Let's be real, chat.
Nacho, I'm rooting for you.
Thank you, bro.
Because with you, poker is fun again.
What?
When you're at the table, it's fun.
Also, if you buzz, they get us out of the picture.
Yes, for sure. That's for sure. Yeah. We are like 5% combined. The reason for being here, and Nacho is 95.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
What a goofball.
Should have folded the river.
So with 33 remaining, we are 2 off that money jump that we've alluded to a couple of times, but we're also 1 away from the next table break. And remember, tables are now broken at random.
If you fold, I have a low pocket pair. If you call, I have flush. Easy.
So, back in the game, plenty of chips to play with. Jack Trey obviously not going to make the cut here. Blind v blind action. Nacho has about 15 big blinds behind. I think we just got to bin this one, but I think calling is also not out of the question. That's what he decides to do. And all in. Oh, going for the raise, not all in. I actually think this is better. Now I look at it. 7s, 8s, 9s. We're starting to get to the point where actually raising not all in is probably superior. Sometimes we'll inspire a check shove with some weaker ace combos that we have dominated. Sometimes a check shove from deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s.
Yeah.
Well spotted there. Actually much prefer the line from this player. Probably more natural to shove with some of our weaker aces and smaller pairs as well.
So a question from Taylor Connolly, why random table breaks? What was happening in the late stages of tournaments when there was an agreed breaking order? Let's say, for example, as is normally the case, you break high to low. We're down to 4 tables. Table 4 knows they're the next to break, right? And we're 1 away from the redraw. The play at that table gets incredibly slow as players are trying to avoid the blinds coming around, knowing that the table will break very, very soon. If you don't know your table's about to break, you're less inclined to do that.
Under the gun versus big blind. 2 pretty standard spots. Great flop for the king-queen to start, though.
There's a rule change that was introduced in Barcelona last year, again, just designed to fix some of the, I don't want to call them angles, Nick, but I guess some of the things that players were exploiting or things that players were doing that was kind of just messing with how the game should run.
Yeah. I mean, as a general theme, the more that we learn about ICM, the more it seems increasingly apparent, James, that basically we should just be playing tighter as we get deeper in the tournament. Now, obviously, that's a massive generalization. As the chip leader, that's probably not as true, but my point being that we want to try and keep play at a good pace at a time when players are very incentivized to try and slow down the game for their own personal gain, which is perfectly within the rules. Let's change the rules to keep the game spicy, keep things moving, keep players playing. And Navas is going to go for 2 barrels. 200K on the turn into a pot of 205. Ever the aggressor, Mulhusen has a very good hand to call with.
He can't stay down, not with 2 barrels on him.
But facing that 200K bet, James, only 600K behind, do we ever want to just get the chips in now for fear of potential draws? This is tricky. You know, only 400K behind if we do decide to just flat here in a pot of around 600K. When you're facing a more aggressive opponent, do we want to have more traps? I think Navas falls in that category. We've seen a lot of aggressive action so far.
Go.
Just the call. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. In fact, I think I really like it.
Well, against this particular hand, you love it.
And Seis, that's not a Cinco. No improvement for Navas. Keep checking. We're trapping again. Mulhusen does go for the trap. Señor Navas, ¿qué piensas? All of it.
No. It's not quite an all-in. He's left a single chip behind.
The effective all-in. Sorry. Effective all-in is what I meant to say.
310,000, and Mateus pushing forward all of his time bank cards, indicating that he's gonna think this one over.
Okay, wait. I take back everything I just said. It's not the effective all-in, but is this an issue, James? Wouldn't you go for all of it in this spot? Has Navas miscalculated here, or is this intentionally to try and look stronger? I think it makes it look weaker. If you have ace-king, why wouldn't you go for the whole stack? There was 600K in there.
But you're trying to make yourself look weaker. You're trying to say, I'm giving myself insurance, which is a sign that actually your hand is really strong.
Also, Navas was the shorter of the 2 stacks. Leaves 5K behind. I am all mixed up here, chat. Ignore me. It is the effective all-in. Yeah. Costly.
Navas is now sitting there with the proverbial chip and the proverbial chair. He has 0 big blind.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
he has
sorry.
5,000, which is what? 1/5 of a big blind? 1/2 of a small blind?
So it would appear that the trap against the aggressive player was the correct move.
It's fine.
Oh, he's going to be forced all in on the next hand as well.
Yeah, this is not ideal.
Fucking game. But I don't know for how long.
For the pocket fives. I like the heart though, James.
Mucho huevo, Rafa. Lástima.
Grande Nachito.
Me gusta que le pones huevo.
Chad asking if he's allowed to put them all in. Of course he is. But when you're unsure on the river, save yourself a little bit. If you get it wrong, it's not dissimilar from getting the rest with such a small amount left. Can we see a comeback from sub 1 big blind now?
Well, we've seen the comeback from Martrosian. Granted, he's still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. He's not like among the chip leaders, but this is Mulhausen's chance to finish off Navas. Small versus big. It all goes in. 4 deuce for Mulhausen. Queen 8 for Navas.
Comeback is on.
I had a deuce.
How much do I pay?
Fallo.
10?
5.
And there is a 4 on the flop. Navas moves behind and is going to need to hit a queen or an 8. Same outs needed and one last chance to hit. Does not hit. And we lose Rafael Navas in 33rd place. 19,800 euros he cashes for.
I think something like 7-6.
Mulhusen took most of his chips on the previous hand and then took the very last chip on the very next hand.
You had? I had.
You had it.
Ace 4, 3, 7, 3.
You had it, right?
I'm a greedy guy, of course I have it.
It looked like you had it, but I don't know how much you had it.
Maybe 4 sometimes.
I think he was trying to
4, 5
hear.
suited.
I think he was trying to hero call you with something. insane.
Notes of commiseration for Rafael Navas. GG, but you punted, bro. Rip.
Check call, yeah, but
Idiotic.
something very insane.
This is hard.
Like a 7.
Oh, guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm fairly confident at this stage that Navas is a really, really good poker player. I don't know I don't know how else to explain it. Sometimes you bluff and it doesn't work, James. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you're right.
Some would say you're not bluffing enough if you don't get caught on occasion, too.
So it is table 3 that will be breaking. Obviously, we're waiting for play to conclude at all remaining tables before that table break occurs. The players from table 3 will shortly be on the move, taking their new seat assignments, because we are now down to the final 4 tables as we continue our quest today to get down to the final 2 tables. And players like Jamil Wakil and Juan Pardo will be on the move.
And everybody else will spread around.
Okay, so Mario just confirming there that it's Manel Montalban and Charles La Boissonnière who are the 2 players who will be taking seats at the feature table, so their chip stacks will be verified. Everyone else can take their new seat assignments now. Clock is paused while this takes place. And the 2 players who are going to be coming to the main stage will be mic'd and have their chip stacks verified and input to the graphics system. So reminder, we have got Scoop 2025 just a few days away, starts this Sunday, runs to June 2nd. $60 million guaranteed in prize money across the series. Buy-ins ranging from $5.50 to $15K. There is going to be a super high roller midway through the series. Also, the main events take place midway through the series. Unusually, those main events kicking off on Sunday, May 25th. We'll have cards up coverage of the 5K No Limit Hold'em main, May 26th through 28th. And don't forget the Scoop League has returned for 2025. Some new captains in the mix and some old faces returning. You got Sebastian Huber, Ben Spragg, Vincent Hand, Parker Talbot, and Kelvin Kerber, reppin' Brazil. You check out the PokerStars blog, you can see who the team captains have drafted and also, crucially, how you can get involved. Now, it does mention final table streamed on Twitch. Nick, you're going to be handling a lot of that coverage.
I'm going to be handling all that coverage, guys. If you don't already follow me on social media, at Nick Walsh TV. But if you don't want to follow me there, make sure you follow us at twitch.tv/PokerStars, where I will be streaming at 2 p.m. UK every single day that we have content available. That means every day apart from Saturday. I will have special guests. Hopefully, I'll have some winners of the final tables to talk through their experience and their thoughts I am super excited about this, guys. I'm in the process of putting together the roster. Please come and join. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you like Cards Up action, it's every single day, May and the first week of June until the 4th. Please be there. Please follow me. Let me help you. Help me to help you.
That was 3 p.m. Central European Summertime, right? 2 p.m. UK?
Yes, correct.
Perfect. Don't forget, we've got some live events coming up soon as well. At the end of this month, the PokerStars Open will take place in Namur, Belgium. This will be Belgium's biggest poker festival, May 28th through June 9th. And then everyone moves on to Malaga. Spain hosts the next stop on the PokerStars Open, June 16th through 22nd. Details are in the PokerStars Live app, including the dates of future events in Manchester and Cannes. Plenty of opportunities between now and the end of the year to earn points for the PokerStars Live League. Remember, all European PokerStars events throughout 2025 are feeding into the league, and it doesn't matter what buy-ins you play, there is a leaderboard, there is a buy-in tier for you. Of course, we've got the EPT on summer hiatus, returning in August in Barcelona, August 18th through 31st. You can win your way there with PowerPath. If you can't join us in Barcelona this year, at least in person, you can join us via the live stream, but there will be live coverage on YouTube from at least the main event. Always a huge turnout in Barcelona, always a huge tournament, that main event, and you can follow the action online. Alternatively, as I insinuated, you could take a run at qualifying and maybe play your first ever EPT main event. Would love to see some gold Power Pass winners, some online qualifiers go deep in that tournament when we kick off our coverage in the summer. So it looks, Nick, like there were actually 2 bust outs on that hand. We did lose a player from the feature table. We lost a player from the outer tables as well. We are at 31 in the main event. That means we have hit the ladder. That means Martrosian, who remember was down to 1 big blind at one point.
Yep.
Martrosian has locked himself up additional prize money.
I am excited about that. Obviously not picking favorites, but a comeback from 1 big blind is always a lot of fun. It just epitomizes tournament poker. There's survival at all costs that we like to see. And for that reason, I'd like to see him continue in this tournament. I'd like to see him go some ways.
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed 22,750 euros with 31 players remaining. It was Nicholas Tiggat who was the 32nd place
Can
finisher.
you put your green chips in front, please?
Tiggat!
Yeah, it's okay.
And we're back underway with
Say about
still
a minute.
half of this blind level to run.
It's all under, yeah, 140.
Really quick, James. You mentioned Malaga on that during that pause.
Yeah.
Any chance you're going to join us in Malaga?
No, I will be in Vegas.
That's right.
this
I've
summer.
asked you this question already. Sorry. Yep. See, it's so rare that James and I actually have an opportunity to play poker together because we're always on the comms together. So unless I fly out to Vegas, it's a possibility, I suppose.
Nacho Barbaro opens a Jack-10. Montalban shoves for around 20 big blinds, gets the fold from Nacho, who is one of the 2 short stacks of the table. Nacho playing 13 bigs, Martrosian playing 11. Stoyan Arishkov still the table chip leader.
Está bien.
For 25.
Connection folded to Arishkov. Let's this one go. Sixes for Matthias Mühlhausen, who is raising to 50,000. It's Anglov in the small blind with King 4. And Matthew Davenport in the big blind. Folds as well. So there's his wife, Delia, on the rail. Watching him play.
46 and then the
Is it
break.
Delia DeLong? Delia DeLong? Always forget her last name.
No last level.
Pretty sure she was there in Paris
Yeah,
when
it's on
Mateus won the
16.
FPS event.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so the
Maximum 10 per
maximum 10 per. Can I see? Thank you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Salud.
$60.
Delia de Jong. Thank you, PokerStars.
Thank you. I was close.
There's a lot of whispering going on, Nick. I don't know what they're whispering about. Fours against ace queen, and fours still good post flop. Boris betting his fours. $60,000. 1/3 pot. And La Bossoniere calls. Does pick up a gut shot on the turn. Checks a second time. Think Angelov fire again or just get checked back most of the time?
Yeah, it's a good question. If we bluff this flop, I don't know. It's tricky because I suppose our opponents can have some check flop with King X combos. Maybe even hands like Queen 10, although maybe that's more of a natural continuation bet. In any case, check on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the river.
Well, La Boissonniere has checked a third time. Angelov checks it back, goes to showdown. Fours are good and will win the pot. So 42 minutes on this level. And then we'll have a 20-minute break at the end of this level. So that means this is your 60-minute warning, your 1 hour warning before the bird goes up in the sky. We flick the switch on the uplink, and Maria Ho joins us live via satellite.
Hello.
That's right, homies. Your girl will be here in 1 hour's time.
Who she was talking to?
Checking on the prize money for the top finishers in this tournament.
Yeah, and Vahe looks like a gentleman. Certainly treats women right.
Of course. Wow. So good I didn't open that sound. Discipline. Discipline.
Don't lose the head, Nachito.
We're all friends, helping each other.
How do you say lose in Spanish?
Perder. Perder. No pierde la
perder la cabeza.
No pierde la cabeza.
Oh, what? Saying that I could have opened the last one. I was gonna get 3-bet, but ace queen. I'm gonna fold. And there's 2 blinds.
Philip the Razor, I love you dearly. If there is one place breaking news probably does not have a home, it's the live chat on a poker stream on YouTube.
Yep.
But thanks.
That's the first place I go when sharing breaking news.
To be honest with you, there are actually worse places that people get news from.
What's going on here? Davenport shoving the button.
Okay, well, he's got 2 short stacks.
Yeah, just spotted that.
When the action's folded to him, it's a very easy jam. You've got Barbaro and Martrosian, who have like 19 big blinds between them.
Yep, looks good. I like it. I was momentarily alarmed, but story checks out.
Don't be alarmed.
I mean, there's breaking news, there's all-ins. It's all happening here,
Go
James.
Arturito, mini Artur.
No?
No?
Not about that.
Oh, no. Why?
That's right, Kat, like Facebook. If I was going to rank
Artur Martirosyan. He's your brother.
non-sources of news
I'm
where
joking.
people are getting information from in terms of reliability,
I know he's not your brother.
live chat on YouTube, Facebook, X, none of these things is an actual news platform, and the information gets less and less credible as you work your way down that ranking system.
James, is it safe to say, however, that the current YouTube chat for this poker stream is still more accurate than the misinformation currently being shared on X?
That's why I have us ranked 1, Facebook 2, and X 3.
Goodness me. James, I failed to see the roof open again today.
Well, we all needed a little bit of a lie-in this morning after the late night.
Well, I stayed up watching it all night long as well, so I suppose that's true for all of us. You guys were on the comms, of course. Are they going to do it tomorrow? I always feel like I leave it too late and they stop doing it at some point.
The weather is obviously a huge factor.
Yeah.
This is flip.
Nacho Barbaro shoves small to big. Queen 6 into the ace 8 of Stoyan Arishkov. Nacho at risk and behind, does have live cards though.
I take queen on the flop.
I bet you would.
No sweat.
Maybe 2 of them.
Yeah, 2. Or 6, something easy.
2, 3, 4.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Not a great start for Nacho. Ace high flop. That's going to see his equity dramatically reduced, down to just 4% with 2 cards to come. And Nacho is drawing dead on the turn. Eliminated in 31st place.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but we're not gonna play here anymore. They're gonna move us.
Or appeal when
That's
we
good.
Sorry, not sorry.
At least music.
Nacho Barbaro cashes for 22,750 euros.
Who? The runner-up. No.
By the way, all the TV tables are super boring, and when he's there, it's always fun.
Yeah.
It's just not so good for poker.
The other TV table, you. Pocas fichas y ahora tienes un montón, cabrón.
Ah, sí.
Claro que te lo has pasado mejor.
Also, it was the first level, so everyone was a bit stiff. So beginning of the day, you know.
What I say.
And then, but yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, we would have changed the feature table at the next break regardless.
Yeah.
Angelov an above average stack at the moment, Nick, sitting with 1.5 million. I have to say, that would be a pretty cool story to have narrowly missed out on victory in 2024, come back the very next year and win the tournament.
Right.
Davenport's raise has been flattered by Arishkov in the small blind and by Montalban in the big blind. Three-way to the flop. And it is a king high flop.
Yeah, tricky spot now for Davenport. I think probably we do a decent amount of c-betting. I think with the weaker king, we can do plenty of checking, though. As we see Davenport in agreement here. Now, 9 on the turn, of course, improves Montalban. 7 would be very spicy for Davenport. But at this stage now, Arishkov probably considering continuing here. I say continuing, having a bet, I should say, not the initial opener. Are we letting certain combinations off too light if we don't find a lead here?
Yep.
I think we do want to bet. We can bet small, though. 50,000, I like it. Less than 1/3. It's the kind of size that looks a little bit proby. We probably want to do this with some of our draws here as well. Try and generate some fold equity, and then also, of course, setting a price to potentially improve on the river if we had a flush draw or a straight draw here, for example. Very believable on this texture. Davenport going nowhere. Probably just a call. Does call indeed.
Well, king, queen, still good.
And now James with 2 players calling the bet. We're pretty confident king, queen is still good here. Definitely not the worst spot. But I wonder if that 10 is connected enough where we want to perhaps check and maybe call a bet, control the pot somewhat. Or is it better to just have another small bet and hope that we get called by worse, maybe fold to a raise? I think just betting here, maybe 100K. That looks like 110. No, 85, excuse me. I think this is probably my preferred line as well, around 1/3 on the river. It's sort of a blocker bet.
Montalban folds. What is Davenport going to do? He's counted out the call.
Yeah.
He's made the call.
It's good.
I've got a bad lookalike for Matthew Davenport. Keith Allen. You don't know who I'm talking about? Google it.
I accept. Yeah, good one.
Where on earth are you from? We're from England. Remember Fat Les?
No, I don't remember that.
To the outer tables we go, where Frederick Popo is all in against Jamil Wakil. 4s against Ace Jack. 4s still ahead. 4s hold. That is going to be a double up for Frederick Popo. And Jamil Wakil is going to be left with 460K. So Wakil now one of the shorter stacks.
Oh, I have 4 cards. and 3 people snap fold their card.
Popo actually awake there?
Yeah, and the button calls.
So like, I'm going to have a power nap. Just nudge me if I need to get up and leave the table.
Whatever, XXX.
If I double up, just give me another 5 minutes.
It's like, I haven't played a hand for 3 hours. Got 2 in 1.
I like it.
Yeah. And there was, big blind was out all in, so there was no side pot,
really?
like very little side pot, yeah. I had ace high, but yeah, just a fun spot.
Love it. Live chat is now littered with random lines from the song Vindaloo.
Oh, was that from the football song?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I do know of that.
With the video that's a spoof of
I got
Verve.
you, yeah.
Yeah. Montalban all in. The shove gets through. So I think there's been more drama at the outer tables, Nick. Let's step away from the feature table once again. We have lost a player. Sebastian Geil is out in 30th place, cashing for 22,750 euros. This was actually a 3-way all-in. The other 2 players in the hand being Yungavicius and Shevliakov.
He changed the winner of the tournament twice now, within 2 minutes.
Geil and Yungavicius both missed their straight draws. So Shevliakov got a near triple up with aces, eliminated Geil, and Yungavicius, who you'll remember started this level as the chip leader, is now playing less than $1 million. Sounds like that was a huge pot, might be the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Great comment from Leonard. There's so many things wrong with this. That tournament director looks like David Craig, the old James Bond.
We're all in here, James. Pocket threes.
Number 1, senior floor staff. Number 2, Daniel Craig. Number 3, no he doesn't. Thank you for your comment.
And this is going to be risky business now. Pocket threes very likely to get called by the 9s.
We did say, there I am thinking it's going to be a showdown, 3s against 9s, and then we have Charles Boissonniere wake up with aces in the big.
All right, so 30 big blinds, 30 big blinds behind the big blind here with the aces. I think that we are allowed to have I don't know, James. I think maybe just the shove, yeah. I think anything else looks really, really sus.
And from Arishkov's perspective, what's he meant to do?
Oh, man. Nightmare territory, James. Might feel priced in. So total pot currently 725, 555 to call. So you're calling a 555 to win around 1.2, James, is that right? 1.2 total?
Yep.
This is really tough.
So does make a disciplined and correct laydown. And
time bank, huh?
Martrosian is going to need to get lucky here.
Could have used 2.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we said that we were playing a pretty shallow average stack when we started this level. We expected to unkink the hose. We expected to see a fair few eliminations, and that's pretty much what the first hour of this level has delivered. We're already down to 29. We could be down to 28 unless Martrosian hits a 3. No luck for him on the flop. A lot of people predicting that the Needle 9 is going to hit this board.
Needle 9, also a good name for a band.
2 outs for Martrosian, 1 last chance to hit. No Needle 9, no 3. Martrosian out in 29th place. Another KO, another player cashing for 22,750 euros.
And as always with a spin, the third one is the hard one.
Yeah.
Always the same.
You know the rules. You've been long enough in the game.
I've been a dinosaur of the game. The first 2 are not so tough. The third one.
Yeah.
Looks so sad. So 28 players remain.
Yeah, exits the tournament at a stage where you start to really get excited about payouts. All players still guaranteed 22,750 euros.
Meanwhile, we have a raise here from Stoyan Arishkov. Angelov with ace-king in the big blind. The 2 Bulgarians going to battle.
And I should also note the 2 deepest stacks at our feature table.
Yes. First and second, respectively.
And I think we are 3-betting maybe around the 200K mark. Smidge more.
How much you start the hand with?
1.5.
Goes for 275 here, James. Really chunky. Yeah, it does feel like Angelov here is really trying to say, bro, big stack to big stack, I have the hand. I'm not sure if you got the message, James.
So Arishkov calls, doesn't have the betting lead, doesn't have the best hand, does have the advantage of position. As these 2 players go to the flop, 585,000 in the middle already. The flop is 9 trait deuce. Classic board for hands like ace king, ace queen.
I was about to say, James, every time I 3-bet with ace king, I feel like these are the flops I encounter. I think probably a continuation bet. Let's see how Angelov feels. What's the size, though? Probably not massive. I think we're allowed to go, you know, maybe like 200 something. Goes for 145. Is this enough? It's small in relation to the pot here, James, which is relevant for the hand like ace-queen.
Yeah.
Are we getting blown off the pot too often if we're folding to this smaller continuation bet? And yeah, that's the vibe. Oh my gosh.
Ace on the turn.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is just absolute gin for Angelov.
Now have 875,000 in the middle. Angelov's the effective stack with just over $1 million behind.
Maybe 3?
This is the second barrel.
How much is the bet, though? Bet sizing super important here. 175, even smaller. In relation to the SPR, this makes perfect sense. Setting up for a less than pot shove on the river. I think the cool thing about having the size down here, which I think is really, really good, James, is that we are allowed to bluff very small, right? If we're going to do this with ace-king, we're allowed to do the same thing and try and convince our opponent to fold their 10s, jacks, 8s for a small price. And this is really, really good stuff from a really good player, so take note.
So, yeah, Arishkov makes the call. River card is a safe card for Angelov. 5 of spades. So I guess we see now whether he was indeed setting up for the river shove when he made that bet on the turn.
Yeah, and now, you know, are the backdoor spades relevant?
Oh, he checked it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, really, really rough turn for Arishkov. I mean, James, he tried to tell him, the bet size pre-flop, I got the goods. But understandable situation and really a brutal turn.
Good. And Boris Angelov is now the table chip leader, playing 2.1 million, around 85 big blinds. Those blinds going up in just over 18 minutes' time. That's when we'll come to the end of this level and hit the next break.
Oh, good turn, though.
We're heading to one of the outer tables again. It's Jerome Scarano against Leon Zaita, and Zaita has moved all in on the river.
You're too crazy, my friend. You bluff or not? No, I bluff. I call. I call.
Scarano calling the all in.
Yeah, call. One chip trend, please.
What's going on here? Don't slow roll the man with top set. Just a 9 for Scarano. Scarano did not go broke in that hand, by the way. He still has 20K. He still has 4/5 of a big blind.
Oh.
I mean, it was very clear to me that Scarano had called, but Zaita literally wanted to put his chips out in front of him before he showed him that, oh, I actually have like pretty much the nuts on this board.
Yeah, that's a little cheeky to say the least.
Not sure whether Scarano can now spin it up or whether we're going to be losing him shortly.
So returning to the table here, guys, it was raise call pre-flop. Tiny continuation bet, 25K into 135.
Yes, Jow, if you have less than a big, you are still eligible to win the full big blind ante. So in simple terms, let's say you have 5K. You would only be eligible to win 5K of the big blind, but you would be eligible to win the full 25K of the ante.
So facing that super small continuation bet, Davenport floats, and on the turn now is checking to the aggressor. Dennis in Twitch, in YouTube chat, says, not cheeky at all. He just wanted to make sure the call is binding and not just rely on the verbal part. Newsflash, the verbal part is binding, Dennis.
I mean, I heard the guy say call about 4 times.
And then he looked at the dealer and said, is that a call? And the dealer said, yes, that's a call. I think that's binding, Dennis.
Arishkov has rivered Broadway.
This is a good run out for the ace king.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just joshing Dennis. Sorry, that came off really hard, really aggressive. My apologies. How do we get value? If our opponent doesn't want to lead river here after check on the turn, I think we probably size down. We're trying to get called by a 10, though. I mean, probably at least 50% on the river is going to be something we want to aim for. Let's see how Arishkov feels. Chunky bet. 250.
And
the other direction.
Fold from Davenport.
Yeah, I'm just joshing, guys. Obviously a big spot.
Danny, your local casino's doing it wrong. Simple as. Meanwhile, Jerome Scarano did not last much longer, was not able to spin it up, was not able to chip and share it. He is out in 28th place. Got a money jump though, 26,150 euros. Straight over to the other table, Faradin Mustafov all in pre against Andreas Gella. Gella calling the all in and tabling. Pocket jacks. Mustafov with kings. It's a domination situation with a jack on the flop. And that set of jacks will eliminate Faradin Mustafov in 27th place.
Questo video vale almeno
26,150 euros for Mustafov as well. We're down to 26 players now.
Oh man, what a brutal game we played, James. What a brutal game. Montalban facing a 3-bet now as we return to our feature. Does let it go.
Danny says my local is in the Isle of Man, so maybe that's why. I'm shocked, seeing as the Isle of Man is populated by loads of people from the gaming industry, including loads of nerds who work at PokerStars, who I'm surprised haven't bullied the casino into doing it properly.
Well, I was told recently that the Palace Casino, which I've actually been to on the Isle of Man several times, is no longer supporting poker. I think they're repurposing that room. Is that true?
Work out.
That would be a real shame. I really enjoy playing poker on the Isle of Man.
You get new ones tomorrow.
Once a year?
But they add up. Yeah, sure. Usually I use them all in one hand. So. Yeah, that's what I do also. I never use a time bank and then one hand all of them.
Yes, Tom. If you use the word call, it is binding. A verbal declaration in poker is binding. It's one of the key rules of the game. If you say raise 200, doesn't matter if you then throw out 1,000 chips.
Yeah.
The verbal declaration is binding.
I don't have time to overthink.
Same goes for raise, same goes for all in. If you are new to poker, that's a really important one, James. All in should always be binding. The statement, if you say, haha, hey, John, I'm all in, it is technically binding.
Even if your opponent's name is not John.
Imagine trying to play that semantics.
No,
I called it by the wrong name.
The right play. I should call or jam. Three-time banks.
Ooh, action stations.
Yes, indeed.
That's the GTO.
Mulhausen ahead for now with top pair. The open-ended straight draw for Montalban.
All in.
Wow, Montalban with the committing check raise, the shove from Mulhausen, the call from Montalban on the draw.
We hebben vrouw boer. Vrouw 9.
And Montalban at risk and needing to hit a king or an 8. Board pairs on the turn. Montalban still drawing to 7 outs, 17% chance of survival. River card is a 6, and we lose.
Thank you.
Manel Montalban, following his final table appearance at the PokerStars Open Campione. He makes it to the top 30 here in EPT Monte-Carlo, finishing in 26th place in the main event.
Half of my friends went there for university.
Oh, really? You haven't been there for university?
No,
Montalban will receive 26,150 euros. We're at 25, Nick. We're one away from breaking another table.
I mean, what did we say about the widget? Caught up. And those blinds doing their job.
I have a bunch of friends in Hague.
What? Sorry?
Hague.
You have to
pronounce it, yeah?
Sorry?
Hague is how you pronounce it, yeah?
Den Haag.
Den Haag.
But
that's in your language.
In English, it would be The Hague.
The Hague.
The Hague.
Okay, that was so far.
Everything just has a lot of.
Yeah. Like we have a throat disease, you know?
Yeah.
That's basically how it sounds.
I can never pronounce the name of the beach.
Scheveningen.
Yeah, that one.
Tough one.
What's uglier for you guys, German or Dutch? If you listen to it,
they're very similar. Can you say something like 2 sentences?
Dutch is harder for me to understand, just because it has a lot of the. Like German, at least sounds like a bit more coherent.
Right.
Can you say a sentence? Whatever.
Neuken in de keuken. He's been to Holland a lot of times. Yeah. I wanted to test him.
Yeah.
To me, this sounds it sounds more pleasant than German.
Okay,
German
for me as
very
well. For me as well, but it's still ugly.
The disappointing thing was I was feeling it that it was coming.
You feel it was coming? Sorry about that. It's literally the first sentence that coming up to mind, and when we were talking, I was like, "Can I think of something else?" No, this is the one.
He's going to be on the big bank. Yes.
Sorry, but the clock isn't paused.
New player coming in.
Why isn't he small blind?
Again, just keeping the tables balanced, and
part
it
of the
is
TV table experience.
Okay. Part of the TV table experience.
Stanislav Petrev who's going to be taking the empty seat. So we are still at 4 tables right now. When we lose one more player, we'll be at the final 3 tables. And suddenly, the goal of making it to 16 today, the goal of making it to the last 2 tables does seem achievable when you consider there are still 2 full 90-minute levels to play after this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had the question earlier in the week, James. Technically, is it possible that the tournament could get down to 9 today when we had like 180 or whatever it was? Obviously, a silly thought experiment. However, what we've come to realize is the widget rarely lies. It might slow down, it might speed up, but usually we arrive when we are supposed to. We usually conclude around the time we are expected. And I can't help but think that having that knowledge and knowing how that works, you know, from a broader perspective can assist you in, you know, calculating when you need to start making moves on the poker table, right? You know, having an idea about when those transitions occur are really important because it will really change the tempo of the game, and it should change the tempo of your poker.
We're getting to the stage now where the money's going to become more significant, the money jumps are going to become more frequent, and that is absolutely going to determine a change in the pace of play.
Yeah.
So Petrov has taken his seat on the feature table. I don't think we've seen Stanislav Petrov on the feature table yet, have we?
I don't think so.
Well, his stay here will not be long because we've only got 5 minutes on the level and we're going to be changing the table during the break. Coming up after the break, table 6 will be relocated to the main stage. We will be saying hello once again to Jamil Wakil, Juan Pardo, Enrico Coppola, and Andreas Gella.
What a lineup.
So no small blind in this hand. It's Petrov versus Davenport going to the flop, which is 10-9-4.
Davenport playing it slow.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Petrov now has a flush draw. Just double check. Yeah, it was the ace of diamonds, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the gutter ball. You know, on some diamond turns, you could imagine 8-6 would have a leading range. You know, you start to represent a 10 or a 9 when you have a gut shot and perhaps a flush draw if it was, you know, like the deuce of diamonds, for example. On the ace, however, it's very difficult to start having leads as aggressively because then what happens is Davenport, of course, checking that flop, will have plenty of ace combos that might not necessarily want to put more chips in on the flop.
Sure.
Davenport is going to check the turn as well. Now it gets a little bit interesting, James. When your opponent checks this turn, I think that takes a lot of the aces out. You know, maybe Davenport has ace something with a queen of diamonds or a jack of diamonds. They might want to try and construct some checking on this turn. Can the big blind now represent a 4, represent diamonds? You know, what if we make it like 150 to go here, James? Oh, just 75, okay.
A tickler.
It's a tickler. Like if I was Petrov here and I had a diamond flush on that turn and this run out, I would be very excited about perhaps putting in a larger size. But as played, gets the job done. And instincts were right, though. Having a little bluff there did seem appropriate. And that size worked out on this occasion.
2 minutes on the clock. Just a couple of minutes, probably one hand away from the next break. Petrov, by the way, playing around $1 million. Average stack right now is 1.4 million. La Boissonnière raising from first position. Makes it 50,000. Stanislav Petrov will be in the small blind. Wait, we've got Arishkov first on the button. Looks like he's flattered.
Sorry.
And with both blinds folding, we are going heads up to the flop. The flop is 10-5 deuce.
Die 25k was online of live. Ik denk niet dat hij heel goed is gaan. Maar verder heeft hij niet zoveel. Ja, ik heb over een minuut break, zie je dan wel. Ik zie je zo, 1 minuut.
I think we've had a continuation bet from La Boissonnière.
Yeah, looks like it. And a call.
Now we can see the hands. It's 7s against King Jack. 7's still good on the turn. Officially come to the end of this level.
No breaking.
So question mark on the 7s. Do we want to start putting chips in now in position? Your opponent c-bets this flop and then checks. I think that takes out a lot of their overpairs, takes out a lot of their ace-10, king-10, those kinds of things. So 7's probably reasonable hand to try and bet and get some action. If we do bet, I guess we're trying to get called by ace highs. We're trying to get called by some backdoor flush draws, that kind of thing. Maybe even pocket 6s, maybe even pocket 4s. Those might not necessarily be in the range here every time, but at this setup, it seems reasonable. Yep, there's a bet, 105K. I love the size there. James gets it done.
So play concludes at the feature table, but we're just going to check if there's any hands still in progress out in the field. In fact, there is still a hand in progress at table 6, which is going to become our new feature table. Juan Pardo has moved all in on the river. Enrico Coppola deciding what to do, and he is running out of time. He only has one time bank card left.
Pardo with the wicked poker face here. Always looks so nonchalant.
Well, that last time bank card has been played. That gives him just 30 seconds to make a decision.
Second last timer. 5, 4,
5 seconds.
3, 2, 1, 0. And it's dead.
Hand is dead. The shove from Pardo gets through. And a reminder, this is going to be our feature table on the other side of the break, as well as Pardo and Coppola. We have Jamil Wakil and Andreas Gella in that lineup. So we'll watch those guys potentially for the next 90 minutes. But remember, one more elimination down to 24. That means another table breaks, and it could be this table.
Yeah, it could.
We are definitely at the business end of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event now. And these are the stacks of the players we've been watching on the main stage for the last couple of levels. Boris Angelov, the table chip leader with 2.2 million. No one short stacks. The shortest stacks, Davenport and Petrov, have 35 big blinds each. That's at the new blind level, 15,000, 30,000, with a 30K big blind ante. So we will return in 18 minutes time with a new feature table and more action from day 4 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. Blinds at 81.60 with a 20K ante.
Now's when the real poker starts.
10-4 for Mickelson, and the chip leader folds. Tulchinski on the button. 8 deuce. Lets it go. Peter DeCorva in the small blind has pocket nines.
Naners.
At this point in time, Peter DeCorva was a Dutch pro sponsored by Stars.
Peter's going to raise to 500,000.
All in and a call, and we've got a sick race here.
Oh.
King Jack suited and clubs.
And I think Woodward is the at-risk player, but it's pretty close.
Let's see the flop. Flop is ace, 6, 7, 7 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, ace of.
Now this seemed like the flip that could be avoided.
Peter's still in the lead with his nines. Let's see the turn card.
All the Dutch and Belgians on the rail.
Peter's in the lead with his nines. Matt's looking for a 10, a jack, or a king in order to double through here.
10 jack or king needed for Matt Woodward. Hits the 10, makes the straight, and that is going to leave Peter DeCorva super short. Their stacks were pretty even.
What's the shortest? Yeah, by about 350.
Sick.
Very close.
Yeah, that is sick. I kind of feel like had I been on commentary with you, James, I may have invented all it takes is a chip and a chair in 2009 instead of 2014.
Well, let's not forget that earlier in this season, Joe, at EPT London, we had the amazing comeback from Michael Martin, who was down to like half a big blind. And now we've got this potential story of Peter DeCorva.
Still the shortest stack, though.
Yeah.
Like all those hands we just saw him win, I was expecting that the chip stacks hadn't updated yet, but nope, he's still on the bottom.
Mickelson opens with pocket tens, ace-jack the hand for Peter DeCorva.
380.
James, what do you think's the most number of all-ins you've won in a row, even over the span of multiple tournaments?
Oh. I mean, it's probably single digits.
Right?
Peter re-raises all in.
Call.
Matt passes, Dag calls.
You got it?
210.
Okay, so now DeCorva flipping for his grand final life.
Like Castle versus the Vampire Diaries. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
And it is an ace-high flop. Straight draw for Mickelson.
Peter's taking the lead with aces and jacks.
10 or queen.
Let's see the turn card. Turns to 4 of spades. Peter needs to dodge a 10 or a queen in order to double.
Kenny Hallett and Ruben Visser among the players on Peter DeCorva's rail, hoping that his aces hold here. They do. DeCorva gets another double up, and that is a significant dent in Dag Martin Mickelson's stack.
Is that 5 all-ins in a row?
Oh my god, he's sick.
Triple up, double up, double up, double up 4. So 5 all-ins, lost the first one against Woodward, and then has managed to get himself back into contention afterwards.
Jeez.
He's going to raise to 380,000.
Makes it 380,000. Jack deuce for Tulchinski. PDK. Double up king.
Re-raise to 680.
Three-betting with sixes out of the small blind. Who's getting all uppity all of a sudden now that he has chips?
So back to Dag.
Getting weird with the sixes.
300,000 chip raise back to him. He'll make the call. Peter and Dag will go heads up to the flop.
Mickelson calls, not nearly as far behind as he would be sometimes facing a three-bet.
7 of hearts, 6 of
And
diamonds.
DeCorver flops a boat straight up. And Mickelson's going to have to work very hard
430,000 is the raise
to lose more chips here. He's been three-bet pre-flop. I don't think King 10's really ahead of the three-bet pre-flop range.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you think, wow, DeCorver flops huge. What a hand for him. But Mickelson has like nada, so it's impossible to get paid here. Somehow, Mickelson pays that bet on the flop.
And do you somehow pay another bet on the turn with a gut shot?
No.
Peter bets 1,040,000.
I mean, a lot of the hands that three-bet you pre-flop have nothing here. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. So maybe Mickelson thinks that that's the majority of DeCorver's range. Like, a lot of people aren't going to three-bet. They're sixes, they're sevens, they're eights, they're nines. So maybe maybe Mickelson gets in some trouble here by trying to take
all in.
Call.
Yeah.
All in and call.
Oh my God. Mickelson shoves on DeCorver, who happily calls all in with the full house. Mickelson drawing dead, and DeCorver is going to double up from 6 million to more than 12 million. Now has actually close to 15 million in chips. This guy was on life support just a couple of orbits ago.
I'm not going to lie, the victory laps here, somewhat justified.
All right, Matt and Dag are in the blinds. Michael's going to be first.
That must be Rail Mickelson.
And clearly, Joe, when I was talking about narratives in this event and narratives at this final table, it's the fall and rise of Piece DeCorver versus the implosion of Dag Martin Mickelson.
255.
That's such an interesting hand.
Michael raises to 320,000.
A lot of folks shouting punt. Some folks coming to the defense of Mickelson.
Peter makes the call.
My recollection at the time is, I mean, we're seeing one hand there, but generally,
Dag raises all in.
Mickelson's play had been pretty punty throughout.
Yeah.
Yep. They have to call something out.
And then he's been all in quite a bit.
Yeah. 320. So what's on the side? Michael makes the call. So does Peter.
All in for less.
Let's see the flop.
Side pot.
Flop is 10 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Both players checked. Let's see the turn.
Potential action on the side.
Diamonds. Both players have
And Mickelson drawing dead. He will be eliminated here.
Dude, DeCorver just
4 of clubs.
So hot right now.
Check. Show me. I need to see all 3 hands, please. Peter shows queen 9 for queens and nines.
So DeCorver will win the pot. Dag Martin Mickelson exits in 4th for 600,000 euros. But let's put this in perspective, guys. Remember the chip count from the last level, where Mickelson had like 16 million, and the second biggest stack was 4 million, and he's now out in 4th.
Yeah.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Mercier raised 425. calls.
Do you remember anything about a deal?
I don't, and bear in mind this was at a time when deals were not disclosed publicly on the stream or in the TV shows. If a deal was done, the details of it are not recorded anywhere official. It wouldn't surprise me, considering how almost even they were in chips, and because, as you say, Joe, the huge difference between first and second. Yeah, Dekorva has outflopped Woodward. It is domination rotation, aces and sevens, and he's going to raise this flop.
Are we going to have one hand of heads up?
I call. Matthew calls.
What sort of nonsense needs to happen on the turn that you can get away from ace-king here? Certainly not that.
Peter bets. 2.5 million.
That's right, Alec. It is domination rotation.
Matthew calls. 2.5.
Oh, now Woodward's doing it for him.
Woodward calls the bet, and we go to the river. And Dekorva now moves all in. And if Woodward calls, it's over. He lets it go. But that is going to put a gap between them. That's going to see Dekorva take the decisive chip lead.
You will see it on TV.
If I was going to make a drinking game, you'll see it on TV would definitely be one of the phrases.
As the curtains open on the night sky in Monte Carlo.
Is it morning?
No, this would actually be early evening. This was not a long final table.
Okay.
150,000, 300,000 are the blinds.
Matthew raised to 750. Peter calls.
9-6 versus 6-4. Monsters, I tell you, monsters.
And the flop comes.
Sometimes it's just how you do heads up. So Woodward's behind, but has the best draw. Oh man.
Dekorva all in.
Peter all in.
This feels like a fold. Even when you're ahead, you're going to be up against a bigger heart. A lot.
I call.
And call.
So Woodward officially behind right now, but has the best equity.
So he has a pair of sixes. And 4-6 is the hand for Matthew.
Man, this is one of the best case scenarios for Woodward.
With the 4, but he had the hard flush draw. Turn card.
Turn card.
It's
the Queen of Spades.
There's one more card to come. And here's the river card.
The river is the 7 of Spades, and it is over. Peter Dekorva has won it.
How? What a run.
Thank you.
Sun run.
Maniglerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Reese started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah.
So this is $1 million positive.
Those are just calls. And Ryan Reese checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Reese is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lurzer check here again and look to go for delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Reese
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lurzer bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Reese with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
6. 7 to 7 2.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
What a call!
950.
Maybe he grew up a huge Doyle Brunson fan.
Thought you were the 7 high call guy.
Wow. Insane.
More insanity abounds here at the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo here in the year 2025. Back in the present day, main event, the 4th day of this competition, live from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. I am Joe Stapleton, and she is Maria Ho.
Hello.
You're stuck with me, Maria, for the next 90 minutes.
I feel like I'm being trolled with the rotation, that's all.
You get the cushy schedule, get to pipe in from your sweet, sweet beachfront property, and you got to deal with me. These are the players at our feature table. 3 of the 5 biggest stacks in the entire tournament are with us right meow. Andreas, Juan, and Enrico, all with more than 2.4 million in chips, all with around 80 big blinds or more. Andreas Geller with 98 big blinds. Of course, there are 2 short stacks at this table. Frederick Popo and Jamil Wakil, both in the teens.
You are? No, you're not.
So small and big blind, please, small and big, and please keep your time bands in the way that I can see the time bands. And you want big blinds periphery.
How many match?
Blinds at 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. And you know what that means, Maria? That means that every big blind is an entire player's starting stack.
Wow, just pour one out for the homies.
25 players remaining in this field that started with 1,195 total entries. Looking to get down to 16 today. Action has folded to Enrico Coppola.
I didn't need the Italian flag to know where this guy's from. If anything, it might have thrown me off. Looks a lot like Mexico.
Definitely have a couple familiar faces in the mix here at this feature.
And DiMartino has defended with ace-7 of diamonds. Flops a 7. That is good enough. One diamond as well. DiMartino checks. Maria, what's your C-bet frequency here?
It's not 100%, that's for sure. I mean, I feel like sometimes you might want to avoid the hands that are going to check raise. You know, some of those straight flush draw type hands might just go for a check raise because this board looks kind of good for the big blind's range.
Your 10-8s, your Jack-8s, your Jack-10s.
Yeah, but I don't mind the C-bet, of course, but a lot of times you're just going to have to shut down, right? I mean, when the turn brings a 5, you know, completes a hand like 8-6, also now two-tone, you know, DiMartino could be lurking there with trip 9 sometimes. You know, obviously the 7X here, it does appear like it's going to go for a lead, which I don't mind because, again, you realize that that turn card, again, is a little more favorable for your range, and you don't really want to let your opponent see a free one with 2 overs to your 2 pair.
Well, it was not a free one, but it was a good one for DiMartino. Another diamond. Coppola drawing super thin, and come on.
What's your play?
Yeah, let's hope that this question is rhetorical in nature.
70, 400.
Don't waste a time bank on this.
Apposta, eh? Ci provi sempre, eh? Look dopo. Look dopo.
There's a couple of paisans.
Comunque sono cattivi che siamo tutti qua. Vabbè, bello, in famiglia. Sì, in famiglia. Chiamami papà.
Behind you.
Ah.
I think he just said, "Who's your daddy?"
Small table.
And that is what they are all after. The €1,000,000 up top. We are finally approaching those numbers. 15 spots to go before we hit that 10th place money. The current payout, of course, is 26,150. There is a pay jump at 23.
Yeah, those pay jumps are coming in hot and a lot more frequently now. So again, just with more ICM consideration, more pressure for certain stack sizes, you know, might have to lay low. Not Goliath though. He's got a nice looking stack, but gonna get out of the way with deuces.
Probably a smart move. Oh my goodness. Emig thinks he's got the best hand here most of the time.
200.
But sometimes you run into aces, and this re-raise is for more than 4x.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the bigger side than what I would like to see considering the effective stack size, but I just don't see a MIG being able to get away from this with jacks. Just off of 24 big blinds to start. How could you ever possibly?
24 EMIG blinds. And EMIG does get it in. And is drawing thin. Did we see any jacks folded, Maria? Does he have the full 2 outs, at least?
He has a plethora Just the two. Just the two.
Both outs are live, we hope. DiMartino in a great spot to bust Emig. Queen high and clubs not helpful.
Thin to win is only true in blackjack, you know? Not really poker.
Well, there's 2 entire cards in the deck that will save Arthur Emig, not the 5 of diamonds. And even though we just got back, things are going to take another pause.
I wish I was Italian. I guess I wish I was Italian.
Don't we all?
I'm lucky. My girlfriend's Italian. Maybe I get next.
Was
some Italian style, right? Kings, maybe. Kings.
Eliminated.
Not full Italian. Kings,
Bria, what do you
queens.
think about this one? Emig, more like E-Sig because he is vaporized.
It's not your best.
Wow!
Non potevo anch'io.
Wow.
Sono italiano, devo raddoppiare.
Vabbè, io l'ho pensato proprio prima, io mi auguro
Real friends are honest with one another.
Yeah, maybe just not in front of hundreds of
Ho
people.
mangiato veramente tante carte.
Hai mangiato l'ampredotto, non tante altre.
No, there is going to be a table breaking, but we have to wait for the action to conclude at the outer table.
I mean, don't you think on average, Stapes, I laugh at your jokes more?
Yeah, I'm
than
not. I'd already
most of your
forgotten
other
about it until you
friends?
just brought it up again. John Tolano says, I'd like to filter that joke out.
Ooh, nice.
See, Sacramento, I wasn't asking you for a rating, though, so we're going to... Ooh, you know what? You almost got a 24-hour ban, but I went with 30 minutes. People rating my jokes typically gets you a permanent ban forever. And it looks like... Where's the action? I don't see action there. Do you see action? Who's got cards? What are we waiting for? Oh! There it is.
Found it.
This is Manuel Cortada betting 100K on the river. King, King, Ace, 5, Jack out there. And betting into Artem Shaganov. That is definitely an Austin Powers name. Also, did Artem Shaganov just register? Shaganov with just 2 time bank cards remaining. One time bank card remaining. It's a long way to go today till we get down to 16, and I know there's a couple players at the feature table that are out of time bank cards as well.
Apparently, these people are being put to a lot of tough decisions.
And there goes the last time bank card. I mean, this must be a real tough one.
He looked at his watch as if he was like randomizing his call or fold,
I was
and
gonna
then he
say-
still used another time bank.
Do you still randomize? Do you randomize calls?
Yeah, I think if it's a close spot, sure. Like,
Wow. So you can literally just flip a coin? That's a thing that smart people do? Artem does call. Gets shown an ace and a 4. And that's good. So the kicker didn't even play. And so Cartada is going to scoop that pot with the 100K bet on the river. So now officially play has ended at all the tables. We're down to 24. We're down to the final 3 tables. I assume we're going to get some players, some new players up at the feature table. And let's have a quick peek at the table that's breaking. There they are. table, Shagalov. And Yungavicius at this table as well. He had stonks earlier.
You're going to play on table 1. 5. 1 and 5.
And we're going to watch you. If any of you try to duck the big blind, name and shame. Gonna have a quick few minutes here while players make their way to their new tables. PokerStars Live League is something that's pretty cool going on right now. With all the different opens and EPT events, there's some leaderboards, ways to earn points, ways to earn prizes in the high, medium, and low tiers. Cash prizes for the top finishers and a chance to join Team PokerStars as a team pro. And I think that comes with like $100,000 in buy-ins for live poker for the following year. And that race is already off to a hot start. You can check out the current standings on the PokerStars Live app, or you can just open your eyes right here. This is the low buy-in leaderboard. Andreas Fraley out in front, but it's a pretty close race, it looks like. Not too many points between Andreas Carlson and Frankcourt. Other names we recognize on this list, or name I should say, David Doherty, former Irish Open champion, in the running, as you would expect him to be. Up next is the medium leaderboard, and your friend and mine, Maria Ho, TJ Reed, is at the top of this leaderboard. Do you know TJ?
Yeah, of course. That's awesome.
Big TJ fan. Still might be his roommate for the World Series this year. Still trying to figure that out. Niels Padel is a name we recognize.
That right?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm going for the series yet or not, but it's going to be cheaper than staying in Los Angeles, so I'm thinking about it. Giuliano Bendinelli, third on this list. We know him as a former EPT Barcelona champion. And we might as well have a look at the high leaderboard. Clemens Reuter with over 1,000 points. Enrico Kamoski, we know that one. Jesse Lonis, the gorilla, the self-proclaimed best player in the world. And he kind of lives up to it. The guy's still on a heater. It's gone a couple years now, right, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's here to stay.
Mikita Bodzakovsky also on this list, and Alan Kessler's German cousin Marcel in 9th place. Wouldn't that be amazing if it was like a Donna Reed situation where they're just identical twin cousins?
Yeah, but I have a hard time imagining what the world would be like with two Kesslers.
With a second Kessler, yeah. There's not enough plain chicken and boiled white rice to go around, I don't think. So yeah, if you want to stay on top of that, you can check it all out in the PokerStars Live app. And I would say that, like, it's probably not too late to get involved. Whoever wins this event is going to get like 500 points. 611 points. I stand corrected. I mean, that's pretty solid. That'll get you quite a ways up on the high leaderboard. All right, my babies. 3 tables remain. 24 players, that is. So we did end up getting Kęstutis Yungavicius here at our featured table. The former chip leader now down to 49 big blinds. We've also added Manuel Cortada, the winner of that last pot we just saw. And there he is. There is Kęstutis. Pocket sixes. Makes it 60,000. And Popo in the small blind. Folds ace tray. Juan Pardo in the big, not someone's big blind I'm going to mess with. And he has a real hand too.
Yeah. Definitely somebody whose way you want to try to stay out of. Going to put you in a lot of tough spots.
Well, at least you don't have to wonder if your hand's any good on this board. No, you probably still do against the big blind. Ace, Jack, Jack. Yungavicius is going to continue, it looks like, with 5% equity.
Yeah, I think that this is a flop texture where most of the time you're going to be betting range as the pre-flop aggressor. So I can understand where the c-bet is coming from. Probably just going to be giving up once called.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. Yungavicius shutting it down.
I mean, granted, there's going to be, you know, some unmade hands that continue, some of those king, queen, king tens. But a lot of times, you know, Pardo can have certainly a lot of ace-x calling from the big blind. And of course, trips always a factor, although that might have been fast played with the check raise on the flop.
Eight of hearts is the river. Pardo out of position. Has to decide if he wants to go for value, and he doesn't want to check back. And he's made it real appealing for a hand just like sixes. How about this sizing, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, it just targets this exact range of hands. You know, all of the small pairs that are maybe curious because the clubs missed, curious because the Broadway gutters missed.
75.
Oh, baby!
Ooh, a little induction for a bluff here. Okay, I like to see this, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's one of those spots where most people would just look at it and be like, oh, it seems like such an easy spot to just call. But some people are like, well, would they be betting this small with trip jacks? You know, would they be betting this small with a really strong hand?
You don't expect the Lithuanian flag to indicate spice, but that was a spicy raise and got one of the best in the game to fold the winner. Heck of a play there.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, is poker dead? Like, what's happening?
Everyone's too good.
Oh. Stop the streams. Stop them.
Too much information being given out. If only you guys decided just, you know, you could have just let me do analysis for the last decade and everyone would be bad still. But no, you got to get Maria Ho and Griffin Benger and Sam Grafton and Nick Walsh in the booth, and now everyone's good. Anyway, Maria, are you excited that the Pope is American?
What?
They just named the new Pope. Yeah, come on, man.
Really?
It's the world's largest gender reveal party. The white smoke came out. It's a new Pope.
World's largest gender reveal party. I did not know that, actually, and shame on me because I am Catholic.
I think it just happened. Wait, you're Catholic?
What? Yes. What? Do you know me at all?
I mean, I know that you are a practicing Christian. I didn't realize you were Catholic.
Yeah.
That's wild. I'm a confirmed Catholic.
Last time, huh?
Wow. Should we go to mass together?
My confirmation name was Nancy.
You're welcome.
Stop it.
It was. They didn't really
Did you
like
know-
that. I wasn't taking it seriously, but that's what it. I chose Nancy.
Did you know that my parents were choosing between naming me Maria or Nancy?
That can't possibly be true.
No, it's 100% true.
That's so wild.
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm a Nancy, though. I think they made the right choice.
You're definitely a Maria.
Por ahí, he oído cosas de él. It's a date. The date. We are the.
Don't you go to one of those fancy Hollywood churches though, where everyone's all mixed together?
Oh, right. Like a non-denominational church?
Yeah, and everyone's all kooky.
Yeah. They're not kooky. They're lovely.
Jamil would kill with ace jack.
Well, Kill's had a pretty good track record at these EPT mains, I feel like.
He
They
has-
don't really go. Yeah.
I'm like almost sick of doing commentary on him. Like, luckily we're not going to turn these into TV shows, I don't think, but he had so much TV time in some of the last events we did. I was like, I have nothing left to say about this guy. All right, Cortada's defending. King high flop.
We'll kill with the range advantage. Favorable board. Gonna go ahead and put in a little C bet. Don't have to go too big. Yeah, anywhere, you know, between a fifth, a quarter pot here on this texture is good enough.
Cortada can't do it. Can't play back. No real pair, no real draw, no nothing. And that's a crucial pot for Wakil to pick up. Gets him up over the 20 big blind mark. Frederic Popo. His stack is poo-poo at the moment. Only 9 big blinds.
I just don't trust anything you say anymore, so I have to Google it. But you're right. It just happened, I think. Are you paying attention to the stream at all? Or do you just have like news alerts coming in that you're paying attention to? Because it looks like it just happened 9 minutes ago.
For some
Okay, never
reason.
mind. An hour ago.
So
Okay.
I don't know, like for some reason, like I grew up in like a Catholic town, so I've gotten like 4 or 5 text messages about this as soon as it happened.
From your parents?
Not from my
your
parents,
mom?
from like, you know, from college and high school friends. We had I'm not going to lie, we had a betting pool. And I had Raymond Leo Burke at plus 1,000, so I'm going to make a couple of bucks. I think his episode of Roommates is going to be fire, though.
On the 10?
Oh, no. Juan Pardo. Dominated. Putting more money in the pot. DiMartino with the big slick.
Yeah, you can't blame Juan Pardo for choosing this type of hand to put in the 3-bet, though, because this hand's going to mix, and not surprising to see Pardo pick the aggressive action. 2 blockers to, of course, the premium pairs, and should be a blocker to ace-king, but we know what you think about that.
$700.
Hey, 700. Put that in your Pope chimney and smoke it.
Again?
Pardo parts ways with his hand.
You're like an ace magnet.
Más o menos.
Italian style.
Are you from
Diego Di Martino, third in chips.
Don't be the pleasure.
All right, this guy. Just put a little hand sanitizer on after you. Are you blowing your nose directly into your hands, or hopefully not?
Okay.
It's hard to say.
Crazy match.
Yeah. We'll catch him eventually. We'll catch you eventually.
Well, if we don't catch him, the whole table's going to catch something.
Nice one. 3 out of 10.
If only I could ban you. If only I had the power.
Di Martino, ace jack, 60,000. Jamil Wakil, pocket nines in the big blind. Is this also a mix, Maria?
I feel like we're on the verge of a pay jump, right?
Ooh, Wakil's just going for it, and he's...
Yeah. It's not. It's definitely fine to jam. I think it is going to be a little player dependent on who's opening. Of course, the position in which they've opened from matters, but you know, Di Martino has been pretty active, and you know, sure, he's showed down a couple of good hands, but sometimes people just start taking advantage of that, and then they just start opening wider because they feel like they had shown down a few good hands. So you don't really hate this jam for all of those reasons.
What about for
Martino's,
ICM reasons?
Yeah, well, I was asking if we were on the verge of a pay jump because, you know, that's slightly going to be a consideration.
We are on a pay jump, specifically right now. And there's a player at the table with 9 big blinds. So I do like this sort of bravado. And Jamil Wakil is certainly not lacking in bravado. Di Martino lets it go. I don't think he was ever really going to call there, do you?
I mean, I think Ace-Jack feels cuspy there just because, again, of all the considerations that the big blind should probably be jamming a little bit tighter there. And also, you know, if it were later, slightly later in position, then I think Ace-Jack is going to be a call against 20 bigs, but don't mind the fold.
We'll kill up to 24 big blinds now. That could have gone really wrong for him. But it didn't. What's going on? Everyone keeps looking over their shoulder. This is the 9 big blind player, Frederick Papo. Is it just because you don't like vaping that you didn't like the E-MIG e-cig joke?
I like the E-MIG and the e-cig part, but I thought the vaporized part was just like a little...
I meant to just say now he's vapor. But vaporized,
yeah, I think I would like that better.
Vaporized, you know, came out, yeah.
It was a little too long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true. I think that's why it hurts so much, is because of the truth to it. 3 out of 10, though, is no.
Right. No, that was harsh.
Oh, no, these two.
Also, I think that real way you should take it is basically that I think all of your jokes are normally so good, the barometer is so high that relatively speaking, it wasn't your best.
That is how I should take it, but I didn't. I like that the Italian.
Should we try to work out?
Work out what?
Should we work out the chop pot song right now before it actually happens? So
That's
we
a
don't
really good idea.
absolutely slammed by chat.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
a really
am
good
I
idea.
gonna? Oh yeah, we definitely should work on it. Okay, we have one more street. So should I start right after you say the spiel?
As soon as you hear me say, as soon as the word, and you know what that means, go.
Okay. All right.
I'm so bored.
And then what do I do? So if you're going to go right away, you're going to be behind me anyway. So I think I have to
You
wait
take a beat.
extra long. Yeah. Okay, I think we can do this. Both players with a 6 now. There's a reason why when you sing choir, Maria, that you guys aren't doing it over Zoom, you know? Bet and a call. I mean, who knows? Yungavicius could just, like, jam raise the river and take it down outright.
It's true. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility for this madman.
Do you think when Donald Trump heard it was an American Pope, he was like, is it me? All right. It goes bet, call on the river. This hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. That sounded real good on this end. Real good on this end. But I don't know what went out.
I don't see anything in chat. What's
I see
happening?
a yes. But that could have been for my
Is my
Trump
mic
joke.
on?
Now you can sing.
Hello?
Oh, Z.
Hello?
Lol. 10 out of 10. The scores are coming in. They're coming in. 10 out of 10. This is bigger news than the Pope.
See what happens when we practice, when we work things
Oh,
out before,
Maria.
instead of having it sprung on us out of
Oh,
nowhere.
my goodness. This is a day that will live in infamy. And the Pope was
I feel
also
like-
chosen.
I feel like now you can't give me any more smack.
That was,
for the
that
top
was
box.
well discussed,
For the-
well
yeah.
planned, well executed.
Thank you. Thank you.
You deserve all the credit you're looking for. Alessandro says, honestly, who even needs more hands? That's the best this night is going to get.
That's right. Let's pull the plug on the stream now.
I'm a little mad at this 9.76 out of 10, though, from Armando. I know that I really shouldn't focus on the negative. Oh, my God, I don't like it. DiMartino flops a pair of jacks. That's the best hand. Geller is the chip leader and one of the players who is out of time bank cards. We just used the force on that, too. Like, it was a good amount of planning, like blowing up the Death Star. A lot of planning, but at the end, we had to turn off the targeting systems and just go for it.
Well, we executed to perfection.
And Geller called a bet of 55,000 on the turn with no real way to improve. Thinks ace high is good sometimes, I guess. And
Yeah, now that the board is double paired, I think it's
125.
even better.
It gives Geller a chance to take a stab. Gets himself an extra 125 out of the deal. And DiMartino jumps up into second place with that pot. Maybe a time bank card issue there. Maybe if he had a little more time to think, that hand shakes out differently.
2013.
Probably not, though.
No sé, 14. No sé si fue 13 o 14, porque fui a 2, pero... Pero 14, más de 10 años.
All right, take it easy. We got blowing noses, yawning.
75.
Andreas Geller, still chip leader. And button folds. Ooh, DiMartino in the small blind.
150.
Picking up a lot of big hands, and at some point, somebody just might get sick of all the 3-bets.
I will admit that DiMartino is kind of mumbling his bet sizes. Like I heard 150, and then he goes 250.
That's right. No discounts.
Back to Geller.
There's certainly some kind of dynamic to consider, right? You would assume that Geller's going to be opening pretty wide as the chip leader here. And DiMartino has been quite active. And so sometimes, you know, at some juncture, there might be a 4-bet coming with or without a hand. We are not quite there yet.
We'll try.
Not so sure about this Italian being spoken in the middle of the hand.
Picchi come un mare in mano,
Sono momenti di raggio.
No luck.
No luck.
Me neither.
Or kill. King 10. 60,000. 65,000.
Just a little sprinkle on top of the min.
Saw some chips going in there from DiMartino with King Jack. Popo in the small. Maria, it's terrible, right? It's terrible that I would just see if I could see a flop there, right? With Queen 9. It's so
Right.
bad. It's so bad, right?
From the small blind, I would pass.
It's so bad, I know.
And now you're thinking about how you would flop an open ender, yada yada.
I don't get that bent out of shape about that stuff anymore. But I'm talking, when I say anymore, I mean as of like a month ago.
Well, you know, better late than never.
With Juan Pardo to my left in the big blind, like I probably just wouldn't do it no matter what, because I'd just be like, oh, I'm just going to make it so appealing for him to squeeze. But if it was like...
That's a decent reason.
Yeah, but if it is like all these like I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm getting a feel for the way these Italian guys play already, and so I would be like, "Ooh, if I thought I could just get away with it, I would kind of want to see a flop with Queen 9." So it checks around. Deuce of clubs.
Yeah, Wakil gonna give some respect to that flatting range on the button from DiMartino. You know, those hands will consist of medium pairs that could flop sets. You know, pocket nines could be in there and 9-8 suited. And so was essentially deferring over to DiMartino, who elected to check back on that flop, but perhaps now is a good time for DiMartino to put in a bet. I mean, we can see that he is technically ahead of Wakil's hand, but if we're thinking about the ace highs that would play similarly in Wakil's range, that would check flop and check turn, you definitely want to try to fold those out.
$80,000 to call for Wakil. DiMartino checking his hand after betting.
What do we make of it?
I mean, I have a great read because I can see his cards.
No.
DiMartino's going to pick that one up. Did technically have the best hand, but it's probably going to be happy to pick it up where he did. And we have got outer table action. We've got three-way action pre-flop. Hossein Kakistani started with a raise. Colonius 3-bet. And then Leon Zaiter 4-bet to $1 million. Kakistani's folded. And this amount of goofiness usually means Colonius is going to fold too. Yep. And Zaiter shows ace-king suited and wants a fist bump.
No queen. I want not. Queen. Give him queen. Ask king for me. Thank you.
Zaiter's been a character since day 2, which was our first day of broadcasting.
Let's bring him up to the feature.
I have a feeling he'll be back. Back up to the stage. Oh, your boy Yungavicius is asking for a count. What happened here? This was Yungavicius opened, and Popo got the hand he's been waiting for. 2 kings all in for under 10 bigs.
I don't think against an open with some money invested already, you can really fold.
And Yunj does not fold. Popo still winces when he sees the ace.
Yeah.
I'm only a 70% favorite.
Yeah, this game is not for you if being a 70% favorite is still feels bad.
68%. Oh, always an ace on the desk. He could feel it. Maria, this is a mindset problem, right?
100%.
If you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Popo needs a queen or a king to survive. No mo Popo.
Good game, guys. Good game.
Frederic Popo has been eliminated.
Bit unlucky on the run out. But again, you know, that's what happens when you get short and you lose fold equity. You know, you're not going to be able to have your hands hold up even when you finally get a premium.
How much did he win?
No.
I mean, I know how much you want. I just thought it'd be cool if the graphics came up right when I said that. 26,150 euros. We're down to 23, and guess what? The remaining 23, they're all going to make more money than that. That's right. That was a prize jump. Everyone now guaranteed 30,000 euros. Now's when the real poker starts. So we had an interesting question from David Lappin. I got to scroll back. This is a question for Maria. As Joe's coach slash high stakes backer slash person who hates money, what part of his game has he improved the most?
Hi, David. What a great question. What a great question. What part of Joe's game has improved the most? Well, let's see. Okay, I think it is complaining about the lack of hands he makes, but that's also because he hasn't really been texting me lately, his hand histories, and I think that's partially because, I'm hoping it's because he's just complaining less overall.
No.
But maybe it's just because he feels like I have other things that I'm focusing on that he's trying not to bother me with his complaining.
That's part of it, but also I feel like I've been making a reasonable number of hands lately. So I have improved.
Okay.
I have improved in that way.
Right. You've just got better at making hands, but when you don't, you're still gonna whine about it.
Like I flopped a I flopped a set last week, so I'm pretty excited about that.
So that'll hold you over for like about a week.
A week's worth of playing, yeah.
Okay, so I guess the answer to your question, David, is nothing. He's improved in absolutely no area.
Look, I think, yeah, no, I think you're right. Actually, I was gonna say maybe my mindset's improved, but it really hasn't. I've just been, running hotter. Did you watch my appearances on No Gamble, No Future?
I'm sorry to say that I did not, but I saw a few hand clips on social, but I did not watch the entirety of it.
Well, I would hope if you had anything real, critical to say, that you would have gotten in touch.
Yeah, from the hands that were posted on social media, I did not have any strong criticism.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And listen, you won, right? So.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
I won
that's
both.
all that matters.
It's not all that matters. I mean, I won both times, but.
Yeah. It's obviously not all that matters.
175.
Staves, but.
It's mostly what
we are
matters,
not
though.
results oriented. Nope, no.
Cortana bets 175, trying to bluff Wakil off this queen. Feels like a hand that could be bluffed.
Yeah, I mean, 4 to a flush out there. Cortada.
Yeah, nice one.
Defended from the big. Yeah, it's gonna get it done.
Excuse me, Manuel Cortada up to 52 big blinds. That's good enough for second from the bottom, by the way, now at this table. This table's pretty deep now, except for Jamil Wakil is down to 19 bigs. Coppola, the other player who's out of time bank cards. King 10 on the button. Gets to the small blind.
60.
Geller in the large blind. Ace four deuce. A whiff for 9-8 and king 10. Coppola does not continue. And the 9 gets there.
Yeah, Coppola deciding to check back that flop, and now there's not really any reason to bet, right? You just still perceive that you have the same showdown value you had on the flop. That king high still looks fairly good. So just checking again on the turn, and it looks like action goes check, check on the river as well.
The neener is good.
Ooh.
Steen asks, hey, Joe and Maria, maybe the question has been asked before, but are the dealer not allowed to deal in their own style anymore? It seems that all the dealer now slide the cards. Yes, that was an announcement, I believe, at the end of last year that EPT main events would be slide style, with the proliferation of devices at the table that are capable of seeing the bottom side of the card with just about any arc to it whatsoever. For game integrity reasons, a lot of folks are pushing for the slide.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just what I love. One of the many reasons that I love playing on the EPT is I feel like they're always just at the forefront of making the changes that are necessary to a game that continues to evolve, to make sure that we're protecting that integrity. Because I know that there's a lot of kind of discussion, especially lately, about having to train all of the dealers, you know, because a lot of the American dealers were not taught or trained to pitch and deal that way. And, you know, I think people are looking at it as such a huge undertaking, but I feel like shouldn't that be something we should take the time and energy to do, because it does matter so much to protecting the integrity of the game. Like, I feel like there's a whole, if it ain't broke, fix it, don't fix it, but it is broken because players are taking advantage.
If there's one thing we love doing in America, it's changing. And if there's two things we love doing in America, it's changing to be more like Europe.
Didn't know.
I expect no resistance whatsoever. Geller with the open-ender, with kill with top pair. King helps no one, except for maybe a bluffer.
Yeah, it was a limp pot pre, so
Actually, it's the same. Yeah.
you know, you can have some of that King X and limp in from the small blind. And again, because of all that equity that you assume you have here with the open ender, you're okay with just taking this line as a semi-bluff. You know, you're going to fold out maybe some Queen X's, which you're not going to be able to beat at showdown, and probably some 3X, but obviously the 10X and the 8X is going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah. I always find better places to be.
7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. That is a straight this time.
Barcelona.
Go Eller.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
175.
And Geller bets 175,000. Wakil's top pair on the flop, a little less valuable by the river.
Yeah, and, you know, the backdoor flush also gets there. I think, you know, just there's so many of those hands that we're drawing that just get there. Of course, the Jack-9's going to be very obvious.
Kills chucked in at least one time bank so far.
You know, you don't really ever expect, of course, an 8x to be betting flop through the river. You don't really expect many 10x's to be doing that either. So you have to just really decide, does my opponent, you know, have a hand that had a draw that hit one of these
Kill
draws on the river?
Does Hero with the 10. Gets shown the straight. Pot goes to Geller. And
I think I would have preferred to have maybe a blocker to the straight or the flush with the 10, right? I think like a 10-5 with no spade or, you know, no straight blocker is kind of a worse call to make than if you had a hand like Jack.
well, this is good news for Jamil Wakil as Stoyan Arishkov exits in 23rd place. Is the first player to cash for that 30,100 euros. And let's focus on some cash game poker. Big game on tour. Season 2. Premiere in just a few weeks. Remember, this Saturday, final table of this event.
So exciting.
Following Saturday, the Loose Cannon audition show. Plus, I'm headlining Boom Chicago in Amsterdam. Hit me up for a ticket link. But the more important thing is the Loose Cannon audition show on YouTube. Then the Saturday after that, Season 2 of the Big Game on Tour premieres on YouTube. Jennifer Tilley, Gerard Piquet, Sam Grafton, Griffin Benger, Andrea Kari, and a Loose Cannon. And I'm not going to say who the Loose Cannon is because you got to watch the Loose Cannon audition show a week from Saturday.
That sounds like such a fun table and one that could get very, very loud.
Yeah, Canada does.
This is the guy.
And every Saturday after that, for the next 4 Saturdays, you'll catch another episode of that particular table. 5 episodes per table.
I look at the guy. Okay, so you are. You fold.
I fold.
Big fold. It was a big fold, wasn't it?
Ace, Queen, 7 on this flop. This is fun.
Come on.
He doesn't gonna say anything.
Huh?
So Geller was the original raiser, is going to continue a top pair. And we've seen Yungavicius get OOL. So far, just calling with the big draw. Wonder if the draw will get bigger on the turn. No. Turns a king.
No.
What did you fold?
Really?
Flush.
Ace Jack. Ace Jack.
Ace Jack? Good fold.
What do you have?
Better than you.
Does get a free card for the flush. Doesn't hit.
Huh?
I feel like the 8's, good here. I mean, not the best hand, but can stop you from getting into too much trouble, maybe.
Now you have position.
Yeah, it's kind of just enough hand where it's like, oh, okay, maybe I can win at showdown. But if you're betting here, certainly I don't think you expect to get called by worse very often.
Yeah. Geller gives him the free showdown.
Parece bien enseñarla, aunque no haga falta.
Ma erano picchi, quelli non ho visto.
No. Non mi sembra.
8-9 spice?
Spice.
Okay.
Wait, did he just say spice?
No.
Because someone... I can't do it. Poker in the Ears, I know that. That's my podcast. This ad is saving me from making the reference I wanted to make there. I'll just leave it at spice. We've been on a little break since we've been at live events for the last couple of years. Years? What? No. Months. Weeks. Anyway, the podcast is back this week. I don't know who the guest is going to be yet. We're going to see who wins this thing. Maybe we'll get them. Probably going to try to get Simon Wilson from Dublin. I'm still dying. Who can help me with this? I want Ryan Johnson on the podcast so bad. I know Poker Face has nothing to do with poker, except for Natasha Lyonne. Supposedly, you know, the character plays poker occasionally, but she's too busy solving murders. I want Ryan Johnson or I want Natasha Lyonne so bad on the podcast. Who can help me? Who's got an in for one of them? I know Liv Barry is friends with Natasha Lyonne, and I just helped Liv do her first stand-up ever. Maybe Liv can help me get Natasha. I think me asking her...
I think I think I saw Liv post about her stand-up. I wonder how she did.
She said the joke I wrote for her is the only one that got a laugh. She said it was horrible.
Aw. I mean, kudos to her for being brave enough to even get up there.
It was a birthday present for Igor.
Aw.
And the joke I wrote for her is, why couldn't my boyfriend ask for something normal like a threesome?
That's a good one.
Cortada. Maybe not loving the ace, but the third spade on the turn. What's with all this non-English chat going on during the hand? Hey, guys, you're stepping on my commentary. I don't even care about the integrity. Is it just me? That's a rule, right? I mean, don't talk into my backswing. You know what I mean, Maria? You're a golfer. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just hushed tones at the loudest. Jeez, these people are
They might as well.
rude.
Yeah, they might as well be yelling "Baba Booey."
Well, this turn bet is not going to get it done, but man, this Yungavicius, give him an inch, he'll take a mile. We'll see what happens if Cortada does not improve to a flush on the river.
I mean, it might have worked if it was two
able-
red queens, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a flush, but that is a straight.
Ooh, no, but it
Yungavicius.
is a wheel.
This is so sick. This is amazing. Just so out of line on the turn, and then just drills it.
But isn't this just kind of indicative of that saying, you make your own luck, right? Because he essentially decided that I was going to try to steamroll Cortada in this hand. And then it just goes check, check. I mean, come on, guy.
Nice try.
Bet your hand. Bet your hand.
Posibilidades de que hubiera estrella. Ya, yo digo, escuchar.
Invisible.
Nice hand.
One price.
Right.
I feel like
Wouldn't go on the third.
Ah.
65.
No, volevo mettere al buio, almeno qualcosa esce.
I feel like if I turned over queens there and then saw that he tried to check raise me with the river gut shot, I would just be furious. I would just take it so personally.
I mean, wait until Juan Pardo gets his phone back on break and sees that that river raise he made against him.
He might get so angry he'll raise an eyebrow. You ever seen Juan Pardo cut loose? I haven't.
No, I haven't either. But, like, surely he has to. I mean,
Right.
somebody out there has a video after he's won one of the high rollers or something, just with a bottle to the face.
Ace nine.
I can't picture it, though.
No, I can't either. Like, can you picture him dancing? Pardo checks. Oh, this is Pardo Yungavicius, round 2.
Usually
I think he's got to be really liking king high at this point.
I think I would play to the Olympics game in Barcelona. Possible? No?
Kind of surprising to see Yungavicius check back the flop.
From the Sevilla.
And now, you know, just checking again on the turn. Looking pretty good for king high if there's been no action. Just going to let him show it down. Maybe Yungavicius feeling like he's lost a little bit of credibility.
Yeah.
Because of that 4 deuce. So he's like, I'll just check.
I mean, he got away with that one against Juan Pardo. Like, I don't blame him for not tempting fate a second time.
Respect. Respect.
Lithuania, butta.
Just about 30 minutes left on the level. Then a slightly longer break. 45 minutes. 65 minutes. Oh. You know what? They should know better than to try to do a 45-minute dinner break in this part of the world. It's nothing but French and Italian people. Are you nuts? Plus, they're making these people eat so early at the crack of 9 p.m.
Right. This is like lunchtime for them.
Jamil will kill all in. King at 10 of diamonds. DiMartino does have a better hand than King 10. Oh my goodness. Calls with King Jack off. By the way, I do still own the domain name, King Jack off, if anybody wants to buy it.
What's your price?
10K. Queen 9 folds. And Jamil will kill in a pretty bad situation here. Gets called.
Hoping for some diamonds.
Yeah, and it is a domination situation. Well, it doesn't get much better than that for King 10 of diamonds, does it?
Not bad.
Wow.
Flops DiMartino basically dead.
1 million for all the table.
They can still chop, but Wakil will not be going home. I mean, flops the nuts with the redraw to the Super Primo Ultimo nuts. Double up, Jamil Wakil. I don't know if you're privy to yesterday, but he was down to 6 big blinds, and in the course of one level, ran it back up to 45.
Nice end, my friend.
Thank you.
$19 bigs now, probably feels like $1 million.
Yeah, and the structure is so good that you can definitely hang around for a while with 20 bigs.
It's the Lily White luxury levels. Sacramento asks, how many royal flushes have happened on stream? I think 2. The weird thing is I remember the first one better than the second one, but I think 2. Not 2 today.
Well, was it 2 cards in the player's hand or just 1 and 4 on the board?
That's a good question.
That matters.
I remember the one from PCA. The kid with the big hair. Yeah, McAllister was his name. And I think there's been one more recent than that. Like post-pandemic, I want to say. And I don't know if this information is still accurate or not as we see Coppola take this one down, but I've been told that Rania, Run Good Rania, is chip leader in the 25K.
Oh, really?
She's got like 500,000 chips or something, and the blinds are not that high, I don't think.
6 more.
Yeah, I think so.
So, in case you didn't see it, Maria, X Calendar on YouTube says bye, Maria Ho, and then 3 hearts.
Oh, goodbye. Hope you join us again tomorrow or later today. I'm not sure where you're going, but enjoy.
Do you think if they had included a 4th heart that you would leave your fiance for him? Were they just
no,
one
but
heart away?
5, and then we're talking.
5's a flush.
That's right.
Diego DiMartino. 2 5s. Coppola with Jack 10. Oh, it's a 3-bet from the button with Jack 10 off. I think this is going to be a freaking really entertaining final table if we can get some of these players to make it the whole way.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, they're pretty deep. I wouldn't even be surprised if the 5s decides to set mime.
Yeah, you would be right. So we've got a 435,000 pot. And the flop is ace, ace, deuce.
Okay, when I saw the window card, I was like, oh, it's not going to be a fun flop because DiMartino is going to just have to check fold to the 3-better. But now that there's 2 aces, maybe they'll continue to a really small bet. I don't know.
No, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe we're just really hoping for continued action on this hand. Oh, quick call. Jeez.
Next card. Next. Next card. Next card's a 9 of spades. And a quick check.
I don't know. The quick call sometimes gets me shook, but not Coppola. Just
It would have me shook too, because usually I think I'm up against a draw, but there's no draws on this board really. So I'm just like, I think it feels like exactly what it is. Some pair that's pretty excited to see the next card.
Yeah, I think the interesting part is, you know, against a call pre, you know, with that 3-bet, does hands like queens or jacks or kings, you know, always go for a second barrel on the turn, or do they sometimes check back fearing kind of the trip aces in the calling range of DiMartino here? But of course, 5s is just kind of so low in your range that you might have to give it up. Even if you're like, oh, this could be a little sus. I mean, he should have some checkbacks here with hands that have me beat. So just being able to barrel twice feels like there's going to be some trip aces in Coppola's range, but also could feel a little bluffy. Ooh, okay, okay. I like it. This is just, I mean, this is what I'm here for.
We've got a couple of stubborn Italians here.
Yeah, 1 minute they're just chumming it up, speaking Italian at the table, and then the next they're just embroiled in this huge pot, and all we've got here is jack high against aces and 5s.
I'm glad Sasha pointed this out. That EPT bracelet that Coppola is wearing is so close to his skin tone that I thought that was a tattoo for a second. DiMartino has checked for a third time. 1.2 million in the middle.
Do you have it in you to fire that third shell? Because if you do...
He doesn't. I think DiMartino might have snapped him off anyway. But he does get to showdown the 5s for free on the river. And that is a big pot.
Inesperado.
Manca la pompa finale, ma è dura, che passo.
Devo farlo lì, eh?
What did he say?
Devi mettere tutte. Devi mettere la mano nella taschina, sempre.
Una torta
Devi mettere la mano nella taschina perché è un passo.
Is he saying if you went all in on the river, it's all over, baby?
È pure un bel nome.
What did he say?
Fantasioso come nome, te lo dico.
Oh, è il più bello di tutti.
My Italian's a little rusty, but I think they're just talking about the new Pope. They're very excited.
I'm sorry.
So I take Fabrizio here in chat. Says they're saying you have to bet very big because I wasn't going to fold.
Ooh.
Yeah, Jada is telling us. Thank you, Jada. DiMartino is saying he wasn't going to fold even on a shove. That's exactly what I thought.
I mean, listen. That's what they always say, though, until you shove. So I would have just liked to see the shove. Like,
everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Hey, Maria, maybe we can handle this question. Where is it? That seat has been open for a long time. Why don't they fill it? No, you don't want to handle that one? Okay, I'll handle it.
Thank you for your question.
I'll handle it. Fill it with who? Who are they going to fill it with? If they take a player for another table, then that seat will be open. Who's Lou?
You know what, Joe? Why don't you leave the booth? You go sit there. We'll give you a starting stack. How does that sound?
That sounds great to me. I'm not sure the other players are going to go for it.
You're a
Geller's
short stack ninja these days. You can do it.
That's true. I'm an ICM wizard. Geller, ace high would probably be good here a lot. Not this time, however. And no chance of bluffing either.
This break is break.
Yeah, it does feel like you might be interested in check calling these ace highs once Wakil puts in the bet. You know, there are some natural bluffs in the form of clubs, you know, perhaps some 5-4, some 7-4, 7-5. You would imagine that Wakil would have probably bet the flop if he had a jack, right? So I think Geller might be taking that out of the equation.
Nice.
But decides that he's not curious enough to look this one up. I don't know. I'd be a little curious.
I would be super curious. I often rue the day I realized ace high could be good.
After I see.
Va más lento esto que la normal, eh.
Is Juan Pardo smiling? He is. Look at that. Hey, handsome fella.
Why don't you just ask Juan Pardo kind of on the last day of EPT Monte-Carlo if he wants to go grab a drink? See what he says.
I'm just going to answer straight up and ask him for a dance.
Just cut to the chase.
Yeah, cut to the chase, cut a rug.
Forget the courting. Just get to the important part.
Maria, do you think that dancing is a home run?
Yeah. A handshake is second base.
You
right? A
you
hug is
are
third
Catholic.
Base.
Oh my God. She thinks dancing is an around the world.
Listen, if you ask me to dance before buying me a drink or dinner, you've got another thing coming.
Have we ever danced? We must have at some point,
I think
right?
so.
We must have.
Yeah. No, I feel like after one of my final tables.
Oh
remember in
yeah,
Vegas, we
sure,
went to that
yes, of
club
course.
after?
Oh man, that was awesome. That was so generous of you. That's one of the best nights I've ever had in Vegas.
Aw, that's nice.
I felt really special. There wasn't a lot of people at that. That was really cool.
You were special. You are special.
Nice save. So 2 pocket pairs going heads up under the gun and big blind. Both likely to think their pairs are good on this sort of board. Still probably after this 5 on the turn. Oh my goodness, Maria, might be time to get off that high horse. Dimitri, might be time to get off the computer. You banned.
I didn't realize that people cannot detect sarcasm over live stream, but apparently the guy thought I was serious.
I mean, I would still take "were special." Finally a bet, and it's coming from the best hand. Could get paid by DiMartino.
Especially with the reputation Yungavicius has now, I mean.
Yeah, I wonder if that information's caught up or if they know from earlier in the tournament.
Well, even just the 4 deuce, the fact that he was willing to
Sure,
lead from the
yeah.
small blind, right? And then that's a little bit of info.
No call. Maria, do you know your World Series schedule yet?
You know, this will be the first time in, I think, 13, 14 years that I'm going to not be playing the full series.
Is that because you're afraid you'll get sent back at the border?
Yeah, I definitely don't want that. I think I'll probably be there more towards the back half, which is why I was so surprised when you said that you were in the market for a roommate, because it sounds like you are going to be there for a lot longer than I will this summer.
I'm currently homeless, and I could rent a place in LA for like an insane amount of money, or I could rent a place in Vegas for like a little bit of money and kind of be where everybody else is going to be anyway. And maybe pick up some work and maybe do some stand-up. Maybe, maybe sell my body and sell some action in the tournaments.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun summer.
So I just haven't decided yet.
Yeah, I think I'll probably be out there kind of mid to late June, and then be out there for the last 2 to 3 weeks. But everything's kind of up in the air. Just have some life stuff going on that I gotta take care of and prioritize. But I'll let you know when I'll be out there once I figure it out.
Okay, cool. If you need to crash with me, I can do it, but there's going to be some ground rules.
All right, let's hear the top 3.
No shoes inside.
Ooh, okay. That's also one of my rules.
You will wash your hands when you get home.
Oh, are you just telling me my rules?
And you will also wash your hands before you leave. Because I don't.
See, that's not my rule.
We don't need any of that getting out
2 out of 3.
into the world. You know what I mean? We don't need another outbreak. Action's folded around to the blinds.
If somebody could give me a good reason why you should wear shoes inside the house, I would love to hear it. Because think about it. Like, you wear your shoes outside, right? And you could step in poo, you could step in all kinds of stuff. And then you want to go inside your house with those shoes. For what reason?
I don't have a good reason other than taking your shoes off is like, you know, just annoying.
No, but everything else is so much more comfortable than the shoes you wear out. Like, slippers are more comfortable. Socks are more comfortable.
Maria, I'm 5'6.5".
Barefoot is more comfortable.
If I take my shoes off, everyone will know how short I am. My lifts are in my shoes. Hello.
Thank you. I love people that are agreeing with me in chat.
Oh, that's why we lost her for a second. She's just reading all the people agreeing with her.
I feel seen.
I told you every reason you said is a good reason, is an excellent reason. I don't have a good reason for not taking shoes off. I'm the sort of person where I get into bed with my shoes on.
No, you don't.
I don't like get under the
in your
covers.
Own house,
Yes,
like not at a hotel.
No, I both. Like I get on the bed first and then I kick my shoes off. It's like a whole process.
Yeah, well, we're not going to be living together anytime soon.
All right, we're going 3 ways here. Cortada's dominated. Coppola's got some fun suited connectors. And Flop's middle pair, bottom pair. No hearts, unfortunately. And the straight draw is a bit of a wacky one.
Yeah, it's not the best because, of course, when you have the dummy end of the straight draw, as they like to call it. I mean, their words, not mine. You're not a dummy if you want to continue, but obviously it's just not good because the 6 gives any 10x a straight. But here you're just kind of lucky that nobody else has a piece, but Cortada with the c-bet going to get away with it.
I did have someone with the name NL saying I could stay with them. I assume that's Netherlands. Come to my show a week from Saturday. Let's talk about it. Wow Factor NL.
Stapes, I need you on my Find My Friends because because I worry about you sometimes.
Wait, what? You were saying that I need to share location with you?
Yeah, because, you're just going to go and stay at a total stranger's house.
No. It's just a trick to get them to buy a ticket to my comedy show. I'm not actually going to go stay there.
Okay. But, like, if you turn up on some true crime doc, I mean, it'll be too late for me to tell you I told you so, but I'm telling you now.
Now, there is someone in chat right now whose house I have been to and had them at a nice home-cooked meal from his wife.
And you met them on the internet?
I met them on Facebook. Yeah, they're Facebook friends. The Pinciaros. Hey, Michael. Hi, Rose. All right, we got a raise here from Jamil. Cortada calling with the kitchens, suited kitchens. And Flop's top pair.
After all this time, kitchens are still good.
Cortada checks. We'll kill randomizing with his shirt color.
90.
Does bet 90,000. Pretty big C bet here.
Yeah, I think, you know, this size just really dissuades a lot of the weaker part of Cortada's range to continue. You know, a lot of the kind of 5X just isn't really going to know how to respond to a bigger sizing, and, you know, those gutters that could potentially be in the big blinds calling range are also just going to likely fold out. But the 10X is just not going to be shaken by that size.
And probably not going to be shaken by the 8 on the turn.
Yeah, and I think Wakil was really betting that sizing, hoping for some additional turn equity. But now that a diamond hasn't come, now that, you know, there's no jack for a potential straight draw or a 9, I think he might be ready to give up. Again, because that sizing on the flop just gave him a little more information as well. When Cortada was willing to call that size, you do feel like they're going to have the stronger part of their range that probably won't fold to another bet. So you might be willing to give up a little bit more easily, especially, again, without any of the backdoor draws.
Jamil contemplating a second bar. Doesn't do it. And we're seeing a king on the river, so Wakil catches up in a big way. Cortada now going to value cut himself. Bet 60, quick call from Wakil.
A bit of a blocker bet there on the sizing, and, you know, if he checks, then Wakil would have very likely bet and might have gone even bigger. So seems fine, just unlucky river there.
Cortada looks to the heavens to ask why? Why king on the river? And Jamil would kill up to 28 big blinds. I'll let you handle this question from Trevor, Maria, as we are nearing the end of the level. Do you prefer tournaments or cash games?
I feel like my heart belongs to tournaments because that's just what I've studied for so long, and that's kind of what I've specialized in. But I feel like my older self enjoys the lifestyle of cash games more. Joe prefers whatever he can win at. So.
I actually prefer cash games. Tournaments are hard. Tournaments are really hard. I only have to be lucky for like 1 or 2 hands and I can win at a cash game. For a tournament,
and then you can leave.
That's right. For a tournament, I gotta be lucky for 6 days.
Call.
So this is a blind on blind. Cortada limps in. Geller checks. Ace, ace, deuce. Again. Cortada checks. Geller checks. Queen on the turn. That is a pair for Cortada.
King High could certainly consider making the call here. Could Cortado potentially be betting a flush draw?
Nine on the river. Value bet would be impressive.
Yeah, definitely going to try to target, you know, some king high, jack highs here, maybe some deuce X that check back the flop. Just a min bet.
I mean, that's a great way to get called by king high. And people don't usually attack these sorts of bets anymore either with bluffs, do they?
I mean, I think this is just a spot where it feels like if this person's kind of betting this small because they are trying to get away with a cheap bluff, or they have just a value hand that's worth exactly a min bet, I think either way the king high has a hard time releasing.
And the king high does in fact make the call. Are we going to squeeze in one more hand? Andreas, excellent dealer. Going to get that riffle in. Oh yeah, plenty of time.
The best dealers in the world.
One more hand.
Buona cena a tutti.
Buona cena.
Buona cena.
Let us go and break bread and celebrate the new Popa.
One raise 75,000.
And it's down to blind on blind.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few blind v blind confrontations today. And, you know, this is just a very interesting dynamic that has been a lot more well studied since the solver era. Wakil, okay, let's see. Definitely could have, for 26 big blinds, could have deuces, could have ace deuce of hearts.
You know what he definitely has? Frickin' Moxie.
I mean, can't really think of too many other hands that contain a deuce that's going to shove for roughly 25 bigs. There we go.
Fold.
Deuces never loses.
Hey, gets a coin flip to fold. It's a good result.
Great result for Wakil, who is the shortest stack at this table, but is up to 30 bigs after that hand. Now, granted, the blinds just went up, so those 30 bigs just became 22 bigs, but still, everything's relative. And look at this, he's alone. Maybe that's foreshadowing of what's to come. Jamil Wakil being the last player at the table. Maria Ho, thanks so much. You worked a whole 90 minutes today. I hope you aren't too exhausted.
Thanks as always, Stapes, for having me and, you know, leaving me with a mean-spirited comment.
Oh, we love you. You're the best. 90 minutes for you, but it was really more like a whole day's worth of content. How's that?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, these players are coming back after the dinner break. Night has fallen here in Monaco. Time for a little dinner. More from EPT Monte-Carlo in 60 minutes.
Action here folded to Jamil Wakil, who will be on the button with King 7. So Wakil is an above average stack right now. Has close to 75 big blinds. John Delano says, hello, James, Joe, and Griffin. Griffin isn't here yet. He'll be joining for the start of level 21, John, but we will pass on your greetings to him.
I'm putting in a whole half level today before I'm out of here.
I'm all in.
Gella all in with ace-king. Mallet's just flattered in the small with eights and now has to decide what to do against this very squeezy-looking re-raise.
Nobody's really squeezing with an air ball anymore, though, are they? When's the last time we saw that? When's the last time we saw somebody pull a move like this with a hand that eights is doing super well against? It's never like ace-7. I guess it could be ace-5 sometimes, right? You always have to figure that out. It could be ace-5, ace-4 suited. Is Gella the type? Is he the type to do it with 7s, maybe? Mallet makes the call. Not in bad shape.
So we are off to the races on only the third hand of the day. Gella flipping against Mallet's. Overcards versus a pocket pair, and the overcards need to hit. Gella is the at-risk player.
Like Vegas Matt versus Mr. Handpay, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, no ace or king on the flop, but we do have 2 clubs, and this is almost a post-flop flip. Gella actually is the statistical favorite here. Hits the ace on the turn, and Mallet has 1 out.
1 out.
Just 1 card for Gella to fade. Another ace. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Gella will double up through Mallet. Going to give you a hashtag fun fact, Joe, about Gella's wristwear. He is rocking a Cartier Santos, widely acknowledged as the very first gentleman's wristwatch, designed by Louis Cartier in 1904 for his friend Alberto Santos Dumont, who was a blimp pilot in Paris, would try and do like airspeed trials in a balloon and complained about the fact that he couldn't check the time with his pocket watch. So Louis Cartier designed him a timekeeping device that could be strapped on his wrist.
James, I recognize that this pilot may have been a little overweight, but calling him a blimp is rude.
So we do have 2 players with an ace, and Arishkov has the advantage here with the better kicker.
Yeah, and this is the problem that, you know, sort of calling with these kind of hands, ace-3 suited can present against an early position range. Sometimes they're just going to have the better ace, and you might end up coolering yourself for at least 1 street.
Interesting lead here from Gella.
Yeah, quite unorthodox. Ordinarily, you would want the early position player to, you know, represent when they don't have an ace, especially because you shouldn't have a lot of aces when you call in the small blind. So they'll be continuation betting more frequently. And Arishkov is just going to come in with the raise, you know, only starting this hand with about 17, 18 big blinds. Maybe anticipates that Goller, if he is bluffing, probably won't bluff again. But if he has an ace or a flush draw, will probably just 4-bet all in. And look at that, gets max value right away. Doesn't allow a scare card to come in that might freeze the action. And yeah, Goller with that, lot of wearing it on his face here in about 3 different formations. Good face control. Certainly some cards that could make it interesting. A 7 or a deuce, a 4-5 or a 3. There's one of them.
Yeah, so opportunities do emerge on the turn with the board pairing.
Yeah, and also, you know, any card bigger than a 10. Jack through king. That does not come.
The 10 kicker plays, and that is going to be a full double up for Stoyan Arishkov, who's now going to be playing around 40 big blinds. Gella with a similar size stack now. So Mallet's opening out of a 50 big blind stack with ace-jack. Arishkov 3-betting from the small blind with ace-queen. Thanks to StatTrick for this hashtag fun fact about Stoyan Arishkov. Has around 1.5 million in live earnings, is not only a pro player, but is also a poker coach for several training sites.
Quite a tough spot here for Mallet, actually. Ace-jack suited. You know, a dynamic brewing between these two talents. Quite a strong late mid-position hand. And yeah, I quite like this. Instead of shoving into that, you know, either nutted or bluffy range, I think if this was ace-jack off, Sebastian would most often fold and then sometimes shove. Ace-jack suited with more playability, and a great example as to why. Not ideal. Your opponent has less stack to pot ratio than what's out there. 390 in the pot, 321 behind for Arishkov, but yeah, I like this line from Mallet. So far, he's just hasn't made a move wrong on this feature table today. Let's see if he can get there. Let's see how Arishkov wants to even play this. If you don't expect you're getting trapped very often, do you just put it all in? It's just going to bet 62,000 because that is what he would do with aces, kings, queens, jacks, even tens. But what's the plan if Mallet goes all in? Do we expect Mallet to have flatted pocket nines and look for a low flop? Likely not, right? Don't really expect Mallet to be calling pocket fives, pocket sixes here. So if we expect Mallet to pretty much only have flush draws when, if he puts them all in here, you might have to just call with ace queen high. You're not really worried about aces or kings traps here if Mallet would shove, because he would probably just call again. So there is the shove, and
Triangle time.
Yeah, really going to have a decision here.
Well, the decision has to be to fold.
But not necessarily. I mean, you know, when we start talking about Mallet's range, you know, I don't think it's ideal when you have the queen of diamonds, because it makes it less likely your opponent has king, queen of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, maybe queen 10 of diamonds. But what does Mallet have here? You know, raising hijack, facing a small blind 3-bet on about 32 big blinds effective. Would he flat nines? I think he would probably just go all in. So Arishkov is seriously considering, you know, does my opponent call 10-9 of diamonds here? Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack 9 of diamonds. Maybe the last one? King 10 of diamonds, does he flat? King Jack of diamonds certainly does. I think he's really considering all the...
Mallet also has a lot of pairs here though, Griffin. 8s, 9s, 10s.
I just don't know if he plays it like 8s or 9s in this fashion. We're not seeing a lot of flatting of pocket 9s for a less than pot on the flop. We see it for like 30 big blinds effective. We see a lot of 4-bet all-ins to not give free flops to King Jack 3-bets and stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I know we see that Arishkov had ace queen and probably would have gone all in with it pre-flop, but
I mean, calling all in this spot, it's a big ask.
Yeah, it is a serious consideration for this, what sounds like a very, very accomplished, skilled player who, as you remarked, does a lot of training. This is a very big moment. I think Arishkov would be more inclined to call if he didn't have the queen of diamonds in hand, because it increases the amount of flush draws that Mallet could have.
Yeah, that's more behind than 259k. That is more than 300k behind.
Okay, so that certainly changes things. That looks like a defeated fold. Yeah, I mean, also when you're as good a player as Arishkov, the way you can give away your edge. I mean, even if he does have a flush draw, you can just lose, right? So it's not like if you call and he has the flush draw, you're a genius and you just win every time. I mean, you still have to hold. And you're not always going to be, excuse me. A little sneeze there. Yeah, I mean, when it's King Jack of Diamonds, you're not doing that great, right? I mean, that would have been best case scenario is Jack of Diamonds, and he's going to regret when he sees the two hands, or specifically Sebastian's hand. But yeah, it's just a tough spot. And Mallet continues his rise.
So blind still 10k, 15k. Until we hit the first break of the day. Mallet's opening with 10s, Montalban with kings. We were talking earlier on, Griffin, about the PokerStars Live League, and we were looking specifically at the high buy-in leaderboard. Of course, Montalban, with that 4th place finish in the opening Campione, will have earned a decent number of points at the medium level, the medium buy-in tier, and is now earning points in the high buy-in tier. It's not inconceivable that we could have players who at the end of the year are in prize-winning positions in more than one buy-in tier.
Mallet's very disciplined with these 10s at this stack depth. Over 50 big blinds effective against Montalban. Just gonna hope to see a 10. That's just how we'll start things. How about a 10?
Nope, king's still ahead.
Probably good for Mallet here. The 1 over board. You pay 1 street. You probably fold to 2. Get away with just a flesh wound. Also nice that the first barrel is often, well, pretty much always the smallest. Montalban is just thrilled to see this call. So many Queen X and lower pairs expected in the range here. Oh, yeah, it's just... hey, Barry, you're not due for another card, Barry.
That's not Barry. Barry's an ace on the river, you
That's
dummy.
what I'm saying. He's come too early.
This is an ace on the desk.
That's on the... It's just... No, he's wrong. Damn it, Barry. He just wants to sing, Barry does. No more value for you, Molten Man. Sounded like I said Molten Man. Be a cool supervillain. Made of lava. Does Mallet ever turn his hand into a bluff to try to screw up queens? Probably not. Or kings, rather. Or jacks. That would be an advanced play. Just make it like 185 here. And you're just like... totally don't know how you could be winning with kings unless your opponent's turning 8s through 10s into a bluff. I mean, Mallet knows it's the only way he can win the hand. He knows it's really going to work against jacks. And will probably work against kings. If we see him bluff here, I'm going to be glowing. Mallet. Oh my god, he's reaching for something. Is he reaching for chips? Is he gonna bet?
He has bet.
Did he bet 510?
I think it is an overbet. No, 110.
Ah.
It's a third pot.
I mean, either bet is kind of scary.
Yeah.
I worry that Montalban might just think this part of the range of this size would be sort of like a blocker bet with a queen. I mean, how many aces is Mallet really supposed to have here versus all of those pairs that might be turned into bluffs? And then all the queens that you're beating. Ace queen, certainly possible. Blocked by the 2 cards being out there. And he folds it. What a genius. Yeah, ace jack suited will float the flop to that small sizing. Ace king you block. And then ace queen, so not a lot of combos, so I'm a bit surprised by the fold, but the sizing of the bet didn't look bluffy. Cool play.
Top and bottom pair for Nacho.
Yeah, loose limp for Martrosian, maybe one of those hands you might consider just open folding, but as we've seen from these, top tournament players, they don't like giving anything away blind on blind. They just want to hope to limp in. Technically, you have the stronger range once it's checked back.
I kind of feel like
your advantage.
Martrosian was limping a lot of hands, but I don't want to misattribute that. Someone was limping like on day 2 or day 3. I feel like it was him limping under the gun, limping late.
Haslin was doing it?
Haslin was definitely doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't super into his strategy. 10 on the turn is a pair for Martrosian.
Yeah, and we'll provide, I think, a free card some of the time here. Nacho going to be keenly aware that there are some 9s in Martrosian's range just as much as there are 10s. And if you're not going to get value from a 10, maybe you just want to check and reevaluate on the river, maybe catch some diamonds that might bluff.
Free card indeed, and that free card is another 10.
I cannot wait for Nacho's reaction in this hand. Let's go. I just stood up.
Oh my goodness.
I just stood up.
Well, let's make sure we lay out for it.
So obviously a lot of things have gotten there where this queen 8 has shrunken up. But because those diamonds have missed now, I don't think that Nacho is going to fold all that often. Could make a big fold, though. If you expect your opponent has a lot of 9s and 10x's, those are now straights and trips.
Martrosian bets 65,000. That's, let me do a little human calculator here. That's 65% pot.
Yeah, I mean, you're only beating diamond misses now. There's no other hand that's betting for value that you're beating. A jack wouldn't be firing 65% pot here, right? Great fold from Nacho.
Nice lay down from Nacho y Barbaro.
Yeah, that's just that's someone that is prepared to take the hit when it just doesn't go his way. I would still like to hear him talk about it, though. Give us something, Nacho.
I make good fold, bro.
I had you so dead on the flop, by the way. It's, you don't even know how strong I was on the flop. And,
Ace Queen for Nacho. Barbaro.
Do you feel like I stepped on you there, or we created something? Really?
Yeah.
I thought we kind of.
It's
It's your thing. Okay.
It doesn't have to be you stepping on it every time.
I did it every time.
The last 2.
Okay. Nacho electing to go with the 3-bet, playing just under 30 big blinds.
Now this is your thing. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Is analyzing the poker.
Yeah. Actually, you know what though? It's kind of your thing. You're supposed to be calling the action, and then I give the color.
Right. Exactly. But at least we can keep you poker focused.
3-bet from Nacho y Barbaro. Navis actually has a interesting spot here. King 10 suited is a bit tricky out of position here, playing kind of short. I think you can justify making a tight fold, but you have a lot of chips. There's some playability in the suited formation of King 10. When you have King Jack off, King Queen off, I think we would have seen a fold from Navas. So actually probably one of the worst hands we would see him continue with.
9, 7 deuce, 1 spade. Ace queen still has the best of it.
Yeah, range advantage going to be to Nacho here. Some nice turn cards for Navas, but going to be tough to continue facing a bet. And I wouldn't expect a check back from Nacho because it just becomes more difficult to play against a strong opponent.
80,000. And Navas is reaching for chips.
What a boss.
And that is a raise. 175,000. 500,000 plus in this pot. As we go to the turn, 7 of diamonds. Nacho did in fact make the call. 2 bosses here.
This is sick. Barbaro only 300K back. Very difficult to pull the trigger if you're Navas now. You're just worrying you're up against aces or kings or queens. And yeah, look at that. Giving up with the check.
Checks it.
I don't know if there's even... It's strange, like, what do you do here with half pot left? Is there merit to shoving? You're never going to get called by worse, but you're also going to just protect against your opponent getting there on the river. You want that 600K that's out there. So maybe you just bet like 80K. No, instead, Nacho going to check and then finds absolute gin on the river. If you weren't going to fold now, if you weren't going to fold then, you're certainly not going to fold now.
This could go really, really wrong for Navas.
Nah, he's not doing that. No. No, 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 no.
Are you sure?
Oh, I don't understand.
Navas ships it on to Nacho.
This is...
Nacho, the effective stack.
A bit surprising.
So that pot's a little bloated. That's not the amount Nacho can win.
I mean, it just seems like not a great bluff to make, and I think that's where the hesitation comes from Nacho. I do not believe he ever folds here. But because he needs a second, because it just seems so...
It's a bad spot to bluff.
Off the wall, yeah. I would eat my laces if he folds this.
Those delicious strawberry licorice laces you're wearing.
These are new shoes, so I really don't mind. Nacho, don't fold here, man. Please.
I mean, Nacho would be folding, leaving himself 15 big blinds behind.
Don't be ridiculous, dude. Come on. What do you think he has? He just has pocket nines? He would never check raise the flop with pocket nines. You think he has some 7? Like, no. Please don't do this to me. He can't possibly be folding.
He can't have ace-7 of spades. Can't have ace-7 of diamonds.
I feel like I'm going to call and you're going to show me ace-9.
Can't have ace-7 of clubs.
This is not sick. I'm sorry. I mean, if Navas knew what Barbaro had, he would not be shoving. No.
Ace-9.
Oh, no, he called.
Oh, I heard fold.
Oh, I heard fold too. Oh, Oh, yes. Oh, Nacho.
Playing the game.
Playing the game again.
Nachito. Playing the game.
All right. What do we call him? What do you call him, Stapes?
He tells me I'm a street player. Look what he did, and I'm the street player. I think he's a street player.
Has his opponent laughing.
Whenever I call there, they always have ace-9.
Until they don't.
Until they don't.
And that...
I know him too well, that's why I have to call.
Was a heck of a call from Nacho.
I mean, he would have played the same way in ace-9. I mean, he never has 9s.
Barbaro. 23 million in total live earnings.
It's okay, I got a double up, it's fine.
First on Argentina's all-time money list. Best cash for us was that 1.5 million. Arguably should have been more. And Arishkov's going to open with a pretty gnarly ace.
Yeah, I think pushing his luck a little bit here with this open, just really trying to find a way to acquire chips. But very little playability, a very stacked table. If you're going to play this hand, this is the way you should play it. You shouldn't be open shoving for these 11.5 big blinds. But yeah, I don't really like this one.
Mulhausen puts out 40,000.
We've seen this from Arishkov, though, that he's prepared at least pre-flop to maybe go a little bit wider because of his abilities post-flop. We saw a great hand earlier today with the Jack-10 off after raising under the gun. But just not a lot of room here, and, you know, some hands are going to be flatting you that dominate you. Not a bad flop, though. It's a decent amount of queens in Mulhausen's range flatting here, but with this 2-diamond texture, you know, you would love to just fire a bet here and get King Jack of spades to fold or Ace 10 of hearts. But again, there's 130K in the pot now. You only have 190 left. How much can you bet? I think 40,000 is pretty much exactly what we're looking for, leaving us with 7.5 blinds. It's actually 30,000. Also makes sense. Whew. Ace 10 with a suit that has no interaction. Probably the best hand we get to fold, but doesn't always fold, right? If we just think Arishkov could have King Jack off.
Wow.
He actually...
Mulhausen does the opposite of fold.
Oh my God.
Just clicks it too.
I love it. It's so good. I mean, it just jails all the bluffs without giving opportunity in future streets. This is just so nice. It just looks so much like you have a queen or a diamond draw. You're prepared to go play for stacks. I mean, imagine Arishkov goes all in. Arishkov is putting in more chips. Arishkov is called.
This is awesome.
He doesn't believe that a queen even would necessarily raise. Going to be more weighted in his head to those King Jack type combos. Has now turned the gut shot. I mean, Arishkov looks strong here, leaving himself with about half pot left.
I can smell it. Where are you from?
This is really, really advanced stuff here. This is not recommended. I don't think Arishkov is always calling because he thinks he's good, but I think he just has a really good read on the situation, just like Mulhausen had. I mean, how do you just pull the trigger and shove here and get snapped by kings? You just don't, right? So he checks back. King on the river, and the door's wide open for Arishkov now. But, Joe, I mean, we talked about what we thought the bluff range might look like, right, for Mulhausen?
Yeah, we talked about it, sure.
And that might be some king jack suited type hands that would now make top pair. I mean, I know it's kind of just like, let's just let it all happen, but... And I still think Arishkov needs to shove here. So good.
Arishkov does move all in for very little. And gets, well, how's it look at that?
Show the
that
six.
sigh of relief.
Playing the game.
Playing the game.
A6. Everybody's playing the game today.
Ooh, he did show.
That's brilliant stuff.
He did show. Wild. Wild stuff. Ace King suited for Nacho y Barbaro. Makes it 40,000. Arishkov gets the call with Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack off for Angle, and Angle is off to break.
I mean, it was like an Oliver Twist situation, you know? I was like... Okay.
Yeah, no, Rory's, notoriously poor.
Let's see who had a better workout in the morning.
Let's do it.
Go.
Oh, we gonna do a push-up contest? Log rolling? $10-5-5.
Advantage Arishkov. But Nacho's still technically ahead, despite what the math says. I can guarantee you Barbaro is going to be playing real...
cagey?
Yeah, chill against Arishkov, the very, very dangerous Bulgarian. I mean, this guy's been fighting tooth and nail, just dragging players across concrete.
Yikes. That
with
is
these
graphic.
spots. It's actually a Vince Vaughn movie reference. You ever seen that one? It's a good one.
Which one?
Dragged across concrete.
It's called Dragged Across Concrete?
Yeah.
I think it had a different title in the States, maybe. It's where he fights a bunch of people.
Yeah, but he had a couple like that. He had one with Mel Gibson, and then he had...
Are we coming back to the feature? Okay. Okay. Okay, sure.
Oh, no, this was the one with Mel Gibson. Yeah, that's right. Where they play, like, cops or
Yeah, I don't
dirty
really
cops
do
or-
Mel Gibson movies anymore.
Yeah.
Or Vince Vaughn, really, for that matter. King on the turn. Top pair for Barbaro. And a flush for Arishkov. A very strong flush. And an open-ended straight/royal draw.
Yeah, this is street flash potential, but more than that, literally the best card in the deck for Arishkov. Completing that king for Nacho. Just trouble. Blood in the water. And Arishkov, he's hungry.
Leo says, bye-bye Nacho. Not sure how realistic that is.
No, I don't expect to see Nacho be eliminated in this pot, but definitely going to be losing another 65,000. I mean, he is someone that is pretty in tune with things.
Yeah, great instincts for sure.
Great instincts. He really trusts his gut
plays the game.
because he is delusionally confident.
He's playing
Which
the
is
game.
a great quality to have, actually, in poker.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I can tell you from personal experience. So let's see if he can find a way to wiggle out of this trap. His foot is in it right now.
Let's see how brutal the river is.
Yeah.
Not a great river for Nacho. Top two pair now.
I mean, and you're against such a capable player, right, Joe? Someone that can just, go for some off-the-wall bluff. But your hand is just pure bluff catch here. You can't even beat Queen Jack of Hearts, right, at this stage. Some sort of Queen Jack combo that certainly could have started betting the turn. How much does Arishkov want to bet? It'd be really sick, Joe.
What?
Is to check shove against any bet here. Because you have all the tens full, all the kings full, all the aces full.
Well, let's see what happens.
Snap called?
I think it was a snap call indeed. Huge pot gets shipped to Arishkov.
Wow.
And Nacho did not go broke. but did some real damage to himself.
Out of respect, I won't say. Ah, okay.
It's on TV, bro.
So let's give Arishkov some credit for sizing that bet.
So limp, blind v blind. Boris has the kind of hand that can be raised. Me and Griffin were talking about this yesterday. Versus that limp, blind v blind, when you have absolute position on the remaining player in the pot behind you. Our ISO range from a GTO perspective is going to be very polarized. It's going to be a bunch of trash, and it's going to be really strong hands, because when we raise medium strength hands, we sometimes lose value when we get limp raised. And then we put ourselves in difficult situations where we have a lot of equity and good visibility, James, as well. So here, just the limp call with the 5-4 suited, very natural, pretty textbook so far.
There are threes here for Angelov. There are fours for Navas. And
you know, next picture.
All important wheel draw as well.
Yeah, for you it's important. No?
Angelov has
31.
connected on the ace-high dry texture. I think a continuation bet is pretty normal.
It could be.
Goes for 1/4 pot on the flop.
The patients are so flat.
Check raise.
Check and raise.
I've been really impressed with Navas throughout this tournament. Super, super aggro, very composed. He's got his game plan. We did see him dust a pretty big pot to Davenport yesterday. I say dust, I think it was still a really well-played hand. It just kind of didn't work out on that occasion. And with the check raise, unsuccessful. We go to the turn, 7 of hearts now. Hearts in favor of Navas, as well as the best hand, I should add. Checks it over. Oh, wow. That is a very unfortunate run out for Navas.
I mean, had everything going for him on the turn, had the best hand, had the draws, both of them, and then Angelov hits the 3 on the river.
This is pretty gruesome. Although I don't imagine Navas is going to lose a huge stack here. Given the action, James, you imagine Angelov having plenty of ace combos. It's not like 5-4 is the nuts. But having been check raised, I think Angelov needs to go big now. I think the idea is we're going to try and get as much as possible from, you know, an ace combo that might check raise flop. Ace 4 would be an interesting one to have here, but does ace 4 really check raise flop and then not barrel turn? That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a size up, something approaching 4-9-5. But given the action, do we want to size down again? I'm not sure. I think when your opponent check raises flop, James, and then checks turn and then checks river, you're not going to have as many of those big, strong hands that you're going to target with the big bet. So actually, on balance, I think maybe we size down. Boris Angelov, qualified to find the correct bet. Teach us, sir. Teach us. Okay, never mind. Went big.
So polarizing.
Yep.
Shoves on Navas. It's all into call. Effectively 715k into 495k.
Yeah, it looks like Boris is in team polarize. Now 4-5, you can imagine a definite consideration here. Although I think perhaps a little bit too risky at this stage in the tournaments.
And be in the same situation as where the flow is, so you can only check. Navas
in the tank here.
The start of the tournament.
That makes no sense.
The thing is, James, if you want to get really technical, this is probably a really bad hand. It's a bad 4 to bluff catch with because we're blocking the straight draws and the flush draws.
Yeah.
And under those circumstances, when we're thinking about, you know, the kinds of 4s that we want to hero call with here, having cards that your opponent can have that would have missed a draw is not beneficial because we want our opponents to be turning, you know, a random 5 into a bluff, or you know, random 5 with backdoor hearts into a bluff.
Navas has now played 3 time bank cards.
Don't forget, guys, this wasn't ISO'd pot as well. This was limp raise pre-flop. So Angelov could literally just be sitting here with aces. You know, Angelov could also be doing this with, you know, ace-king. With the action that we saw, James, it seems pretty unreasonable that Navas would have a 2-pair played in this fashion. Therefore, good players will pick up on that and go for max, especially when the board pairs like this. You know, potentially getting check raised by an ace combo on the flop. Now, obviously, out kicking with those bigger combinations. This is for the whole stack, though, guys.
Yeah, and I'd be very surprised to see Navas call all in here.
You know, would Angelov play king, queen of hearts like this? That's a good question, right? Check raising, raises pre, c-bets the flop, calls the check raise.
Yeah.
I think that's believable. King, queen of hearts seems very reasonable at this level because players will check raise this flop with any deuce or any 5, you know, with just a gut shot on either side or whatever. But then would they turn it into a bluff? If they were confident that king high was beating those hands, they probably wouldn't bluff. Good fold from Navas. Really unfortunate run out though, James.
Yeah, I think he is.
Boris Angelov now playing a 55 big blind stack.
Yeah, ISO 3.
Under the gun versus big blind. 2 pretty standard spots. Great flop for the king queen to start though.
There's a rule change that was introduced in Barcelona last year, again, just designed to fix some of the, I don't want to call them angles, Nick, but I guess some of the things that players were exploiting or things that players were doing that was kind of just messing with how the game should run.
Yeah. I mean, as a general theme, the more that we learn about ICM, the more it seems increasingly apparent, James, that basically we should just be playing tighter as we get deeper in the tournament. Now, obviously, that's a massive generalization. As the chip leader, that's probably not as true, but my point being that we want to try and keep play at a good pace at a time when players are very incentivized to try and slow down the game for their own personal gain, which is perfectly within the rules. Let's change the rules to keep the game spicy, keep things moving, keep players playing. And Navas is going to go for 2 barrels. 200K on the turn into a pot of 205. Ever the aggressor, Mulhusen has a very good hand to call with.
He can't stay down, not with 2 barrels on him.
But facing that 200K bet, James, only 600K behind, do we ever want to just get the chips in now for fear of potential draws? This is tricky. You know, only 400K behind if we do decide to just flat here in a pot of around 600K. When you're facing a more aggressive opponent, do we want to have more traps? I think Navas falls in that category. We've seen a lot of aggressive action so far.
Call.
Just the call. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. In fact, I think I really like it.
Well, against this particular hand, you love it.
And Seis, that's not a Cinco. No improvement for Navas. Keep checking. We're trapping again. Mulhusen does go for the trap. Señor Navas, ¿qué piensas? All of it.
No. It's not quite an all-in. He's left a single chip behind.
The effective all-in. Sorry. Effective all-in is what I meant to say.
310,000, and Mateus pushing forward all of his time bank cards, indicating that he's gonna think this one over.
Okay, wait. I take back everything I just said. It's not the effective all-in, but is this an issue, James? Wouldn't you go for all of it in this spot? Has Navas miscalculated here, or is this intentionally to try and look stronger? I think it makes it look weaker. If you have ace-king, why wouldn't you go for the whole stack? There was 600K in there.
But you're trying to make yourself look weaker. You're trying to say, I'm giving myself insurance, which is a sign that actually your hand is really strong.
Also, Navas was the shorter of the two stacks. Leaves 5K behind. I am all mixed up here, chat. Ignore me. It is the effective all-in. Yeah. Costly.
Navas is now sitting there with the proverbial chip and the proverbial chair. He has 0 big blind.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
he has
sorry.
5,000, which is what? 1/5 of a big blind? 1/2 of a small blind?
So it would appear that the trap against the aggressive player was the correct move.
This is flip.
Nacho Barbaro shoves small to big. Queen 6 into the ace-8 of Stoyan Arishkov. Nacho at risk and behind, does have live cards though.
I take queen on the flop.
I bet you would.
No sweat.
Maybe 2 of them.
Yeah, 2. Or 6, something easy.
2, 3, 4.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Not a great start for Nacho. Ace high flop. That's going to see his equity dramatically reduced, down to just 4% with 2 cards to come. And Nacho is drawing dead on the turn, eliminated in 31st place.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but we're not gonna play here anymore. They're gonna move us.
Or appeal when
That's good.
Sorry, not sorry.
I listen to music.
Nacho Barbaro cashes for 22,750 euros.
Who? The runner.
Blinds 15,000 and 30,000 with a 4,000 ante. Jack Salters folded under the gun. Nikita Nikolaev also passes. Martin Sealis has queens under the gun +2. He raises.
Hello, ladies.
Ace, 4 of hearts for Majoroka.
Majoroka's been known to get a little antsy in the pantsy. And things are looking antsy.
This is a 3-bet from the cutoff. Roka makes it 140,000. Petrangelo and Hicks both fold. Ivan Sojnikov gives up the big blind. Action back on Silas.
4-bet coming.
Right.
He re-raises to 225,000.
Small 4-bet, small enough to just call with ace-4 suited.
Roka isn't counting out a call. He 5-bets to 475k.
Turns his hand into a bluff. I guess he's assuming no real hand would 4-bet that small. Can't say I blame him. And this is usually the point where it goes all in. And if not, Martin Silas should probably have watched more episodes of this show. I really don't see how you can 4-bet fold queens ever unless you have a ridiculous live read. Like he would literally have to be listening to an Oreo for me to fold here.
Wow, he folds!
Oh my. Who folds queens anymore?
Show one, show one, show one.
One ace and second ace.
Wow. So just show the red ace then.
Choose one.
Woo!
Take it. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
It's the ace of hearts that got flipped over.
Ace 2.
Well, a Shemian first to act here. Back on the scene after a short break, and he's got kings.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's a raise to 125k. Kurganov has king queen.
Uh-oh, and he just got those chips too. He must be delirious.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 335,000. Round to Mustafa Kanit in the small blind. Who's got queens?
This is the worst thing that happened to a Mustafa since Dr. Evil's malfunctioning trapdoor. No way he folds. How much more is he gonna lose?
It doesn't look like he's counting out a call. It's a cold 4-bet to 835,000. With Chidwick folding, the action's back on Shemian.
He's not folding, and I don't think he's expecting Mustafa to fold either. Hey, I'm glad we're playing with the kings and queens only deck.
I'm all in.
Shemian shoves. Easy fold for Igor.
How much is that?
Little over 2.
Mustafa's getting almost 3-1. Surprised he hasn't called it off already.
$2,055,000.
Kanit giving this careful consideration.
Does all this Shemian make anybody else wonder when season 4 of Vikings is coming back? I think this is just one of those think side calls.
Not on this occasion, he folds.
Wow.
Show us one card, not an ace.
No ace to show.
Kanit laid it down.
I hope he didn't overplay any hand.
I was not folding against you.
Huh? I know. Against you, I'm happy to play my money in this spot.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I was for value.
Ace queen. Queens.
Yes.
My value is different than your value.
Yeah, it's not ace queen because you call ace queen against him.
I don't know. I hope he didn't overplay the ace king, but I don't think so.
How did he fold queens there? Meanwhile, back to the final table where guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of euros. Olashemian has opened with aces and Vogelsang's got queens.
And goodbye. Not that Vogelsang can go broke here. Bring out the stretcher. This is gonna hurt a lot.
$840.
The 4-bet from Shemian. $840,000. Some of the on-point decisions we've seen today. Any chance that Vogelsang gets away from this?
I will lose my mind.
Yeah.
But crucially, no 5-bet from Christoph. Just a call. This hand going to the flop. 1.83 million in the middle. Shemian has 1.82 behind.
I mean, it's impressive, but what flops do you get away from?
Well, certainly not this one.
I mean, we've seen some pretty stunning poker today. It's been very hard to extract value from Christoph Vogelsang. Shemian had almost exactly pot left behind before he made this bet. This for about a third of his remaining chips. And again, just a call.
Well, a diamond on the turn gives us a sweat, I guess.
Christoph put it 425. Did you bet 430 or 435?
435.
And my guess is that this is more for in case Ola is bluffing to let him keep bluffing than to give himself some room to get away from queens on a 9-high board. No amount of sorcery would surprise me at this point, though. It would still impress me. It just wouldn't surprise me. Ola can't even make a half-pot bet. Or just.
All in.
Shemian shoves the turn.
Count, please.
Vogelsang wants a count.
Maybe he does it, James.
I don't see how.
Maybe he does it.
Sorry, 1 million, how much?
That's 1.1 here.
1,385,000.
Okay.
1.385, right?
1,385.
Come on.
I mean, it smells like what it is.
Right, he's played this hand like a big pocket pair. Does he play jacks or tens this same way? Wow, he did it.
He folds the queens.
He folded queens. It seems so obvious when you can see the cards, but
well,
it's just so easy to call there. I have an overpair. I call. Whoops! I just doubled you up.
In the year 2025, we are back in Monaco with the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event for the evening session, the final level of day 4, coming to you from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. We've got 22 players returning from the dinner break. The objective today was to get down to 16, to play down to the final 2 tables. Kind of feels like we're just going to play out this level and be done for the day, possibly still with 18 or 17 players. These are the big stacks right now. They include last year's runner-up Boris Angelov. And there's no super short stacks right now. If we look at the lineup on the main stage, another former EPT finalist, Andreas Gella, is the big stack with 2.8 million. Juan Pardo hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Average stack right now is 1.6 million. And then we have Jamil Wakil playing 23 bigs as we go to 20,000, 40,000 blinds with a 40k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but they just printed my dinner bill in landscape. That's the wide one.
Got it. I love it when it takes a while.
It's a long number. They needed it wide.
I like it. I like it.
So everyone has locked up 30,000 euros tomorrow. Big cash money, guaranteed. And on Saturday, when we play down to a winner, someone is going to walk away with a first prize of 1 million euros and the EPT main event trophy. So yeah, do you share my pessimism / cynicism / realism, Nick, that getting to 16 kind of feels like a tall order?
It does a bit. I mean, let's take a look at some of the metrics we got here. We're joining the action shortly, guys. We'll take a look at average stacks, etc. What does the widget say, James?
The widget actually had us ending on a 17 to 19 players.
Okay, right. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. Again, the average stack is not the full story as we know, right? It's about chip distribution. That's really important at this stage in the tournament. Just looking at our featured table as we're joining, Andreas Goller, 71 big blinds up top. Smallest stack is 22 big blinds. That's Jamil Wakil. And then a whole bunch of 60, 50, 50, 35, 34. Yeah, I don't know, James. I feel like at this level, with the cream rising to the top, as it were, it could be a tall order to get to 16, even in this late stage of the event.
As ever in poker, nothing guaranteed. We'll see how this level plays out. If we do get to 16, by the way, we'll stop there, even if we're halfway through the level. But we are not playing beyond level 25. If we get to the end of this session, after 90 minutes of play, whoever has survived will get to come back and play on day 5, the day that we play down to the final table.
So current average, guys, approximately 40 big blinds.
$160.
Pardo is open with ace-jack and has been 3-bet by Andreas Gella with ace-9.
By the way, these cats were super entertaining. There's a lot of creativity here, a lot of unconventional play going on, and that's the sort of thing that wets my willy these days.
I enjoy that too, Joe. I like when people color outside the lines.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Senor Pardo.
Speaking of coloring outside the lines, during the last level, Griffin was like, hey, when's dinner? I think I'd like to join you for dinner. No call, no show. So here's the question. What more famous person than me what bigger clout did Griffin run into?
I do feel, Joe, that you should consider yourself lucky. I feel you've dodged a bullet. because there is absolutely no way that Griffin was picking up the tab. You will notice that this is a post-flop flip. Ace-Jack high still ahead. Gella with the flush draw, and Gella's bet of 320,000, not called by Pardo.
It's a nice bracelet. Sparkly.
We commented earlier on the fact that Andreas Gella has the Cartier Santos, specifically the Cartier Santos Dumont.
What are you rocking today, James?
The Vacheron's on the wrist today.
I mean, that bracelet looks like the kind of thing you give to your wife after you cheat on her.
I believe it's called a tennis bracelet.
A tennis bracelet, yeah. I think that's after you have sex with your tennis coach. Was I misunderstanding that all these years?
In a word, yes. Wakil on the button with ace-jack of spades.
Wakil, as I said, shortest stack at the table. Still 22 bigs, not danger zone territory. Let's go ahead and start with an open.
Yungavicius in the small blind, queen 10.
All right.
Wow, they are coloring outside of the lines.
Yeah. This guy specifically.
Cheeky 3-bet from the small blind with queen 10 offsuit.
Wakil is likely to go all in unless his read on this individual is that he cannot 3-bet light. Joe, you'll know. I mean, you've seen some action from this table, right?
Yeah.
Is he been pulling these moves? Is this his style?
Not pre-flop that much, but like he's been picking and choosing. Like he got super out of line on a river, got the best hand to fold, got pretty out of line, sort of semi-bluffing a gut shot. Yeah, with 4 deuce, and so they're probably keen to him a little bit now. Probably some information has reached the front.
Yeah, like the move. I would say queen 10 off is actually an unconventional 3-bet, but I don't think it's a problem. I think it's fine. And ace-jack suited at this stack depth does feel like a very natural 4-bet jam.
Have we had a bad lookalike for Yungavicius yet?
No.
I've got one for you. Jasper Carrot.
I got a laugh out of the Australian.
Yeah.
Host of Golden Balls.
Is that the one that Liv?
Yes. Liv won by deception.
So Jamil Wakil now playing just shy of 30 big blinds. Former chip leader Enrico Coppola is the second shortest stack at the table with 34 big blinds.
Every time you say Enrico, I'm hoping it'll be Palazzo.
Every time you say Enrico, I'm hoping it's Iglesias.
You can run, you can hide, but you can't escape my mole.
It's the last level of the night. Of course, we're going to get a little wacky.
Queens for Coppola.
Got a couple of queens.
Oh, boy.
Wakil with ace-king. I think we can prepare to strap in for the sickest and classicest of races.
240.
Yeah, I think we're deep enough to 3-bet not all in here, especially from position. We do have position on the under the gun open. Goes for just the classic 3x 3-bet, 3 times the initial open raise.
Action folded back around to Coppola. Smartwatch alert, smartwatch alert.
Just a call?
I know it's smart, but... Gonna penalize a guy just for looking sharp.
Interesting just call from Coppola, and I guess it's going to work out for him on this occasion, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're going to play queen slow, especially when we're facing a 3-bet from the cutoff versus under the gun, in some cases, James, I'm sure we've discussed, you know, sometimes we call to keep the bluffs in. This is not a spot that's going to be heavily bluffed, and therefore, I think the idea is to play it slow so you can get away from a spot just like this. But, you know, if your opponent is sneaking in some 3-bets without the ace, sometimes we are going to allow ourselves to get bluffed here. At this late stage in the tournament, Coppola is trying to find a way to kind of mitigate the risk, I guess.
150.
Nice small continuation bet from Wakil. This is small in part because this is a board we want to bluff often and for a small size, but also because we are shorter stacked. The effective stack depth here very shallow, about 18 or 20 big blinds on the flop.
Gets away from it. Wow. We're definitely not getting down to 16 if they're going to play like this.
No way.
Yeah, there's going to be some fold equity there if we do jam the queens. Ace-king is not part of that range, though, of course. Nice hand, though. Wakil chipping up. That means the shortest table at the table now, James. 26 big blinds. That's Enrico Coppola after the call fold.
Sure.
Action folded to Gella. He's out. Wakil passes. Yungavicius.
Kostudis. Let's do this, Kostudis.
Raises with ace-9 of clubs. It's Pardo's small blind. He's got king-queen off. Starts the hand with around 45 big blinds. He's just above average. And with Pardo calling in the small blind, Coppola calls in the big blind. With king-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, seems fine.
Ace, ace, tray on the flop.
Ace, ace, baby. Nice flop for the ace-9. I think it's kind of natural to find a 1/4 pot c-bet here. Maybe even smaller. 75. That's 75K into a pot of 280.
Fold, fold. Oh. Juan Pardo calls.
Pardon? Pardon?
Coppola with a couple of backdoor draws, but...
No.
Yeah. So heads up to the turn. Which is a 7. Pardo now drawing dead.
Do we ever check for deception here?
I love doing things for deception.
$250,000 gets a fold from Pardo. Kostudis chips up to over 2 million, now playing more than 50 big blinds. And that is a knockout from one of the outer tables. Evgeny Spoev eliminated in 22nd place, cashing for 30,100 euros. So that is the first bust out of this session. Down to 21 players now.
Bummer.
Clock goes. Or
Sorry?
the clock stopped.
Look, doesn't work.
We've got a broken clock.
Oh. It stopped on 9. Now it's okay.
What's the name of the lizard, James?
Bernie. Bernie the Lizard's had a busy day. Cut Bernie some slack. Operating that clock is not an easy thing to do for a reptile.
Yungavicius. I think that should be his rap name, Yungavicius.
Kotada in the big blind. The flop is 10-8-5. Fours still ahead.
Oh, you get to play real aggro with Jack 7 in the spot, don't you?
I think you're right, Joe. I was going to say, this seems like it might be a good check raise candidate.
Uh-huh.
If there is a continuation bet from the fours, which I think is pretty reasonable. Don't always have to bet them, but I think many do. Yungavicius checks.
Okay. Legitimate draw for Kotada now. Delayed continuation bet of 50,000.
Is this check raise territory? This is a very small delayed c-bet, James. If we are playing a strong hand as a delayed c-bet, isn't it more natural to make this like 50% pot or greater?
Kotada fears the bet, makes the fold.
Yeah, and fair enough. He's got jack high. He's got a gut shot. It's not like he's jumping for joy.
Oh, this is a good heads up from Ed. Poker News is now observing the stream delay. Good to know. So when people want to see chip counts of all the players and get updates from the outer tables, crucially just getting an overview of who's left in the final 21. The great news is you can go to the live updates on Poker News now, and they are following the same 30-minute delay that the stream is following.
They'd been saying that for a few hours. I just didn't know what the relevance was, so I didn't read it. Whoops. Thanks, Ed. And thank you, Poker News. Thank you.
Diego DiMartino has jacks in the hijack. He's raised it.
1.
Yeah, Pardo clearly has something here.
2.
Oh, he's got the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Ah.
Oh.
Hey.
Enrico Coppola with ace-king. 3 bets of 350,000. I would expect, Nick, that DiMartino is not going to flat with jacks here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pardo's call is usually not going to be anything particularly worrisome. So, somewhat disregarding that call, I imagine. It's not impossible, but it's a consideration. And do we just want to run this one? He does indeed. That's the all-in.
Red triangle of death presented to DiMartino, but it's all in to call for Enrico Coppola. Juan Pardo has folded the 9-10 suited. DiMartino all in with jacks. Coppola all in with ace-king, and it's the ace-king at risk here.
Big flip here late in the EPT main event.
Like red-pilled versus based. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
King high flop. Bloody jacks.
Language.
Two outs for DiMartino. Crucially, 2 cards for Coppola to fade, to double up and survive. And jacks fail to hold again as Enrico Coppola doubles up and will now be playing a 55 big blind stack.
I gotta work on that.
Hold, JJ. Just hold.
Yeah, I gotta work on my flips. Wish I could do that.
Go Shaq says jack's not good enough for all-in IMO. Well, if you'd only had queens there. Oh wait.
Okay, I'm gonna need some help from the fellow watch nerds out there. Is Diego DiMartino, is that the Kermit or the Starbucks? So Rolex did an anniversary version of the Submariner with a green bezel, which is affectionately known as the Kermit. It was reissued recently, but with the maxi case. I think that's the maxi case, right? With the ceramic bezel? Yeah, that's the Starbucks.
It doesn't even get text messages, right?
Correct. That's why you can wear it. Whereas, unfortunately, we're going to have to remove Enrico Coppola's watch at some point because he could be receiving messages on it.
I got a watch for $89. It counts my steps.
Yeah.
It counts my beats per minute. This thing to do any of that?
Tells the time.
Well, that's pretty good. I can't do that on my own.
It is a superlative chronometer.
It's with the hands, though, right?
Yes, Joe.
There's no number. There's no digital readout.
Do you know what? After this, I'll teach you how to tell the time with hands, so you don't have to read digital readouts.
You know, people have tried. It doesn't stick. Especially if it's the V's and stuff. XV, what the hell does that mean?
So DiMartino has opened with the Snowmans.
Num num.
Cortada 3-betting with ace-queen.
Cortada here, the shortest stack at our feature table, 24 big blinds after that tree bet.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm saying uh-oh based on this thing that's written about watches in the chat that James is squirming.
Oh, what, the one from J-Chard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're banned.
Oh.
It was a bit too promotional for my liking. There was a certain amount of encouragement. It wasn't simply a statement of fact. It's not like, hey guys, you could get this. No.
Okay. We are flopping. Ooh, baby.
Pretty good for eights.
I mean, if you're not going to flop a set, this is a close second.
One overcard and a pretty good draw.
This is lovely. And at this stage in the tournament, ace queen of clubs got nothing on this board. Do we want to c-bet? I actually really like the check here. I think this is grand. Now, pocket eights, first to act on the turn, no action on the flop. Do we want to start putting chips in the middle? I think Cortada is very unlikely to check aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens on this flop. Therefore, I think we have the best hand often. Very often, in fact. Maybe pocket nines for Cortada. Again, I don't know if at this stage we're going to 3-bet as often with that combo versus the earlier position open. Ocho's no beto.
Just going to go check, check again.
I thought maybe a little juicer on the turn. Not that it matters. 4 on the river. DiMartino must think he has the best hand now, James. Juicer. Blocker bet. Okay, that's not a blocker bet. 500K into 650.
I'm assuming that was Cortada playing a time bank card there.
Well, it wasn't calling. If he promises just to tank for 65 minutes, we can wrap it up here.
I don't think he has enough time bank cards.
Oh, right, the time banks.
I think this is an interesting size. I think what he's trying to say is he's trying to make it look like he's sort of desperado bluffing, like maybe he has Jack 10 or Queen Jack suited or something like that. Now he's sizing up to make it look like a desperate stab. And honestly, ace queen on the paired board like this could very well be the best hand. And I don't know, I think Martino's actually picked a really good size here.
Very important.
I think that in hindsight, this is actually kind of smart against a thinking player.
I bet with my friend.
Time bank cards being collected.
Yeah, he's played 2 so far. And finally comes the conclusion that he's folding.
What's happening? Do we gotta get a... Is that person okay? That sounded real.
It did.
That sounded real.
That was an interesting one.
Well, we're getting to that point in the tournament where someone's getting sick after these long days, late nights, stressful evenings with no sleep. Quick hashtag fun fact from StatTrick.
Yeah.
During the last level, Joe, you mentioned the Rania was chip leader in the 25K high roller. She is still #1 on the leaderboard. Rania Nasruddin still in the catbird seat in the 25K. And interestingly, her coach, Julien Sitbon, is currently 2nd on the leaderboard.
So Julien Sitbon is sitting well.
But not sitting well as Rania Nasruddin.
Run good, Rania.
Unreal. I saw Rania very briefly. She said, Nick, I didn't make day 2 of the main event. I'm really disappointed. I was like, Rania, it's hard to make day 2. You know that, right?
And you suggested that you play the 25K.
And I said, now get up, get on that horse, and get in the 25K right now.
By the way, if you have 25,000 euros, it is 100% possible to make day 2, because registration is open until the start of play tomorrow. I made day 2, played one hand. 7-6-3 on this flop. It was a raise from Cortada in the cutoff, flattered by Yungavicius in the big blind. That's right, Ed. It was good to see Marley finish 6th in the 1K earlier.
Congratulations, Marley.
16K for the more talented Sprague.
Didn't we decide that Marley is now Spraggy and Ben is just Ben?
Yeah, it is causing confusion though, so I just think the more talented Sprague is clear.
Got it.
This is a good example of a hand that might be check raised. Blocking the straight with the gut shot and the backdoor hearts. And it looks like Yungavicius is just going to play it cool, though, which I think is fine. Oh, no change on the turn.
Checks again.
Check back. Well, I'm guessing the queen kicker is playing? Yeah. Okay, then.
There's no chance Yungavicius checks this river. Time to rep, buddy. Oh, goes small here. Makes it look like a milker.
Lovely. Milky, milky.
Queen High Hero call anyone? Oh, I like his style. Yungavicius for life.
Dennis Brankovic says, do you really win money with 5 deuce in the big blind? Yes, Dennis. Yes.
You can.
Yes. Thank you for your question.
I can't believe we're already 30 minutes into this level. It doesn't really feel like much has happened, or that we've played many hands.
It hasn't and we haven't.
One elimination so far since the dinner break, taking us down to 21. 5 players to be eliminated before we're at the final 2 tables. Unlikely now to happen before the conclusion of day 4, which will occur at the end of this blind level.
James.
Joseph.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay, I don't like the build-up to this. I'm concerned about what the question's going to be.
So, tomorrow's Friday.
It is.
And the final table happens to take place on
if you're asking what I think you're asking, I already ruled on this. A, this time last year. B, at the Irish Open in anticipation of this event. So, weirdly, and it's an anomaly, most EPTs, most PokerStars live events, in fact, conclude on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Monte-Carlo has always finished on a Saturday, and we had the same issue last year. I mean, I have little to no tolerance for Chat Pro Saturday at the best of times. When it's the final table of a 5K EPT main event with €1 million on the line, never, ever going to happen.
Just...
Nope.
Is there something they could do to redeem themselves?
I just want to say one thing. Well, that's actually something. One thing I want to say is this, James, is that it's going to happen anyway.
3 cards.
No, but when it happens, we have to accept, tolerate. Whereas I would much prefer to berate and dismiss.
All right, intolerance wins. I like berating. I like dismissing.
7 cards too, you know?
7 cards.
Tolerance is definitely not the theme of 2025.
Why does Monte Carlo finish on a Saturday?
I don't know. Maybe you should speak to business development manager for the EPT,
Julian Liarte?
Julian Liarte, and he can give you some insight into why.
Does it have anything to do with scoop knitting to start on a Sunday?
I'm going to say no, because Barcelona normally finishes on the Sunday that WCOOP starts.
90.
Yeah, but that's the winter championship of online poker.
I think it's more related to just venue bookings, hotels.
Well, chat pros, I tried.
I mean, this is just a bonus. Philip, the Razor, says not having Chat Pro Saturday is going to break Griffin's heart. Bonus.
I'm glad Phil raised that.
Cameriere. Cameriere. Cameriere.
Well, pocket fours still good here. Looks like Juan Pardo has checked.
Three for sure.
Yeah, I think you didn't give.
Really?
Because it should be 240.
Who didn't put their ante in?
No, it's okay.
So he was checking, what?
I check it.
He checked. No, it's not.
Continuation bet.
Get it back anyway.
And a fold.
Yeah, thank you. I can't know it before, you know.
You get
No, maybe it was a miss, yes. It's a long day.
Yep.
Yesterday was not so long, so I don't understand today so much long.
Yeah, well, it could have been long or short.
Yeah.
Depends on the people, not the levels, right?
Yeah.
It could have been short.
But yesterday it's dependent.
Yesterday was a time, yeah.
Madam.
No.
Sorry about that. It's a big game.
The Barna Rider asks, what are the dealers listening to today, James? Excellent question. Obviously, you'll notice that we have the dealer wearing a headset. It's a long day. Can be
one, not three.
a dull shift unless you have
It's
some
only
entertainment. So we do let them listen to music. We have a CD Walkman, which today we have loaded with the 1999 album Steptacular, the second studio album by the band Steps.
Hell yeah. What was their first album called?
Step One.
Ah, of course. Tragedy. That was Steps, right?
They did do a cover version of Tragedy. It was originally by the Bee Gees.
I did not know that. He's 10 hearts.
Super Bernaldo says, excellent choice. If we'd been able to locate a copy, I would have gone with the first album, purely because it has 5, 6, 7, 8 on it, which has a bit of a poker theme if you do get that straight, Nick.
That's right. Is my hoop scooting, baby. My boot shooting.
My
Something baby is driving me crazy.
My obsession with the Western, my dance hall date, my Romeo rodeo, and a cowboy boy from head to toe.
Gonna make your mind.
Gonna get in line. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Poker.
All right, but what's the first bit? Hoop scootin'?
Root tootin'?
Root tootin', baby.
This doesn't sound very English to me.
Ah, but it was.
Chip count to the players on the feature table, displayed on screen right now. Andreas Gella still the biggest stack with close to 80 big blinds.
So it's Manuel Cortada with a 17 big blind stack who needs to do some work here on our feature. Apparently it was Boot, Scoot, and Boogie.
No,
it's definitely Baby. Boot, Scoot, and Baby. All right, back to the action. CJ Hahn asks, commentator's choice of beer. Well, I can tell you what beers James doesn't like. And if you'd like to learn which ones those are, go ahead and check out James's YouTube channel. James Hardigan. Is it at James Hardigan?
At James _ I think.
All right.
I can't remember.
Go and check it out. Got some beers from a fan, tested them, gave some reviews.
Pardo opening with King 9, couple up with Queen 10 in the small blind.
So Juan Pardo, famously aggressive in our big blind last acts.
He was a little subdued the last level. It wasn't really the aggro wizard.
Yeah.
I didn't look.
I think that might just be a symptom of the stack depth, Joe. You know, you're handcuffed a little bit more at this stage with a sort of 30, 40 big blind stack. Obviously, depending on what the average is. Ace 8, swift all in, and a swift takedown.
Even if I'm not, they don't count.
Oh, even if you're not on the feature table?
So reminder that you have not got long to wait now until the second season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour premieres on the PokerStars YouTube channel. The date is Saturday, May 24th, and there'll be new episodes every Saturday on YouTube. The week before, though, you will get an insight into how the Loose Cannons for this season were cast. The Loose Cannon audition show will debut May 17th, and then shows featuring players like Jen Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Gerard Piquet will be released every Saturday, every single week.
You'll get to see insight as to how the Loose Cannons were chosen, a.k.a. how many compliments they paid James Hardigan in the auditions.
I am eminently bribable. Queen 10, flopping best hit. Check, check. Couple are still good.
If we do see a check from De Martino, we don't. I was going to say if we saw a check here, I'd like to see a value bet from the Queen 10, but I mean, surely we're calling this river bet now after this action. Is De Martino really going to play an ace this way? Yeah. I think perhaps Martino was thinking Coppola would have bet, you know, an ace or a 10 on the turn even, so perhaps he was trying to get some sort of larger pairs that might flat on the button to fold. As played, though, Queen 10 does catch a bluff.
I was a loose cannon and Joe told me to get lost, lol. Loose cannon auditioner.
You were horrible to all of them.
I don't want to do it anymore. I don't like it.
Unapproachable Joe.
I've got like 15 fans total in the world, and I got to tell 13 of them to get out of the room. You think I can afford to have any less people at my comedy shows? Or having them laugh any less? It's net negative for me.
You have some fans who I definitely think you don't want to disappoint because you don't know what they might do.
Exactly. You know, there could be a rainy Halloween night. The power goes out at the insane asylum. Dr. Loomis loses control.
Hello, is that Mr. Stapleton? This is Nurse Mildred Ratched. I'm afraid he's escaped.
My hometown of Haddonfield, Illinois.
Gella has 3-bet to 200,000.
Yeah, poor Juan Pardo. He's just been getting absolutely hammered here. He's opening very conventional ranges. He's playing by the rules, and he's just getting hammered with these tree betters, kind of running into hands as well.
Gella still the biggest stack on the main stage. 21 players left. We have 3 tables of 7 in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event.
It's always coming 7.
Trying to get down to 16. Mark says there's too much noise in the room. Joe, can you go out there and tell the players in the other tournaments to be quiet, please?
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your comment. Not you, him.
We raise.
Six-3 suited for Yungavicius.
Look, it's catching on, Nick.
I mean, it's rad, dude.
Playing Wembley Arena next week.
Yeah. MC Yungavicius takes down EPT Monte-Carlo 2025. Has a ring to it.
Action check to Cortada. He still has the best hand.
Seems like a very C-bettable board.
Is cortado the one where the coffee goes on top of the milk?
I was just thinking the exact same thing, Joe. I'm not going to lie.
Well, Cortada wins that part. It's still the shortest stack at the table with 25 big blinds. We're going to look at action from one of the outer tables. That is a triangle. That is Charles Laboissonniere all in with sixes against Boris Angelov's ace-king. Classic race underway. Laboissonniere at risk. Six is holding. Additional outs for the ace-king. Nope. Sixes hold. So Charles Laboissonniere now has 1.2 million, and Boris Angelov will drop down to 2.2 million.
I know it, I consider you my nemesis on my inside.
What?
I wasn't happy about it. You don't know it, but I consider you my nemesis on it. You rivered me for 25 years.
Well, that's nice. A little giggle after a big loss.
This felt pretty unwinnable.
Well, I was happy to see his game before.
Right.
Raise and take it, Coppola, ace-6.
Is the whole
Perfect
thing
result.
about Mallets, is this becoming like a spraggy meme? Like, is Mallet still in?
I don't know. Like, every once in a while, something goes on in chat that I wonder if it wasn't like a paid bot farm. Like, someone just dropped 20 bucks into one of these bot farms and just ask about, is Mallet still in every 30 seconds?
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker bot farm.
Yeah.
He's gone from being in the tournament to not being in the tournament. Wouldn't mind, but it happened like hours ago.
Yeah. Yungavicius on the mic, raising it up.
Juan Pardo defending the big blind with ace-deuce.
Yep, pretty customary, pretty standard.
Now, Yungavicius did sort of eat Pardo's lunch on a hand before the dinner break. I assume Juan's going to have caught up with that information by now. He's going to be better armed to deal with this, and is now better armed just straight up hand-wise.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like we have to have some leads now. I think I probably go like 100K here personally. You know who's way better at poker than me? Juan Pardo. Let's see what he does.
You think he has some leads? Do you think he has the Glengarry leads?
Well, I think this is a board that we lead as the bluff very aggressively, and therefore we're allowed to obviously lead when we're super strong here too. Goes for 140, sizes up just a smidge.
These are the Glengarry leads, but you don't get to have these because to give them to you would be to throw them away.
Who are the Glengarry leads for, Nick?
I don't know.
Closers. They're for closers.
They're for closers.
I see.
Juan Pardo now playing 35 big blinds. We're more than halfway through the level, just 40 minutes left to play on the day. Mallet is on the thumbnail, that's why. Yeah. But,
Mallet is on the thumbnail.
Yeah, but I mean, that thumbnail was deployed before we went live today. Do they update the thumbnail during the course of the day?
No, but that's kind of fair.
I hate to tell you what's on my thumbnail. It's brown and stinky.
You are such a foul person sometimes. If I could ban you, I would.
much? 220.
It's because there was no toilet brush.
Oh,
It would be rude to just leave it. You're watching EPT Monte-Carlo.
Qatada has opened with ace-10. Gella has the James and Joe. The Joe is the dark one, the Jack of spades.
Actually, if I had had a spade, I would have saved my thumbnail.
It's times like this, I'm so grateful we have a mute button here in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
DX says, can we get someone from Spraggy's channel to accidentally ban Joe again?
That was no accident. They just unbanned me because I wielded privilege.
Jamil Wakil. King 10 of spades.
Yeah, James has managed to chip up slightly since we rejoined the action after the dinner break. And now starts the hand with around 32-ish bigs.
Qatada with ace-king in the big blind.
All in.
All in.
How much?
And this will be greeted by a fold.
$905,000.
All very civilized stuff.
Civilized poker, that's what we like.
Yep.
Still 21 players remaining in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. No, Mr. Matthew, don't worry. We're not actually going to get to 16 today. We're not going to play beyond the end of this level. We would stop earlier if we did get to 16, but I think we're just at peace right now with the fact that we will play to the end of the level. Well, Yungavicius has picked up aces and raced to 80,000. DiMartino with kings somehow just finds a flat.
Oh. Oh.
And now we have Enrico Coppola with King Jack. Is he considering getting squeezy? No, he folds.
I thought he had a business look in his eye.
Ace 8 for Manuel Qatada. He's out. Andreas Gella, Queen Jack, calls his one out of the big blind.
Wow.
So we are going three-way to the flop. DiMartino just calling here. Incredible.
Yeah, very interesting line.
Well, it's unlikely to work out for him. Both players with overpairs to the board. Ace is massive favorite here. 92% equity three ways.
So 300K in the middle. Does Yungavicius fire now?
Wait a second. I just realized if it goes set over set, Geller wins. How ridiculous would that be?
That would be pretty ridiculous. Goes for half pot on the flop. I really like this size. And now DiMartino with the under-repped kings. How do we play it now?
That is a raise to 375,000, which is going to get rid of Gella.
So we have aces. We're facing a raise. Obviously, 4 is a possibility, 7s, 10s. I mean, if kings are a flat, anything is possible. But we're probably most concerned about sets on this texture. What?
All in and a call.
Zoinks.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected would happen pre-flop.
Yeah.
But we have to wait until we get to the flop for this to happen. And DiMartino doesn't know that a king was folded pre, so he only has 1 out.
Now, of course, getting aces all in here, not ridiculous, but I didn't know it was going to go in that fast, James. I thought with the raise in the flop, we would have seen a little bit more post-flop, but Yungavicius was having none of it. Just the all-in. Huge sums here, 2.1 million chips.
DiMartino likely to be eliminated. 95% chance that happens. Drawing to 1 out. A 3% chance of survival. River code is the king!
God.
It's the case king on the river!
Se torna indietro qualcosina, se torna indietro qualcosina.
That's gotta be just because of the Pope today. That was auspicious.
Wow.
That was vicious.
Tutti colpiosi, tutti colpiosi.
King ball on the river. Absolute savagery for Yungavicius.
And he's left with just 10 big blinds.
Terribile sto gioco. Mi dispiace.
Sorry, Lituania.
1.725.
I have to say, Yungavicius is taking it pretty well.
I think he's taking it very well. I mean, is there some solace in the fact that if he raised pre, it would have gone down the same way?
Yeah.
Just ugly no matter what.
It was an unconventional means of getting to that point, but you always knew it was going to end up with both hands on their back. And can someone spike a 2-outer? In this instance, a 1-outer. Diego DiMartino is now up to 3.75 million. An online qualifier, total live earnings of just $63,000. Won his seat in EPT Monte-Carlo for 250 euros on PokerStars IT.
I love that. Love a qualifier story, and that has catapulted Diego DiMartino to the top of the leaderboard here on the feature table. 3.75 million now, 93 big blinds.
Jane Windsor says, wait, they forgot to burn.
Oh, Yungavicius now 10 big blind stack.
Miserable.
Oh, you know it's not miserable.
Getting put out of your misery with jacks. Dude, we have all been in this situation so many times before. You get bad beat, then you get jacks. You're like, yes, Jack. You're like, wait, what am I cheering for? It's frickin' jacks. I don't even dislike jacks, but there's no way he doubles up here. He either gets it through or loses.
Call.
A call from Gella in the small blind.
Yeah, so just be clear, guys, it was sort of an effective all-in, just 3 big blinds behind Yungavicius. And Joey, the flop is
2 spades.
Oh my goodness.
It'll be the jack of spades that does it.
It's never easy, is it, guys?
The chips go in. And Yungavicius is at risk and needs these jacks to hold. And as we've established already this evening, JJ just can't hold.
3.450.
Board pairs on the turn.
Okay, so the jack of spades actually good now for Yungavicius.
Gella with 9 outs. And does not hit. So that is a double up.
Happy to be wrong.
145. Don't call it a comeback. Yungavicius live on stage.
Ha perdido V la gráfica, al de la llegar ahí. La cuenta como flip en vez de como 70-30.
So he's now back up to 23 big blinds. 26 minutes left on the day. And I think I'm right in saying that the clock just runs to 0, right? Because there's no redraw overnight. There's no reason to play a set number of hands at the end of the day. Blind v blind. Wakil completes. Bless you. And no raise from the big blind. What we got here? Ooh. Top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, another tricky spot here for Yungavicius. I think probably just betting flop is fine here. Decides against it on this occasion. Once your opponent checks this flop, King 6 is probably a perfectly reasonable bet in position. Can still get value from worse hands, and of course, you're denying some equity if your opponent has overcards or something of that nature. Yungavicius goes for 90K into a pot of 120, so quite big.
Wakil has made the call. Turn card is the deuce of diamonds. Wakil now with the flush draw to go with top pair.
This is working out great so far.
Yeah, 93% equity.
Yeah, and honestly, King 6 feels strong enough when your opponent isn't going to bet flop to go for 2 streets. And I'm not surprised to see this bet. So there's 300K in the middle, and the turn size is 100K, 1/3 pot.
Voglio fare dall'asso, fatto pot. Bluff.
What's that do? Anything? Red?
It's Barry Greenstein.
Barry Greenstein. I knew it was something.
Wakil now has a lock on this.
Wakil lock.
Well, he checks a third time and is Yungavicius going to fire a third barrel here or just take the showdown value?
You know, in a weird way, it's almost like what Keela is representing, like 6, you know, 6-7 or Jack 6. I think the check is quite natural, though. And yeah, King 6 no good.
Wakil winning this one. And Yungavicius down to 16 big blinds. Is the short stack of this table. We are going to go across to one of the other tables where there has been an all-in and a call. Charles Le Boissonniere is all in against Boris Angelov. This time, not a race, it's a domination situation. 8s for Le Boissonniere, queens for Angelov. And it's a queen high flop. And it's all over on the turn for Charles Le Boissonniere. He is our 21st place finisher, cashing for 30,100 euros.
That's quite an image. Also, I'm pretty sure an 8 hit the river.
The insult 8. So Le Boissonniere exits and Boris Angelov is back up to 2.9 million. Playing more than 70 bigs.
Doubled before and then told you that what happened.
Back to the main stage.
Today? Yesterday was perfect.
Yeah, it's the pleasure to game one yesterday. Yesterday is a magnificent poker. Also the timing is correct. How many hours we played yesterday? 9. 8, 9.
8.
Wakil is open with 9-7 hearts. Yungavicius has got ace-king and is announced all in.
Another hand. I mean, not that aces did him much good, but this guy's got a lot of hands.
How much is it? Just so I know. 650. 650.
20 minuti che la misma messa. 20 minuti finisce il che passen 20 minuti. Han annunciato mañana habrá retro, entiendo lo que pasa.
And that's going to be a fold. Nan-Mai says, why did Wakil show first? And the old man mucked his cards. Doesn't the rule say that the last player to act aggressively shows first? No, it doesn't. The rule states that the player who is due to act first shows first. Last aggressor shows first has been ditched by most live tours, certainly over the last 10 years. Mainly because it just delayed everything. Sorry, who was the last person to bet? Was it him? Was it her?
Yeah.
No, you show first. No, you show first. No, you hang up first.
It's actually really funny. One of the first encounters, or the first times I walked into a card room ever in my young life, there were two guys arguing about who had to show first. It was a whole hullabaloo.
It's a fun way of putting it.
Oh.
How much is it?
Kings are hot today, Jamil.
This is a good hand.
He is Wakilin on sunshine.
280.
Three raise, 280,000.
It's quite a large 3-bet, guys.
How much you play behind?
1.3.
So we're about 20, 27 big blinds. No, about 30 something big blinds to start the hand.
Coppola calling.
Coppola does like to see flops, guys. I wonder if perhaps the size up was, you know, an exploit to try and get more value here, more chips in the middle pre.
Kind of love this flop with pocket kings, don't you?
Thinking like 220,000.
Is this an official prediction?
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. 220.
He's going on a 1/3 pot limb. Official prediction. Lock it in.
I'm going to introduce a new fun element to predictions in Barcelona.
Is it that if he's off by more than 30% that you take a finger?
Not that harsh, but if the prediction is wrong, a mild electric shock.
Oh, mild.
I mean, it's harsh, but it's fair.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Is there any margin of error? I said
Nope.
220.
Nope.
Okay, fine.
You got to get it to the penny?
But here's the carrot to go with the stick. If you do get it 100% on, you get to give Griffin an electric shock.
I'm in. I am in.
Wait, I might want to make some predictions.
My friend. The last, You call your wife,
15 minutes.
I would have said, I'd call your wife in 15 minutes. That'll really get him on tilt.
May have heard the players talking their muffin. How many minutes left to play? 15 minutes left to play on the day.
Joe, your story about the players' party sign that was on the floor. that actually got me, like, IRL. Laugh out loud.
Sometimes something just presents itself to you. Like that gift of the sign to the players' party being on the ground.
Julian says, who busted? I was on the toilet. I hope for your sake, Julian, they had a toilet brush.
Most people just probably don't care about leaving a paint job in there, but I do.
Pebble dash that highway, that's what I say.
Is that what you say? Jeepers.
Yungavicius has bet here, 100,000. And gets a fold from the better hand.
Back up to 24 bigs after the aces, kings car crash.
Remarkable.
And we've seen a lot of pretty cool comebacks, actually. There's been a lot of cool comeback stories throughout our coverage so far, and everyone loves a comeback story.
Everyone loves a chop pot, and everyone loves a comeback story.
One raise, 100.
Gella opening here with ace jack. Around to Diego De Martino. He wants to bring that 3.6 million stack back for day 5.
Yes, he does.
I take them now, and now you have to do it now. Not a good game.
Ten minutes.
10-minute warning.
Five raise, 100,000. 7,000. 8,000.
Oh my goodness.
What?
My word.
They worked out so great the first time, they gave it to him again.
You have to show, right?
Didn't show. That's a shame.
Lame.
No, you show first.
Last aggressor, last aggressor.
Christopher Van Storch says, anyone famous in this final 20? I mean, Enrico Coppola has a very famous cousin. Action here on Yungavicius.
Oh. That's a big open, guys.
That's I don't want to get bad beat again open.
That's it's almost the end of the day, and I've got a hand, so everyone can fold and stop messing around.
Mm-hmm. I think the players all kind of feel like how we're feeling right now, which is we're not getting there tonight.
We're done for the day.
Yeah, we're done.
We're kind of shutting down a little bit. Nuno, I mean this in the nicest possible way, but you can do one. No cash stream tonight.
No, thank you.
You can do one is such a great phrase.
I mean, as far as we talk about well-known poker players, we've got Wakil, who, after his breakthrough in the PCA, has had a lot of deep runs. Alex Kolonius is pretty well known. In the poker world, Boris Angelov, runner-up in this event last year, made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event last year. I think he was 5th or 4th.
Young and vicious.
AXE, the stream tomorrow starts at 12:30 local time. I don't think you're asking what it is in Eastern Standard Time. Chances are, if you're on the East Coast, you want it in Eastern Daylight Time. 12:30 CEST is 0630 EDT.
Zhao says Pardo is a pretty well-known player at this point. Pardo who? What is he talking about, James?
Malacca.
Malacca style. It's a good question from Sacramento. What are the predictions on how long we stream tomorrow? Ha! We'll have to consult the Oracle. We'll have to consult the widget.
In an ideal world, we wouldn't play more than 5 levels tomorrow. You know, I don't think we should get too hung up on trying to get to 6 players.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is going to make tomorrow interesting is when we get to 9 players, when we get to a single table, we will switch to number of hands per level.
Oh, there's going to be so many questions.
What hand is this? What hand is this? What hand is this?
How does this work? Well, what about this? Well, what if this happens?
Che mi ha passato uno. Che troia.
I have to say, it's a lot later than I thought it was going to be. How is it 10:30? Oh, a long dinner break, all those table breaks, clock being paused.
Questo sicuro. Che faccio il tipo.
Plus you had the extra half a level today because we finished earlier yesterday. Gary Howell says, hi guys, is Matt Davenport still in? He is. He's in one of the outer tables. Started the day as chip leader. I think he's one of the shortest stacks now, with 20 players remaining. So, Cortada's raise flattered by Gella and Wakil with the Spraggy in the cutoff.
There you go. Attaboy.
We should get Spraggy to do like a short on how to play the Spraggy.
I can do a really short, fold it.
Who likes short shorts?
Non te l'ho detto.
Well, you have to speak English during the hand.
Non te l'ho detto apposta. No problem. Sorry.
I love that. Gets told speak English during the hand, promptly speaks Italian again. 9 deuce deuce.
Oh, la pancia. Maledetta che cane.
Do you think if you're Pardo, you're like, man, I have 8-3, I could easily have 8 deuce.
Gella is Gonna bet 200,000 here, 2/3 pot, and that is met with 2 quick folds.
Nice.
We need to go across to one of the outer tables. Someone was asking about Matt Davenport. He is all in against Boris Angelov. Davenport with ace-jack against queen 3. Now it all went in pre. Queen on the flop. And no ace on the river. And that will see start of day chip leader Matthew Davenport eliminated in 20th place in the last few minutes of day 4. He'll cash for 34,600 euros. And Boris Angelov will move up to 3.4 million.
I was really impressed with Davenport's play.
Huh? Pure value. Okay.
Angelov smiles when he wins, smiles when he loses. Seems to be enjoying the ride.
Going to be bringing a decent stack into play tomorrow.
You guys are gonna jinx it with the cameras, I'm telling you.
Unfortunately, we gotta film what happens.
Back to the main stage for what will be the final hand of the day. The clock ticking to 0. And looks like a blind v blind situation. Juan Pardo in the small with 7-6. Calls. Enrico Coppola with queen 10. Checks. Queen 5-4. Top pair versus an open-ended straight draw.
Well, we did get down into the teens. Will it be 18?
I think just betting flop here is good with the 6-7, like 40K or something like that. Yep. Oh, should have got that as a prediction. Darn. Could have zapped Griff.
Trips now for Coppola. Pardo still with the straight draw. Pardo betting 140,000 on the turn and is going to get raised by Coppola.
How much though? Enough to chase out this draw?
375,000.
That's not a lot, guys.
Not a lot.
Just got a call. Price too cheap. Chips too cheap.
Time bank card deployed.
We're getting more tomorrow. Let's make it rain. Time bank cards. There's 498 minutes and 44 seconds on the break clock.
Can I have my phone back in the meantime? Thank you.
Another time bank card played.
James, he's not thinking about raising, is he?
Oh! A shove and a call.
This is so sick.
And Juan Pardo is going to need to hit on the river, or we are going to lose Malacca style on the last hand of the day. He's got 8 outs. He's going to need to spike an 8 or a 3 on the river.
That escalated quickly.
It's a 4 on the river, pairing the board, a full house for Coppola, and Juan Pardo is eliminated. I guess the silver lining for Juan is that he can now late reg the 25K at the start of play tomorrow.
Maybe like bronze lining? Brown lining?
Pardo cashes for 34,600 euros, and we are going to end day 4 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event with 18 players.
Oh, finally, run good. Queens.
We did not get down to 16 players.
Strong today.
Italian style.
Wait, is there still field action going on? Can we get to 17?
Sinner. Oh.
This is cute, by the way. Look how happy these guys are.
Left, I think.
Real cute.
So we are...
Io non lo sono un conto, io gioco così.
Finish.
Coppola's going to be bagging 3.1 million.
Sai quel gioco?
Before you go, we need to make an exact chip count because we need to know the chips are there. So I try to be as quick as I can.
Can I
as
have
quick as you can. But I will need to not only first you.
Thank you.
Accurate chip counts would be nice.
18 left.
Two tables.
2 days and 2 tables.
These guys very excited to have made it to the penultimate day of an EPT main event. Coming back almost to the last 2 tables with the final table and the trophy in sight now.
Congratulations.
Write it down here. You want 3 million?
3,100,000.
So play has concluded at the other tables. It was a good final session for Boris Angelov. And I talked about the possibility of this redemption story, right? Last year's runner-up potentially going all the way in 2025.
I mean, that's a great story, and I'm rooting for it, but what invariably happens is it's so hard to do that, and then the runner-up goes like 4th, and it's even more disappointing.
Even if he can make the final table 2 years in a row, that would be impressive. So confirmation that we finished the day with 18. It will be 18 players returning for day 5. A reminder that we're live tomorrow at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European Summer Time. The objective tomorrow is to get down to the final 6. But crucially, all we need to do is get down to a single table, the final table. And then we will play down to a winner on Saturday.
Chat Pro Saturday. Formerly known as.
I'll accept that.
The Saturday formerly known as.
What a hand to conclude the day, though. I mean, Pardo must have thought he had fold equity there, Nick, or he doesn't make that move.
I mean, he has to run directly into it, right, to get called there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of maybe not expecting Queen 10 to have any raises there. Like, he's kind of thinking, you know, if you're in position, why are you raising when you just turn trips and your hand is well disguised? Maybe he's thinking he could get some weaker Queen X to fold once in a while, I guess. He knows he probably almost always has equity. I'm not sure, but if there's anybody who is qualified to make those moves, it is Malacca Style himself.
Juan Pardo would not be advancing, but 18 players will, including 6 players we've been watching on the main stage for the last couple of sessions. Blinds tomorrow will go to 25K, 50K. So that's 73 bigs for Diego DiMartino, 63 for Enrico Coppola. Manuel Cortada is one of the shortest stacks in the tournament. He'll have 16 big blinds. Still at 3 tables with no redraw overnight. And we are getting close to the big payouts now. We're getting close to the 6-figure scores. Tomorrow we're going to start paying players more than 100K. And then on Saturday, we're going to play down to a winner. So we are going to present the EPT main event trophy. And we are going to give one player, the champion of this tournament, €1 million. So 2 days left to go. 2 days of live coverage still to come here on the PokerStars YouTube channel. A reminder, you can check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from the European Poker Tour. And you know where you need to be. Here tomorrow, 12:30 local time for the penultimate day of this tournament, day number 5 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. We will see you then. Until then, from Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Monte Carlo. Thanks for watching the PokerStars European Poker Tour.